Hey y'all, how are you doing today? I'm having issues with my Twitch right now. My title and my notification won't update. Boo. I don't know what to do. It's not working. Hi Dory. Hi Senja. Hi Tabitha. Hello, hello. Give me a second while I try to figure this shit out. Why is it not working? Hey, Hannibal. Hello, hello. Good morning. How's everyone doing? Hi, Salsa. Hello, hello. Hope you guys are doing well. All right, let's try to update it this way. Let's see if this works. All right, boom. Something's wrong with Google Chrome. Bye, Google. Google was not working. It wasn't cooperating with me. Oh, I wish I can read Japanese. I did study basic Japanese on Duolingo, and I forgot all the characters. I forgot. Is it konnichiwa? Konnichiwa, maybe? I'm just guessing. Don't let me fool you. I ain't even reading it. Hi, lady. How are you doing today? How's it going? Hello, everyone. We might have a busy day today, depending if we get the Kouri Richins Pretrial conference, or did I get my dates wrong? Hopefully not. I had my dates wrong with Koberger, and whoopsie daisy. Well, I didn't have the date wrong, to be honest. It was more like Mr. Koberger's hearing was a private hearing. It was not for the public. And I was like, oh, hey, guys, I'm going to stream it, blah, 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 blah. Oh, geez. Mistakes happen. Hi, Corgi. Oh, yes, Christine. Yeah, I was going to cover in today's live stream, but I was like, today's such a busy day. I want to focus on Karen Reed. I want to focus on Kouri Richins. Miss Boone, we'll just do a quick video on her. Although it would have been fun to live stream with you guys, but today was going to be a very busy day. But yeah, she is, I don't know. I feel like I've said everything that I've ever need to say about Sarah Boone. All I can do now is wish her the best and hope that she'll change and reflect, while she spends the rest of her life in prison. But yeah, she's ridiculous. That woman knows how to hold a grudge. She was digging deep. Very, very petty person, in my opinion. Very petty person. I'm doing good. We're doing the bathroom remodel. It's finally coming along. Had some hiccups here and there, but that's just how it is. Shit happens. And I have not decorated for Christmas because it's just so messy over here. I have like shit everywhere. So I'm like, maybe I should just decorate every other year for Christmas. I don't know. Maybe we should just do that instead. All right, y'all. Let's get the stream started. Let's hit the record button. But how is everyone doing today? Hello, hello. If you guys are joining us for today, we might be covering 2 hearings today. We got Karen Reed. We've got a Daubert hearing. And this Daubert hearing is to determine whether or not they are going to have Dr. Marie Russell's testimony admissible, I guess, for the new trial. And she already testified in the first trial. And I remember, I think the judge had some issues with her testimony because she couldn't say with the certainty, like a medical certainty or something like that, that the injuries that John O'Keefe occurred were from like dog bites. I don't know. I like vaguely remember that. I should have went back to the trial and listened to it. I'm sorry, y'all. I did not. But I'm surprised to see her on the stand because I initially thought the people that we're going to be seeing on the stand today, I thought they were going to be the new crash reconstructionist people and the people that are, looking at the chip information on Karen Reed's car. But no, we're back with Dr. Marie Russell, which I'm very surprised. Oh, wait, I'm not showing my face. Hello? Hi? No? This? Remove? Ta-da! Hello, how are you doing today? How's it going? So Dr. Marie Russell's on the stand right now. She's going to go over her extensive qualifications. Again, she has extensive experience in ER. She's also a forensic pathologist. I think that's the name of the title. And not only that, but she worked in law enforcement at some point. She worked at the LA coroner's office. And yeah, she's got a very, very heavy list of qualifications. So she's on here testifying, and we haven't gotten to her cross-examination yet. I listened to some of it this morning. So it's going to be a long testimony talking about her qualifications and her thoughts about this case and John O'Keefe's injuries. Hello, Tim. How are you doing today? Hello, hello. What is the incognito live stream? Are you doing the incognito live stream? No, what is that? Is my live stream not popping up the notification? Is it not working? Hope it's working. And then we also have Kouri Richins, but Kouri Richins hearings, they're not live stream. Typically what happens is after the hearing is, hello? Camera? Hello? Typically after the hearing is over, the footage is then released to the public and then we can watch it afterwards. So we'll wait to see if Kouri Richins happens after the Karen Reed stuff. But yeah, if you guys haven't already, Sarah Boone wrote a new letter. You know, this woman says that she forgives, but all I get is hatred. All I get is just grudges coming from her. And yeah, she's definitely not at the stage of forgiveness, in my opinion. Okay, what is going on with my camera? Give me a second. I might have to unplug, replug. I think what happened was my dog kind of messed with the connection. Oh, here you can see. Can you see Shiro? Give me a second. Shiro bent the connection of my my USB thing. And so I think he kind of broke it. I think he broke it with his fat butt. Just sitting on the wires, and then sometimes he yanks it out. Fun stuff. All right, let me do that. I want you to know, hearing that letter from Sarah changed my life. Did it, Karungal? Did it? Hopefully this is better. Maybe. Do I have to redo it? Okay. All right. Well, blame Shiro. He messed up the USB port. I realized Christmas is in 2 weeks. I haven't bought presents yet. Yeah, me neither. Time goes by so fast. Wasn't it just Halloween? What happened here? It was just Halloween. Oh boy. Okay, so also, we are also figuring whether or not Karen Reed is going to have a new trial date. I think I saw in the news that they said there's been a new trial date. Hopefully there will be, because both sides aren't ready, okay? Both sides want more time, and especially with the new special prosecutor in this case, we have Hank Brennan, who's going to be leading the case, not Mr. Lawley, although Mr. Lawley is still there. We know we can still see him. I think it would be good to have both sides be prepared and not have it to be a shit show like the first trial, because the first trial was obviously a shit show. And you know what? In that first trial, both sides also wanted to delay it, but the judge was like, no, we're just going to do the trial right now. So I think the trial will be pushed to April, and hopefully it will be, because if we have this January trial, I don't know, it just seems really rushed in my opinion. But let's get on to Karen Reed. Quality is so-so. I think the quality might get better, but it's kind of like, I don't know, it's not the greatest. And I have closed captions on. All right, y'all, let's do this. I'm gonna put my earbuds on. Oh, and we have some Kouri Richins stuff that on a separate stream I want to cover with you guys. Kouri Richins. What an interesting person. All right. So, we also have a new attorney for Karen Reed from New York. I realized Sarah was a survivor and stunningly brave.
Jim, can I have the exhibits? Will counsel need the exhibits for examination of this witness, or can I have them with me and look at them?
Your Honor, whatever your preference is, we will abide by that. We may want to publish some at
Sure, that's no problem, but I can keep the notebook. That's not a problem.
Oh, yeah, that's
I missed the good morning niceties, if you guys didn't mind.
intended for your use, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Hi, Stephanie.
All right, go right ahead, counsel.
Your Honor, if I may, a couple of matters before Dr. Russell testified, with Your Honor's permission.
Okay.
One will take 15 seconds, and the other will take maybe 3 minutes.
Okay. Is it something that Dr. Russell can remain in the courtroom for?
It is.
Okay.
And
Sure.
if at any point I'm incorrect in that assumption, I'm sure you will tell me.
Okay.
First of all, the first order is I want to thank the court for granting my permission to practice before the court.
Okay.
And I'll strive to comport myself to honor the opportunity I've been given.
Thank you.
Secondly, with regard to the decision that Your Honor rendered with regard to our opposition to the motion, the reason I just wanted to raise that briefly is I wanted to make sure that I properly discharge my role in terms.
So I'm going to have it at 1.5 speed. If it's too fast for you guys, just hit on the cog below and then y'all can slow it down.
Of a record. It won't be a long soliloquy, but I just wanted to point out to Your Honor the basis for why I am having this colloquy with the court.
Okay, is it in addition to what you have in your writings?
It is.
Or is it, okay, so that I'll let you talk about, but.
Yeah, I'm not going to go into the substance of the writings.
Okay.
I understand Your Honor has decided in that regard.
Okay.
So, and thank you, Your Honor. The first point is rooted in the Commonwealth versus Downs case, which is 31 Mass App Court 467, 1991. And the short of it for that case, which is toward the end of the case, which it was a matter very similar procedurally to this, where there was a request for reconsideration. The court took on that question of reconsideration. And what happened was the appellate court stated that it would be important, and I'm trying to discharge my duty as an officer of the court, but also for an advocate, to put on the record, right, the decision with the basis for the decision with regard to it.
Sure, I know, I have no problem with you doing this. You don't need to apologize for making a record. I have no problem with that.
Thank you. So I'll get right to it. So
I think he just wants to make sure he's extremely respectful towards this judge, because we have seen this judge in the previous trial where she's a little bit snippy, a little bit impatient sometimes, you know? So this is a new attorney, and I think he just wants to make sure that he exercises extreme caution when dealing with this judge. He's probably seen the footages from, the previous trial.
my request is, in accordance with Downs, that there be placed on the record some explanation for the decision. I would appreciate that. And then secondly, the second and last part of it is our expectation coming into the hearing is based on Commonwealth versus Addy, which is 79 Mass Appellate Court 835, 2011. And the short of that case, Your Honor, is it was a Daubert-Lanigan motion, very, very much similar to the procedural posture of this motion, where the court set a Daubert-Lanigan hearing. The party who was in support of the expert testimony then was given the opportunity to oppose the motion, and this is what the court.
Yes, this is all pre-trial stuff for the second trial. In the first trial, there was a hung jury. Lots of drama with that one.
Said. The court stated that in response to the motion, the Commonwealth, and it was opposite because the Commonwealth was supporting the testimony, says in response to the motion, the Commonwealth submitted Trooper Sanford's collision reconstruction report. Then I'm going to skip down to the nub of it. At the motion hearing, after reading Trooper Sanford's report and listening to the arguments of counsel, the judge decided not to hold an evidentiary hearing and ruled that Trooper Sanford's opinion was admissible at trial because there was a factual basis for his opinion and it was therefore reliable. The reason I bring that up, Your Honor, is just to state what my expectation was and why I went in the manner that I did. And of course, Mr. McDermott was gracious enough to send an email that said, hey, if you want to change what the court expects the hearing to be, you need an affidavit and you need a motion, and that's what I did. So in conclusion, Your Honor, it is the position of the defense that the papers that we submitted, and I won't get into the argument, would obviate the need for an evidentiary hearing, much in the way that the Addy case obviated, where the party was given an opportunity to make the arguments in terms of the motion. So my main point in raising these two in conclusion is I would appreciate if Your Honor could state a basis for the denial of the what I will call the Addy process, and we will, of course, respect Your Honor's decision and proceed in the manner Your Honor directs.
Yeah, the way his language, the way he structures his argument is like tailored, so it's so respectful to the judge, because I think he knows his judge is a little bit sometimes, you know. So we're having a Daubert hearing again. They are trying to, well, the state, I guess, wants to disqualify Dr. Marie Russell as an expert. She already testified in the first trial, and so the defense is like, well, you know, like, why are we having this hearing? We don't need to have this hearing. I want to know, Your Honor, why did you deny our request to, you know, not have this hearing? So that's basically where he's at with that.
What do you say? Who's going to argue this for the Commonwealth?
Thank you, for the Commonwealth. Your Honor, I believe you have the discretion to make a decision that a Lanigan hearing is appropriate. I didn't have the benefit, but Your Honor certainly had the benefit of a voir dire.
Okay, he's very low. I'm going to boost him up. Give me a second.
Prior to trial, Your Honor had the benefit of watching the trial testimony. Your Honor had the benefit of appreciating that it wasn't Rule 14 that was complied with prior to that hearing. In fact, a report was provided merely 2 days ago, on December 10th. And that report, if the court has an opportunity to see it, is in conflict in many ways with the testimony at the voir dire, and it's in conflict with testimony at trial.
Wait, so are they saying that Dr. Marie's report that he got 2 days ago is in conflict with what was said at voir dire and what she testified at trial? What's on this report?
One thing that is constant from the voir dire through the report that we received 2 days ago is that there is an absence of methodologies. There is no basis in methodology to support the opinions that have been provided by this witness. And that fundamentally supports the decision that the defense should meet the burden to be compelled to provide a witness so that they can see if they can satisfy the Lanigan-Daubert standard.
Your Honor, he delved into the substance. I don't plan on belaboring it, but if I could just be heard.
Sure.
Thank you. Appreciate it. The methodology, and if we're going to go to the testimony, you will, of course, everyone will hear it firsthand, was established the first time. It's pattern recognition. It's well established in the law. And that was what Dr. Russell testified first trial. That's in her report. And as we're to proceed, that's what will happen. That's first. Your Honor, it was a rule, the trigger for the last time was a Rule 14. But, Your Honor, in the June 20th transcript, on pages 59 and 62, said, on 59, Your Honor said, you, the Commonwealth, raised Daubert-type concerns. And on page 62, Your Honor said, I have to exercise my role as gatekeeper. So it was clear that it was Daubert. The methodology was established. So I just wanted to respond in that manner for clarity of the record.
Okay.
So he just wants to know, okay, Your Honor, please clarify, why did you deny us?
Additionally, after I made the finding that I made, I heard trial testimony. So based on everything, in my discretion, we're having a hearing.
I want specifics. I feel like maybe I'm just so used to Mr. Cranick, as Sarah Boone calls him. I'm so used to Judge Cranick because I feel like when Judge Cranick, when he makes his ruling, he's like so specific. He goes into the case law and like X, Y, and Z, Y. Judge Cannoni, it's just like, it's because, it's at my discretion. I want to have the Daubert here. I'm like, okay. I like to hear reasons why, but okay, it's fine. It's fine.
Understood, Your Honor.
There are your findings.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Okay. All right. So you all set to go?
I'm all set to go, Your Honor.
Go right.
So, he probably didn't really get much from Your Honor here, and we're just going to move on with the Daubert hearing.
Go ahead, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Russell.
Good morning.
And you'll keep your voice up. That would be helpful to all. Please state your name, your full name, and spell your last name.
Who is Karen Reed? Hey, Ferox, how are you doing today? Karen Reed is accused of murdering her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, who was a police officer, Boston police officer. She's accused of backing up her car while being drunk and hitting him and then leaving him at the scene while he was seriously injured. She came back the next day with 2 friends/acquaintances and found his dead body in front of where she said she dropped him off. Now, she is saying that I didn't kill John O'Keefe. I didn't back up into him. It is those people that were living in that house. They're law enforcement and they're trying to frame me. So that is what the trial is about. That's like a very small, little teeny tiny bit of information. She's already had her first trial that led to a hung jury. And now we are back in pretrial stuff because we're going to have trial number 2. Whether it's in January or whether it's in fucking April. Hopefully it's in April because I want to make sure both sides are super prepared, at least on the state side. Because I think the defense, they did pretty, they seem to be more prepared than the state. Well, actually, I don't know. I just feel like the state was just like, the presentation was pretty rough in my opinion. Hi, Noah. How are you doing today? How's it going? No, I haven't seen The Shining yet. I know. I love horror movies. I haven't seen The Shining yet. I know.
Yes. Marie Russell, Russell.
Now, at a high level, what is your professional background?
I'm an emergency physician.
And do you have anything else in terms of your professional background in addition to being an emergency room physician?
Yes, I'm also a trained forensic pathologist.
Your Honor, may I interrupt for 1 second? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Forensic pathologist. If I remember correctly, she said forensic pathologist. They do autopsies and death investigations, and she does ER stuff.
Can I have a moment to round of applause? Thank you.
Heh, no one does, Karungal. No one does.
Thank you for that, Your Honor.
Well, go right ahead.
How long have you been an emergency room physician?
I've been an emergency department physician since 1987, so that is over 30 years.
How long have you been a forensic pathologist?
I've been a forensic pathologist for about 31 years.
So you've been an emergency room physician and a fellowship-trained forensic pathologist, both of those for 30 plus years.
Correct.
Do you have a medical license?
Yes.
When were you first licensed to practice medicine?
In 1988 in California.
And what licenses do you currently hold?
I hold medical licenses in California, New York, Idaho, Massachusetts.
And in California, what are you technically licensed? What is the documentation of the license you had? Your license as a what?
Physician and surgeon in California.
A physician and surgeon, did you say?
Correct.
Your Honors, I'm sure you know, but I want to make sure I get your protocol correctly. We've pre-marked, Mr. Brennan and I have agreed to the exhibits. We've agreed to both the pre-marking and to the admissibility of each exhibit. And I can never either tell you how I understand them to go or Your Honor can state it.
So these are in evidence?
Yes.
So use them as if they're in evidence?
Thank you. Appreciate that. May I approach the
Yes.
witness? Thank you.
Hi, Forky. How are you doing today? How's it going?
Dr. Russell, I have handed you, which is in evidence as Exhibit 1. Do you recognize Exhibit 1?
Yes, I do,
How do you recognize it?
because I wrote it.
And what is Exhibit 1?
This is my curriculum vitae.
And is that your updated curriculum vitae?
Yes, it
It is
is.
the most recent one.
Yes.
I now want to get into your educational background with a little bit of sprinkling of experience going into it.
It might seem hostile because it's sped up, but she's being questioned by the team that hired her.
Where did you go to college?
I went to college at MIT and Northeastern University.
Approximately when did you attend Massachusetts Institution of Technology?
From 1972 to 1974.
And what did you study at MIT?
I took pre-med courses.
Did you obtain a degree from MIT?
No,
Why not?
because my mother got sick. She developed cancer, and I went back to New York.
And after that experience, did you go back to college?
Yes,
Where did you go?
Northeastern University.
And what years did you attend Northeastern University?
Part-time from 1974 to 1981.
And did you obtain a degree from Northeastern University?
Yes,
And what degree was that?
that was a Bachelor of Science degree with highest honors.
After college, did you go on to receive a Doctor of Medicine?
Yes,
Where?
at the University of Massachusetts in Worcester,
When?
1987.
Now let's go into residencies, internships, and fellowships. Did you complete any residencies?
Yes,
What residencies did you complete?
I completed a residency in emergency medicine, followed by a residency in anatomic pathology.
What is anatomic pathology?
Anatomic pathology is the study. It's a division of pathology. It's a subset of pathology, and it's a division that deals with diseases that can be diagnosed by looking at tissues and bodily fluids.
And what is emergency medicine? Although most all of us have that experience, could you just briefly describe what emergency medicine is?
Well, emergency medicine is the field of
1 in chat if you've been to the ER before. 2 in chat if you've never been to the ER.
medicine that deals with acute injuries and injuries of people.
In terms of the residencies, briefly describe what was involved. What did you do in those residencies? And now let's start out with emergency medicine.
Emergency medicine was a very intense residency. It was a combined internship and residency that lasted for 4 years, and I was at one of the busiest trauma centers in the United States. We would routinely see patients in the emergency room, and some months we rotated outside the emergency room to various subspecialty clinics and areas like the ICU, for instance. In the emergency medicine department, we worked all different shifts. We saw numerous patients because it was a very busy facility, and we saw anything that ranged from gunshot wounds, stab wounds, beatings, down to runny noses.
And where was specifically those residencies? What facility? What is the name of it?
It was at the Los Angeles County USC Medical Center, which people formerly knew as the General Hospital, the 19-story General Hospital from Los Angeles.
And did that have a certain level designation with regard to the type of trauma that would come to those facilities?
Yes, it's a level 1 trauma center, which is the highest level that can be achieved.
And in terms of the residencies, in terms of anatomic pathology, where was that residency? Which facility?
That was at the same facility.
And how many years was the residency of anatomic pathology?
That was 2 years.
And how many years for emergency medicine?
Combined with the internship, it was 4 years.
So she worked at the busiest center in the U.S., in L.A., for 4 years. in ER for a residency.
Did you complete any fellowships?
Yes.
One at many ER trips, one, but in Finland, not in USA. One, too many times, one, but after a few hours of waiting, I felt kind of better and walked it off. Not even kidding. Yeah, I went to the ER once and then did all the tests. The test was completely fine, no issues. And then the next day, I just felt so much better. I was like, what the fuck? After feeling like shit for like 8 fucking weeks. So, yeah. It happens.
What fellowships?
I completed a fellowship in forensic pathology.
What is a fellowship compared to, say, an internship and a residency?
Generally, it's a higher level. A fellowship is completed or done, undertaken after someone completes a residency.
What did you do in your fellowship?
Oh, in forensic pathology?
Yes.
Oh, did autopsies. So it was a very organized training program, which included 1 to 2 autopsies a day, mostly 2, and as well as lectures, seminars, interesting case conferences, many things. During that time, I was sent to the FBI for a specific case series. So it was very intense. And in terms of the autopsies, I autopsied cases that were gunshot wounds, stab wounds, many homicides, many homicides, accident victims, car accidents, people hit by cars, people stabbed, people...
Car accidents, okay.
Child abuse, a wide range. And the goal was to give the fellows the widest range of experiences.
And can you estimate how many autopsies you performed during your fellowship?
Oh, I know for a fact that I performed over 500.
And that was over a 2-year period?
Correct.
So you're performing then an autopsy almost every other day? Is
Nope.
that
1 to 2.
1 to 2 autopsies a day.
1 to 2 a day?
Yes.
And what, at its core, are you doing in terms of an autopsy as a forensic pathologist?
You know, the autopsy is just part of what the forensic pathologist does, which is death investigation. So a forensic pathologist looks at a person's, well, just the body is one part of it. The external exam, some cases, not all cases, get an autopsy, actually, that go to the medical examiner's office. But there's a death investigation, which involves a detailed external examination, plus an examination of the circumstances of how the decedent was found, interviews with police officers and others when appropriate, interviews with their doctors, and examination photos, if available.
Earlier in your testimony, you said you have over 30 years of experience as a forensic pathologist. When was the last time you engaged in the practice of medicine pertaining to forensic pathology?
This year.
And have you had a continuous or non-continuous practice in forensic pathology?
Continuous.
And we're going to get to that later on as appropriate. Not as appropriate, we're going to get to it later on. Do you have any affiliations with professional organizations?
Yes.
Can you name them?
Yes, I am a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Science.
What do you need to do to become a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences?
Well, you have to be a member for a certain number of years, a minimum number of years, and attend a certain number of their annual meetings. And it helps if you've given presentations at the annual meetings.
What other professional organizations are you a member of?
I'm also a member of...
Oh, if I remember correctly, too. Oh, God, I vaguely remember this. I think the state was trying to say that she lied about how she knew about this case or got involved with this case or something like that. If I remember correctly, I think she said that she saw an article that popped up, and that's how she learned about this case. And then she saw like the injury that John O'Keefe had at his arm, and that's how she wanted to be part of this. Oh gosh, I like vaguely remember this. And I think the state was trying to say like, oh, you purposely involved yourself in this case, didn't you? She's like, oh yeah, I did, but that's because like someone, I think she was trying to say that like someone sent her an article and was like, hey, you might be interested in working on this case or something like that. Oh gosh, vaguely remember this. Gotta go back to my notes.
the National Association of Medical Examiners.
Are you a member or a fellow?
I'm actually a fellow.
What do you need to do to be a fellow of the National Association of Medical Examiners?
It's very similar. Be a member for a certain number of years, and they usually ask that you've given at least one presentation.
What other professional organizations are you a member of?
Okay, so I've been a former member of the American Academy of Emergency Physicians, a former fellow, actually. I'm a member of the California Homicide Investigators Association and the California Sexual Assault Investigators Association.
Now let's move to trainings. Do you have any specialized trainings?
Lots of specialized training.
Please.
Well, from what I know, the state was trying to say that the report that she produced conflicts with what she said during voir dire and with what she said at testimony. And when Judge Beverly was asked why did she deny the defense's request, she was just like, well, I'm denying it because I saw what happened at trial. And then, we're just going to go with the Daubert hearing. So she didn't go into the specifics. I'm sure it's in the court doc somewhere where she goes specifically into Dr. Marie Russell. But yeah, she has extensive fucking experience. Very impressive CV. And she's been in other roles as well, which is, very impressive. The issue that I do have, though, is that as excellent of a witness she is, I do remember that they said there was no dog DNA on John O'Keefe's injuries and there was no dog DNA on his clothes. So I'm assuming also no dog saliva, no dog hair that they found maybe. And, if it's a German Shepherd that you think that attacked John O'Keefe, I don't know, I would expect maybe shedding, maybe like saliva somewhere, right? The only thing that I could think that would rebut that would be like, okay, well, maybe, let's say we go with the McCabe / the Alberts covering it up. Maybe they cleaned him up, like cleaned up his wounds, but then they would have to also clean up his sweatshirt that had blood on it. Like, it's a lot of questions for me. Lots of questions.
Please name them.
Okay.
Hopefully we get more answers in the second trial, but I don't know. I'm not keeping my hopes up.
Well, I have specialized training in both emergency medicine-related fields and forensic pathology-related fields. Would you like me to name both?
Well, maybe eventually, but I'm going to try to shorten this a little bit. Give me an example of the type of investigations, apropos to why we're here today, that you would have had specialized trainings for.
Well, I attended a 2-week program in crime scene investigation. I've attended and completed programs in forensic photography, bomb investigation, hit and run accident investigation as well.
Dr. Russell, if you need to access your report, do it, but I would prefer that unless you need to, we just have a question and answer.
So I can't see whether Dr. Russell's reading from
I can't
see. Do you have your CV in front of you?
I do.
All right, so what's typical, counsel, is it will remain closed. If she needs to refer to it, you just ask, and of course I'll let her refer.
I understood, yes.
So is that, do you have it open in front of you?
It's right here.
Okay, so counsel, why don't you
I will.
leave it there turned over to us?
Oh, okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your
I
Honor.
can't see from up here whether she was reading.
I had that sense, that's why I mentioned it.
I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Do you have any specialized training beyond your experience as emergency room physician or forensic pathology in motor vehicle accident investigation?
Yes.
Describe that, please.
Yes, I took a several-day course here in Massachusetts on hit and run accident investigation.
And we're going to get into this a little bit more, but did you also have experience with motor vehicle accident diagnosis and treatment of humans in the emergency room?
Oh, yes.
We'll get into more of that detail. As a forensic pathologist for 30-plus years, did you see decedents and living patients who had been the subject of motor vehicle accidents?
Many.
And in terms of forensic pathology, are patients always deceased, or does the field of forensic pathology also address living persons?
Yes, the field of forensic pathology as a broad field, yes, can deal with living people. Some government offices will choose to restrict their involvement to deceased people only. But it's a broad field. It does involve living people, too.
Hey, go like
Now let's move to expert witness experience in courtrooms. You understand what I mean by the terminology expert witness?
Yes.
What jurisdictions have you testified in as an expert witness?
Well, California, Florida, Illinois, Arizona, and the state of Washington.
What topics in that expert testimony did you testify to?
Both emergency medicine and forensic pathology.
So you testified as an expert witness in those cases in both emergency medicine and forensic pathology?
Correct.
And you were qualified as an expert in each one of those categories, correct?
Yes.
Was your
Good question. Hey, was there any other trials have you been disqualified from testifying for before? Because obviously they're trying to have her testimony be inadmissible for trial.
Your opinion ever excluded, your expert witness opinion ever excluded in any of those court cases?
Never.
Let's now move to work experience. What do you currently do for work?
Strong answer.
Well, right now, I am reviewing medical legal cases. I attend conferences, and I've kept up my board certification status. It's a lot of work to keep up your board certification status.
Understood. In terms of other work, do you do work for any boards in any state?
Yes, the Medical Board of Massachusetts.
And what type of...
Excuse me, Medical Board of California.
Right. And what is your title with respect to the Medical Board of California?
Medical consultant.
And describe specifically, you don't have to go into detail, but just describe what it is, the types of things you do for the medical board. And I assume that's in furtherance of practicing medicine. Is that consultancy the practice of medicine in California?
Oh, absolutely. You can't be a medical consultant for the medical board without a medical license. It is the practice of medicine.
Give us some examples of what your practice of medicine is with respect to the Medical Board of California.
For the medical board, I review cases. So the cases are referred to the medical board because of concerns that a physician, a licensed physician in the state of California, is either practicing outside the law or practicing below the standard of care, or a combination of those things. So the cases are referred to the medical board, and I am one of the people that reviews the cases and makes recommendations as to whether there is actually concern.
So going back to my clinical pharmacy days, I believe I understand the standard of care parlance, but we have maybe some different parlance in the medical field. Is standard of care and whether a physician's met it also known as physician negligence?
Yes, if they don't meet the standard of care, it's considered physician negligence, yes.
Describe your role in cases briefly of your expert witness, the topics in forensic medical investigations.
The topics actually range from homicide. I've been involved with several homicide cases. Homicide, often stab wounds, blunt force trauma, child abuse are the topics. And domestic violence is also another frequent topic.
Prior to your current role that you've just described as an expert witness and a medical consultant for the Medical Board of California, I want to go back just a little.
John O'Keefe might have removed his own sweatshirt inside the house when he went in. Heating on, ? Dog attack and fight happens. McAlbert washed the dog attack off, put his sweatshirt back on. No dog DNA remain. Maybe. But that's just something that I just don't know. Because she didn't say he died by car accident. They're trying to get rid of her. The state says he was hit by the car and died, but the defense pushes the dog / McAlbert's. Yes. Defense is saying that this is a cover-up crime, that law enforcement and the people involved are very corrupt. They're working cahoots together. There's a lot of issues with this case, and let's start with Mr. Proctor. Mr. Proctor should not have been involved in this case. Mr. Proctor should have disclosed his relationship with the Albert family. That's a huge issue right there. Huge fucking issue. Hey, Go Lucky, thank you so much for giving a tier 1 sub to Lady Acid. Thank you. Welcome. I appreciate that, Go Lucky. Yeah, there's just a lot of what ifs and lots of I don't fucking knows in this case.
A little bit to the expert witness. Are you able to state whether you have testified previously mostly for prosecution or defense? Do you have a sense as to where the majority of your testimony has been on whose behalf?
Well, it's been mixed. There's been a lot of prosecution cases.
So you've testified as an expert witness many times in support of the prosecution?
Yes.
And
so you're not just hired by the defense. You're not just being hired just to say what the defense wants you to say. You also testified with the prosecution as well.
Has your testimony in support of the prosecution been only as a physician, or was there times when before you became a physician, that you were testifying on behalf of the prosecution, say when you were a police officer?
Yes.
And how many cases, we're going to get more into your police officer experience, but how many roughly cases do you recall testifying on behalf of the prosecution as a police officer?
25 to 30.
Yes, lots of very opinionated people on this case, both on opposing sides, just like the Delphi case. Yep.
Recall testifying on behalf of the prosecution as a police officer?
25 to 30.
Now let's go to just prior to your immediate role. Before being a medical consultant for the Medical Board of California, where did you work?
Immediately before I worked at the state of California prison system. It's called the Corrections Department in the state of California, and I was the chief medical executive for one of the major prisons.
What years approximately did you serve in that role as chief medical executive of the California State Prison at Corcoran?
Yes, from 2018 to 2018 to 2023.
What was your role? What did you do?
Oh. Well, the chief medical executive is in charge of the whole medical department, and so in that role, I had a lot of duties, including supervising the medical care of all of the patients, the inmates, conducting various committees. I chaired many committees, process improvement, pharmacy therapeutics, death committee. I investigated every single death that occurred at the prison during that time period.
Let's stop there, if we could, please.
Yes.
And talk about from 2018 to 2020 is what I heard you say was your time period. Describe what was a death review at Corcoran that you performed.
Yes. A death review at Corcoran was quite extensive. And so what would happen, well, first of all, let me give you background. Background is that the patients die from a variety of causes in the prison system, including suicide, homicide, natural death, overdoses, a wide variety of reasons people die. So my job was to investigate those deaths. And the way I did that was when these inmates or patients were taken to the emergency area, when they were found unresponsive, taken to the emergency area, if I was there, in the building, that's where my office was, I would go and personally examine these patients from head to toe.
In that personal examination from head to toe, did you ever experience any patients with wounds?
Yes.
Describe some of the wounds that you experienced that were the subject of your death review.
Well, there were a variety of wounds, and some of the most common ones were stab wounds, or blunt force trauma wounds, contusions, and or commonly known as bruises. But if it was, for instance, a hanging patient, I would look at the wounds around the neck to see if the ligature mark was horizontal or had a vertical component, because that could differentiate the manner of death or the mode of death.
You have ever in this process have to determine whether a wound, well, let me back up. Are you familiar with the term defensive wound?
Yes.
What does that term mean in the field of medicine?
Well, typically, what that means is that the victim of an assault.
And defensive wounds is going to be really important in her opinion on that. Is all this relevant? Yes, the defense is going to take their time, and they're really going to go through her entire career, her expertise, and then she'll talk about how she thinks John O'Keefe sustained his injuries. And the reason why we're talking about defensive wounds right now is because there is a picture of John O'Keefe's arm where you can see the scratches / whatever it is you think is on there, bite marks. And then on his knuckles, there do seem to be some sort of maybe bruising, maybe discoloration. I don't know if I remember seeing swelling, but people think that John O'Keefe was trying to defend himself, that maybe he was throwing punches back if he was being attacked as a group, or the state is saying that he was holding a glass, a drinking glass when, apparently when allegedly Karen Reed backed up into him, and that's how he got the injury on the knuckle area. So it's like, is it a defensive wound, or did it come from the car / come from the taillight / the glasses he was holding?
Attempted to defend themselves during the assault. And one of the common ways they do that is they bring up their arms to protect their face, neck, chest area. Oh,
and then also I think she could also be saying that, the reason why he had the injuries that he did was maybe because he was trying to protect himself, maybe from the dog. So I think that's another defensive wound that she might be addressing as well.
Head area from the assault. So defensive wounds are commonly seen in the arm, the forearm, the posterior portion of the forearm, or the hands also.
Did you ever have to determine whether a wound was defensive when either the patient was unresponsive or the patient was deceased?
Many times.
Is it many times for both, or is it many times for one of those two?
Well, definitely when the patient was deceased.
So let's stop there. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Let's start. So many times, do you have an approximate number of how many times just at your 5 years at Corcoran you determined whether a wound was a defensive wound on a deceased patient, approximately?
Not very many.
Okay.
Counsel, could we get an answer as to how many death reviews total were done last year?
Yes, Your Honor. I will ask that question.
I'll wait for your shorter version tomorrow. I don't think I'm going to make a shorter version of this. I think for the Karen Reed, and there's some cases that I cover where I just do the live stream and I won't push a video out, shortening it. Yeah, I don't think I will for this. The cops never did investigate inside the house of their pal, the cop. Yeah, and I think that is a huge fucking issue. I think when they arrived at the scene, and they were like, oh, he was hit by a car, or, maybe he was hit by a snowplow, or maybe something happened, that had nothing to do with what happened inside the house. They took the people inside of the house, they took their word for it that he never came in. I mean, honestly, as a cop, as a detective, exercise some curiosity. Exercise curiosity. I don't know, maybe at least try to attempt to, get a warrant to search the house, right? I don't think that they even try to make that attempt. So what troubles me is that there was not a lot of curiosity that was being exercised here. It's like, don't you want to know? Just in case, I think they quickly just ruled that it was Karen Reed who did it because they took the words of all the people inside the house. And, at that point, she was being really hysterical. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe they just wanted an easy open and shut case. But this is what happens, right? This is what happens in trial. It's like, oh, well, why did you do this? Why did you do that? Blah, blah, blah.
Question right now. How many death reviews did you perform? And if you want to do it based upon per year, average month, whatever gives the court the best, most accurate answer.
Okay. Well, on average, we had one death per month. So some of those occurred at nighttime. But I reviewed all the cases, but I didn't personally examine every single case. Right. Over 35 got a very intensive exam.
So if I did my math correctly, it's 60, right? It's 12 times 5. You were there 5 years?
For death reviews.
For death reviews, and that was the court's question.
Yes.
Right. Was there anybody else at Corcoran doing death reviews?
There was a committee that I formed to review deaths. It didn't exist when I first got there, but it did get formed later on.
Were there any other physicians on the committee that... Oh, so you were the only physician on the committee in Corcoran that was performing the death reviews, or not?
No, I misspoke. There was one other physician, the person who was my assistant, who also needed to be involved in those death reviews in case I wasn't around.
Did you ever need to consult with any medical examiner's office in connection with your death reviews at Corcoran?
I frequently consulted with the local Kings County Medical Examiner's Office.
Describe examples of that consultation and interaction.
Okay. So I would conduct my initial part of the review, and I would call, on some cases, not every single case, but on some cases, call the Kings County Medical Examiner's Office and speak to them to alert them to certain findings or certain things that I wanted them to specifically look for in their examination.
Did that consultation include any consultation regarding wounds and the source and nature of the wounds?
I don't recall.
Now let's go to your emergency medicine physician experience at LAC plus USC. Do you have a shorthand that you'd like to use so I don't have to say that every time?
I don't.
All right. So I'll just say LAU.
Say it every time.
USC. Would that be something that would work?
I say LAC USC.
I'll say LAC USC also. So what years were you an emergency medicine physician at LAC USC?
I was there as an emergency intern, resident, and physician from 1987 to 2016.
So if, again, I did my math right, it's about 29 years?
Yes.
And you've described previously that that facility was a level 1 trauma center, correct?
Yes, it was.
What is a level 1 trauma center?
A level 1 trauma center is the highest level that the trauma center could be. So it means it has in-house neurosurgeon, in-house orthopedic surgeon, an active...
You've described previously that that was my math right, it's about 29 years?
2016.
So
2016,
if, again, I did my math right...
To 2016. And physician from 1987 to 2016.
So if, again, I did my math right, it's about 29 years?
Trauma center is a research program, and obviously in-house trauma surgeons.
What did you do as an emergency medicine physician at that facility from 1987 to 2016? I'm sure it's a lot, but if you could give some representative examples.
Well, we staffed both the major and minor areas of the emergency department where the patients were brought into. So any patient that was brought in with major trauma or, even non-trauma, medical condition, a heart attack or stroke would be brought into the emergency department, and we would provide the initial examination, screening, resuscitation, whatever was needed. And then if the patient needed to go to the operating room, we would call the surgeons. And, if they needed to go to the ICU, we would stabilize them and send them to the ICU.
In addition to diagnosing and treating that we've all experienced with the unfortunate, with all respect, having to go to the emergency medicine department, did you engage in any surgery in the emergency medicine department? And if you could describe what you mean if the answer is yes.
Yes.
Describe what it is that you did that constituted surgery at the emergency medicine department from 1987 to 2016. We're going to get into more specifics apropos to the issue at case here, but just looking for what, when we say that you did surgery, want to give an idea of what that is.
Okay, so we did what is considered minor surgery. We sewed up, we debrided and sewed up lacerations. repaired lacerations. We incised certain infected wounds and cut them open. So is that what you mean?
Yes, thank you. So now moving, and we're going to come back to some of that, but now moving on to the next position that you had at the LAC-USC Jail Medical Services. Can you describe what the name of that position was?
Yes, I was jail medical director.
In approximately what time period were you jail medical director?
Ooh, I was like, the word debride sounds so like, ugh, to me. I don't know why. Debride. Like, oh. Debride is a medical procedure that removes damaged, dead, or infected tissue from the wound to help it heal. Oh, that sounds fun to do. I don't know. It's just the word itself kind of makes me like cringe a little bit. Debride.
At LAC-USC.
Okay. Before I answer that, I'd like to say that in addition, so we generally had a clinical role and an administrative role. So there were several things going on at the same time. In terms of jail medical director, as the administrative role, I was doing that from 2003 to 2014.
And can you describe the in-custody unit that was there that you provided this role that you just described?
Yes, we had an unusual situation where we had, in addition to the regular major emergency department, we also had a specially dedicated combination of emergency, inpatient, and outpatient area for patients that were incarcerated. So the patients would be brought directly up to the jail emergency department for their injuries if they were hemodynamically stable. What I mean by that is if their blood pressure and pulse were stable, they'd be brought directly up to the emergency department.
And what type of agencies would bring those types of patients to that department?
The Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, Los Angeles Police Department, the California Highway Patrol, the local area, any of the local police departments in LA County were eligible to bring their patients there.
And briefly describe the volume of patients that would be brought into that department.
It was very busy. Just the emergency department alone was 20 to 30 patients a day, just for the jail emergency department. And then the inpatient area depended on the year, because it was about 40 patients, inpatients, and over the years that decreased a little bit.
Did you ever have a role with regard to emergency medicine quality improvement at LAC-USC?
Yes, I was chairman of the committee for a period of time.
And do you remember approximately when that was?
I'd have to refer to the CV, sorry.
Would around 2000 to 2003 be approximately an accurate time?
Yes.
What did you do as the director of emergency medicine quality improvement?
So for that role, I was in charge of quality improvement projects and how they were progressing during the interim, as well as I investigated all the deaths in the main emergency department and the jail emergency department.
Now, the title has in it quality improvement.
Yes.
Am I correct that in order to be a director of quality improvement, you have to understand well the underlying practice to understand what needs to be improved?
Hi,
Yes.
Joe.
And did you believe that you had that high level of understanding?
Yes.
And did you exercise that high level of understanding in that role?
Yes.
Now, before that, did you have any experience with life support training at LAC-USC?
Yes, I was the director of the Life Support Training Center.
And was that also around late 1990s, 2000 time period?
Yes.
And what was your role? What did you do as director of Center for Life Support and Training at LAC-USC?
So we provided all of the life support courses that were taught at the institution, including advanced cardiac life support, advanced trauma life support, which was taught to the surgeons and emergency physicians, and pediatric life support.
Now we're going to switch gears a little bit. Have you ever been an adjunct professor?
Yes.
When and where?
From, I believe the dates were 1998 to 2003 at the California State University at Los Angeles.
And what did you teach at Cal State Los Angeles?
I taught a graduate level course called Legal Medicine, which was part of their master's degree program.
And that's
Legal
a graduate
medicine.
program, correct?
Yes.
And what were the students in the grad program there for? Was there a certain title that they were referred to as?
Yes, it was a graduate program in criminalistics, and so many of them were crime lab employees or headed to work at a crime lab.
And just briefly, can you give just examples of some of the topics you taught to those that were in this criminalistics program?
Yes, so I was teaching the medical course, and so I had to teach a wide range of topics about forensic medicine to these people who would be going to crime scenes and seeing deceased bodies, etc. So my topics included things like time of death, blunt force trauma, sharp force trauma, burns, wounds. I did teach about wounds, and including a wide variety of wounds.
Let's focus in on wounds. Okay. Describe in some detail the type of wound analysis and treatment you taught as an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles.
Well, there was no treatment taught to those students, as opposed to the emergency students, emergency medicine doctors. But the types of wounds that I talked about in the legal medicine course included, again, sharp force, blunt force, thermal, I talked about bite wounds in terms of identifying bite wounds on a deceased body. I talked about wounds that people would see in child abuse, domestic violence, elder abuse.
And in your teaching, let's break that down. In your teaching of
And of course, the defense team, bite wounds. Oh, bite wounds. You said bite wounds, ma'am?
is it fair to say dog-inflicted human wounds? Is that a fair term? Or
Well,
what would you use?
mostly bite wounds in general.
Bite wounds, was that bite wounds from a specific animal or general animals?
No, mostly human.
Humans?
I talked about mostly human bite wounds
Okay.
with a reference to animal wounds.
And what was the reference to animal wounds?
Just how they can be differentiated from human bite wounds.
So you taught human bite wounds, but you also taught how to differentiate human bite wounds from dog bite wounds on humans.
Yes.
So let the witness answer that. So ask it in a non-leading way, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Describe what you taught the students on the topic of human wounds and dog bite wounds.
Okay. I taught the students to recognize human bite wounds. So I had pictures, images, and slides on human bite wounds, why they would be important, the forensic value of bite wounds. I mentioned how they may differ from other bite wounds, such as dog bite wounds. In the emergency department, the focus was a little different.
That's what I wanted to go to next. So
Okay.
describe, well, first, in your many years in the emergency department, and we're going to get to this in more detail, so why don't we just save it until the next category we get to? We'll come back to that. Before you were an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles, and before you were a medical doctor, what did you do for work?
I was a police officer full-time.
And approximately when were you a full-time police officer?
From 1977 to 1984 in Massachusetts.
When you started on the police force in Malden, how many women were on the police force?
Before I started, none.
So you were the first woman on the police.
All right, so let's just recap everything about her so far. Holy shit. Yeah, this is like the best witness for Karen Reed. She went to MIT. Of course, she didn't finish her degree because her mom had cancer, but she did go back to college. She said she had a Bachelor of Science with the highest of honors. She did residency at one of the busiest ER trauma center in the U.S. It was a level 1. She did a fellowship in forensic pathology. She did 1 to 2 autopsies a day, which sounds like a lot. She worked for law enforcement full-time officer 1977-1984 in Massachusetts. Let's see. She's an adjunct professor she was an adjunct professor from 1999 to 2003. She taught legal medicine, so specifically forensic medicine, for people who are going to like crime lab and things of that nature. She worked for the corrections department as well from 2018 to 2023. So very, very, very impressive. Very impressive. I think Mr. Hank Brennan can go up there and be like, would your opinion change about it being a dog injury if there was no dog DNA, I guess, found on John O'Keefe? Maybe he can ask that.
Police force in Malden.
Correct.
Did you go to academy?
Yes.
Did you graduate successfully from academy?
When does the trial start? It's slated for January. They want to push it to April. I don't know if the judge approved that. I mean, I think it did. I think the judge did because I saw a live stream earlier where it says like new trial date. So I don't know if they meant new trial date of like April or just a new trial date for the second trial for January. But I'm hoping it will start in April. Give them both sides more time.
From the Boston Police Academy, yes.
Before that, did you have any other work experience?
Yes, I worked in an emergency room, actually.
Right, but in terms of from the time period, as I understand it, in Malden, if I heard correctly, you said approximately 1997 to 1984 for?
77.
I'm sorry, 77, right. So before that, did you have any other job in the community in Malden?
Well, in the period 1974 to 1977, during that period of time, I worked in the emergency department. I was an EMT and I was an auxiliary police officer.
Let's talk about the EMT experience. What did you do as an EMT?
I did volunteer work in an ambulance.
And just, again, most of us know what an EMT does, but just for the record, just briefly, what did you do as an EMT?
Generally rendered first aid to calls for emergency service.
Now let's go into the category of your medical training and experience specifically pointed at a certain topic. With regard to wounds, do you have any experience with dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
Much experience.
Let's start and do this chronologically. What professional experience have you had with, we'll call them dog bite, what would you like to call them, dog bites or dog bite wounds? What's your preference?
Dog bite wounds.
So what's your professional experience going chronologically with dog bite wounds? Your first.
Well, my first experience I recall was during that period of 1975 to 1977 when I attended a training session where I witnessed the training of guard dogs. The training was conducted by some people I know, and I was invited to this professional session. And during that session, even though the simulated criminals were wearing specially designed sleeves on their arms, one of the participants was accidentally bitten by one of the dogs.
And when you say accidentally bitten, what do you mean accidentally? Did the dog have a full bite grip or less than a full bite grip?
I can't really say because I don't remember if I actually saw that bite, but the dogs were being taught how to aggressively bite and hold on to the simulated criminals. And apparently this one bite went out.
Good question. How many locations on John's body was actually tested for dog DNA? I think I had issues with the person testing it too, because if I remember correctly, she used 2 Q-tip swabs, but she would use the same Q-tip swab to swab different parts of his body. I'm like, are you supposed to be doing that? Or is it best to use like one Q-tip swab for one part of the body, another Q-tip swab for another part of the body? Maybe I'm remembering incorrectly, but I remembered her saying she had 2 Q-tips, and later on it was clarified that those same Q-tips swabbed different parts of the body. I don't know. Maybe that's how you do things.
Sort of, the range of where the sleeve ended.
And this was back in the 1970s?
Mid-70s, yes.
Did you provide any care for the wound of the person that was subjected to that dog injury?
Yes, I was an EMT, so I provided basic first aid and transported that person to...
You don't use the same Q-tip for both ears? No. 2 different Q-tips, 2 different ears.
To local emergency room.
So you provided treatment on the spot, and then you participated in the transport to the ER?
Yes.
And did you get an opportunity at that point to observe the wound that was caused by this dog bite?
Very closely.
And because you treated it, correct?
Correct.
Let's now move to the LACUSC Jail Emergency Department. And I recall you testified that was approximately 1987 to 1995. Do I have that right?
That was part. Yeah, that was the intense part. That where we saw a lot of law enforcement dogs.
Yes, I am familiar with the defense's theory that John O'Keefe had a jacket on, but I don't remember seeing a jacket in any of the surveillance footage. So I don't know where that jacket would have been. Like when he went into the bar, I don't remember seeing like a heavy jacket or anything. I don't know if I remember looking at if there was any jacket hung on the chair. Yeah, I don't know. I remember the defense like loosely talking about a possible jacket that he was wearing, but yeah, I just didn't see it in the surveillance.
Dog bites.
What did you see any dog bite wounds in that jail emergency department?
Many.
When you say many, can you give not how much you treated, but just how many of those dog-induced wounds that you observed?
I would say about 60 to 70 cases that I personally observed. There could have been a lot more.
Now, what type of dogs? Well, let me strike that. As part of that treatment, did you learn what type of dog inflicted the wound?
Well, these were trained law enforcement dogs.
So these were canine dogs, right?
Yes.
And is canine bites an appropriate term to describe them?
Yes.
And how many of these individuals at LAUSC Jail Emergency Department did you personally treat with these canine-induced dog wounds?
Personally, about 40.
And you're saying personally, did you have any other experience in addition to those 40 that was not personal treatment with dog wounds?
Yeah, so we worked...
Describe what those additional roles were.
We worked as a team. And so sometimes one intern or one resident would get the case, and another time the other person on the team would get the case. But we worked as a team. We saw all the wounds together as a team, and so that's why it's hard to give a hard number.
What was your role as a member of that team when you were not personally treating the wound? What was your role? What did you do?
I would assist. I would see other patients, but we all rounded on all the cases.
What do you mean by rounding?
Rounding is this medical phenomenon where the team of doctors and sometimes other healthcare professionals go from bed to bed and discuss each case.
So you went, in addition to the 40, you went as a member of the team from bed to bed to bed. And in addition to those 40 of dog-inflicted wounds,
Little dogs can't do as much damage as big dogs. Oh my God, dude, I got bit by I consider this motherfucker a big dog, but I think he was like a medium to large sized dog, and he bit my thumb. Holy shit, it was so fucking painful. It's one of the most painful things ever. Oh, it was so bad. Yeah, dog bites hurt. They hurt so much. Even if it's like not like a lot of blood coming out, like it is fucking painful.
You saw additional dog-inflicted wounds, correct?
Yes.
Describe the level of bites that you would observe both as personally treating and as a member of the team.
Well, these bites were unlike anything I'd seen before. They were very extensive dog bites with a lot of tissue damage. And there were areas on the patients where the dog would attempt more than one bite. And sometimes they were, completed bites, and sometimes they were what I call partial bites, where there were just some scratches, abrasions, superficial wounds. So it was quite a different thing than I had read about in textbooks.
What do you mean by partial bites?
Well, a partial bite would be where the dog did not get a full grip on the victim, and therefore did not penetrate the skin. The teeth actually slide around, along the surface of the skin in the attempt to get a grip.
Could you make that determination, that partial grip, as you've described it, from looking at the wound?
Yes.
And how, in this specific experience at the USC jail, did you determine, generally, that the dog had made a partial grip on whatever was the body part that was the subject of the wound?
Well, oftentimes because they were accompanied by completed dog bites that had full penetration, puncture wounds, and tearing.
Right, and so did you make the observation of the wound, in other words, you saw it and then reached a medical conclusion about whether it was partial or complete?
Yes.
And approximately how many times did you look at the wound and make a medical determination with regard to whether it was a partial or a complete grip by the dog?
I don't really know, because we focused in on the most dangerous of the wounds, the ones that had the large gaping lacerations and that needed the medical attention.
So the predominance was the typical canine bite, but then there were also a less number with the incomplete bite, correct?
Yes.
Does an incomplete bite what you observe, have any relationship to a civilian dog bite?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
It wasn't a great question. So let's go to, does a canine bite ever present as a regular community dog bite in terms of the wound?
Ever?
Yes.
A trained canine bite?
Yes.
I haven't seen it.
Right. So an incomplete canine bite, correct, is more tethered to a canine. I'll rephrase.
Yes,
Describe how you would compare an incomplete canine dog bite to a civilian dog bite.
Well, that's difficult.
1 second, bathroom break. Guys, get a drink of water, get up and stretch, and go use the bathroom. Oh, I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Hello, I'm back. I hope you got up and stretched and used the bathroom. Oh, all right, let's get into this. Hello, you. How's it going, you?
And again, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, well, let's just conclude this way. So the predominance at the LAUSC Jail Emergency Department was canine dog bites. Let me rephrase it. Well, in terms of LAUSC Jail Emergency Department, what was the predominant type of dog-inflicted wound that you observed and treated?
The regular emergency department?
Yes.
Not jail? The predominant was civilian dog bites.
Now let's move.
Yes, new attorney. This is what he looks like, just so you can put the face to this guy. This is attorney number 3, and I think he is the one that's from New York. New York attorney.
To the emergency department at LAUSC, and specifically your role as an emergency department physician. And as I understand it, you've testified that was between 1987 and about 2016 as an intern resident and physician. Is that your testimony?
And yes.
Now, did you treat and assess dog bites or dog wounds in that capacity in the emergency department of LACUSC?
In the main emergency department, yes.
In the main emergency department. And did you also treat, beyond dog-induced wounds, general animal-induced wounds that were not from a dog?
Yes.
Describe some of the animal wounds, non-dog animal wounds that you would observe and treat in the regular emergency department.
Well, the most common one was the cat. But beyond that, we would see wounds from skunks, rats, raccoons. I recall seeing an opossum wound one time, of course, snake bites and, various other animals.
Approximately how many dog bite wounds did you observe and treat in the emergency department at LACUSC?
So the main emergency department?
Yes.
Well, over the course of all those years, at least 500.
How did you come up with the number 500?
Well, it was an estimate based on seeing, based on the number of years I worked, plus the number of weeks in a year, plus the number of dog bites that I saw per week. And that's how I came up with that number. And I underestimated.
Describe what you did, just briefly, with regard to the wounds. What type of practice of medicine, what did you do specifically with the wounds?
So when a patient came in with a wound...
And I'm talking dog bite wounds.
Okay, well, first I had to figure out if it was a dog bite. Because some patients couldn't tell us what kind of animal bit them. Most of the time they could, but some couldn't. Some were young, some, there were various reasons. There was sometimes language barriers. So I had to figure out what a type of animal inflicted the wound. And there was a very important clinical reason for that.
We're going to get to that.
Okay.
So I think you testified earlier about specifically what you did with the wound. What did you do specifically with the dog, these 500, approximately more than 500 dog-inflicted wounds? What did you do specifically, so to speak, with your hands?
Okay. Well, I was clearly interested in wounds, and particularly bite wounds. I was very interested in this, so it got my attention all the time. And so what I first do, I had to do a differential diagnosis, but physically, if I determined it was a dog bite wound, then I'd render the appropriate treatment. Sometimes it was perforation of the skin and lacerations, and those lacerations sometimes needed debridement, which is cutting away from the edges and the dead tissue, any devitalized tissue. And some were large enough that they actually needed suturing. Many of them needed antibiotics prescribed.
In terms of the facility, I think you've testified that it was a level 1 trauma center?
Yes.
Did the fact that it was a level 1 trauma center have any effect on the number of dog bite wounds you would see?
I don't know the exact effect, but we did get referrals in.
And does the fact that it was a level trauma 1 center mean your estimate was conservative or liberal?
Oh, my estimate was conservative.
Meaning conservative, you say 500, but describe what you mean by conservative.
Conservative
What does it go down?
Oh.
No worries, Tam. There's a lot of things happening with this case. We got new people who's joining in. Lots of things happening. Lots of things.
I probably saw a lot more than 500.
Does that estimate include the number of dog-inflicted wounds that you supervised?
No.
So in addition to the 500 plus, you also supervised. Describe what the nature of the supervision was with respect to dog-inflicted wounds.
Well, as an attending physician at a university medical center, of course, I supervised interns, other residents, medical students, PAs, and nurse practitioners. And so frequently had, 3 to 5 people working with me that I had to supervise. So I would see I saw any case that they saw. Any patient that they saw, I would supervise. And when there were wounds, I would look at the wounds personally myself.
How many trainees did you typically supervise per shift?
Typically 3 to 5.
So in addition to the 500 plus, you were supervising 3 to 5 trainees per shift who also were treating dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
And can you give an approximate number of dog-inflicted wounds, just approximate, that those trainees would be experiencing in their role?
It's so hard to give an estimate. But with all those trainees and all those weeks and years, I would say at least another 500.
Have you ever participated, now we're going to switch gears.
Do you guys remember if we ever had any photos of John O'Keefe's injuries, of his palms? I remember seeing this part, like the top part of his arm. I remember seeing the knuckles. And I think, other parts of his body that they showed. Did we ever see the palms by any chance? Do you guys remember? Like on the underside? I don't know if I have it saved. Oh, do I have a case file on this? I should have one, but I might have deleted it after the first trial. Oh.
To when you described you were a forensic pathologist in OR, did you ever have experience with an autopsy which regarded a canine attack?
Yes, unfortunately.
When?
It was in 1995.
And where?
It was in Los Angeles.
And where specifically, which department in Los Angeles?
Oh, when I was at the coroner's office, I was assigned an autopsy.
So this was at the medical examiner's office?
That's correct, medical examiner now.
And what was the subject of the autopsy? Who was the subject?
It was a young boy, I don't remember the exact age, and he was killed by 3 dogs when he entered into a fenced area.
Were they canine dogs or civilian dogs?
I don't know the exact training, but I was led to believe that they were not law enforcement canine dogs.
So you were led to believe they were civilian dogs? Not, they just weren't canine dogs?
They weren't, as far as I know, they were not trained canine dogs. They were civilian dogs.
Did you observe any wound patterns as part of that autopsy?
Yes.
Describe the wound patterns that you observed.
I'll never forget them. There were many deep lacerations, avulsions. There was a wide range of wounds, and amongst them there were patterns of abrasions, multiple parallel abrasions.
Were there any other types of marks from the part of the dog that you observed?
Oh, there were puncture wounds.
Any other types of wounds from any other part of the dog?
Well, I believe that they were claw.
This is the picture that we've all seen. We've all seen this picture right here of John O'Keefe's arms. I guess maybe I didn't save it. This picture. Because I remember seeing the knuckles as well. But I want to know, is there any, what about his palms? Maybe that wasn't mentioned. To go back to my notes.
Some claw
Hi,
marks.
Taxi.
They also would look like superficial abrasions.
And were there any bite marks?
Oh, yes.
How many? Approximately.
I don't know.
More than
There
one?
were- Oh, many.
Many. Now let's move to studies and publications. Have you ever performed a study of canine dog bite injuries?
Yes.
Describe it.
Yes. My colleagues and I performed.
And I do have a picture of his sweater. I wish we can examine the sweater more to see if there's any because when Shiro, when he jumps up and he because he likes to, for some reason he likes to jump and bite your butt. I don't know why, but sometimes his teeth will get stuck on our sweater and we'll have puncture marks on our sweaters and stuff like that. I wonder if they talked about that. Are there any puncture marks in the sweater? I know there's cuts here, but I think these are cuts that were done when they were trying to get the sweater off him and they were trying to work on him at the hospital. But were there puncture marks on the sweater? Because that'd be very interesting to see as well. I just don't remember that from the trial. Because I would expect there to be puncture marks from the bites, especially from the fangs.
The study of
And that sweater looks pretty thin.
over 700 canine dog bites that presented to the jail emergency department over a 10-year period.
Most of my clothes have puncture marks from what? Moths? Right? Is that what moths do? They eat your clothes and shit? No. Yeah, I don't know. This case is a wild one. Oh, God. Because, okay, if we think it's a dog mark, right? But I feel like dog bites would be more similar to other dog barks. Dog bites would be what the fuck was I trying to say? I feel like dog bites would be more similar to other dog bites than people that were hit by vehicles. I feel like those type of injuries would be more unique to each other. Because in dog bites, while there are different types of dogs out there, different type sizes, right? Different heights of humans being attacked and all that stuff. I feel like for the most part, while the injuries can range, but maybe the bites are more similar than if you were hit by a car. Because hit by a car, it's when people are hit by a car, is it mostly because they're hit? Are they mostly hit in the front of the vehicle, right? Getting hit by the front bumper and then maybe slamming onto the trunk / windshield. How often is someone being hit by having a car reverse, but also being hit by a taillight while holding a glass in their hand, where the glass could also contribute to the scratches or the injuries or whatever the fuck, and also being in snowy conditions at a certain speed, at a certain whatever height the victim is, and the type of cars that's backing into it, and what type of plastic or glass that the taillights are made out of. I feel like there's just so many factors in that one. But if I remember correctly, when the defense, now the reason why I have an issue with also the car theory is also because when the defense put on the FBI people and they're like, well, you know, if Karen Reed was backing up at this speed and the tail light presumably is what smashed the glass, because I think that's the state's theory. Well, the speed that she was going at, I think they said that the glass wouldn't have been smashed by that tail light. I think. But we don't know if they even got the right glass or not, because I don't know if they ever went back to the bar and was like, hey, like, what kind of glass do you normally serve your not your patients, your customers who are ordering, you know, like whatever on the rocks, right? I don't know if they ever did that. Like, do we even have the right glass? Like, oh my God, there's just like so many fucking factors in this. Like, lots of questions. Lots of questions. I just want to know. Does anyone have a time travel machine? Can we just time travel so we can know what happened? I'm like, man, maybe one day someone would be like, you know what? I actually do have a ring footage of what happened. You know, like, oh, I totally forgot about this. It's like, that's not going to happen. Ugh. Okay. All right. Back to Dr. Marie Russell. Sorry, I interrupted her. Both from doggos and from the moths. Yeah, I don't know. Dennis bought like this moth thing, and I'm like, dude, we don't get moths. Why did you buy this? I don't know. They're like these like cedar wood planks or something that you hang in your closet. I'm like, why did you buy this? I've never seen a moth in our house. I don't know. Maybe a weird paranoia or something. I don't know. Hi, Tabitha. How are you doing today? I agree. What part of it do you agree with? I said so much shit. I'm curious to know what part of it do you agree with? The experts in the first trial were definitely not creative equally. Yeah, I agree with that. I think the state's crash reconstructionist, Trooper Paul, I think he was not qualified to testify about what he was testifying about. I mean, sure, you know, he looked into the car information and he was like, yeah, she backed it up and she did this, but like there was a lot of physics involved with, okay, well, could the glass have broken, how it would have shattered, and yeah, I don't know. Although for the state's new case, I'm pretty sure they're going to scrap Trooper Paul, because they did mention a different hearing that they have a new crash reconstructionist person and they have a new expert who's going to analyze the data on Karen Reed's car. So I want to know about that. And I really fucking hope they don't damage anything. Please, please, please do not damage anything. But it's possible that, you know, if you do certain testings on it, you can lose information or you could damage it and you're just like, shit. Hey, what's going on, Rain? How are you doing today? Hello, hello, hello. Trial TV Live. Hello, how are you doing today? What is going on? Guys, check out Trial TV Live. You know, they have trials that they play live, pre-trial stuff, and yeah, check them out. And sometimes they get like behind the scenes stuff because they attend the hearings and the trials or sentencings in person. So really cool. I think that's where we watched Mr. Owens' interview after the Sarah Boone sentencing. Hey, lady. Good to see you. I hope all is well with you. Yeah, Rain, how are you doing today? How's it going? We've been in the Discord just talking about the Luigi Mangione stuff that's been developing. All the new stuff that's coming out of it is very interesting. There's a lot of meme stuff too. It's like, oh, this is what he ate for lunch, breakfast, and dinner. In case you guys are curious, it's like, do we really need a news reporting of what he's been eating or the food options? But I don't know. I guess people are just really interested. Did you see the Kobayashi girl was found? Whoa, what? They found her in Mexico? Oh my goodness. Sorry. Quick little tangent. If you guys are not familiar with the Kobayashi case, Wild flew from Hawaii, landed in California, and she was spotted at the airport. She was spotted at like the Grove Shopping Center or something like that. And then she apparently didn't take her flight. It was a flight that she was supposed to take to like New York or something. Yeah, she was declared missing. The family came over here to try to find her. The dad committed suicide while he was here, and they think that she left willingly and she's in Mexico right now, and that she was somehow involved in like a marriage scam where she got scammed, I think. But they found her. Where is she? So is she in Mexico or is she back here? Yeah, that's a wild one too. I'm not covering it, but that's a wild one. I'm doing good. I hope you're doing well. How are you? I already asked you how are you. You said life is good. It's good to hear. Oh wow, so sad. Yeah, I don't know. And then like there's a lot of backlash people are going after the family because they made a GoFundMe. They're like, oh, you're doing a GoFundMe scam. And I'm like, oh gosh, I don't like attacking families, unless we have like good solid information. We're going on speculation here. And well, since the father committed suicide, they're going to use the GoFundMe money to, prep his funeral and all that stuff. And I heard it's probably really expensive to ship his body back to Hawaii. Or I don't know if it's easier to just cremate and then ship back, but I don't know what the procedure for that is. You posted the John O'Keefe forensic. Oh, you did. Okay, cool. Thank you. Because I want to see if there's any injuries on his palms. Because here's what I'm thinking. If you have, there's no injuries on the palm, so maybe there's no injuries. I don't know. Okay, because here's what I'm also thinking. If you're holding a drinking glass, a car backs up into you in such a way where the glass shatters, wouldn't you have glass shatter marks on your hand? I don't think that was mentioned in the autopsy. How the hell did John O'Keefe die? The dog bites, differences with the another. Yes. Yeah, I don't know. I want to see pictures of his palms. I don't know. I mean, I'm not a fucking glass expert, but I've washed dishes before where my dumbass has had glass explode in my hands, and I don't know. It's like it gets sliced everywhere. But I don't know. I heard the lady who reported Mangione missed out on the $50K reward because she called the wrong number. No. Dude, I'm always skeptical about the whole reward thing. I feel like they're always finding ways to not pay people out. I hope they still pay her. Shit, she called it in. You would think there would be glass shards in his palms. Yes. And what I'm trying to remember is, did they find taillight pieces? I think they did, right? They found taillight pieces in his sweater, I think. Lots of weird inconsistencies.
When approximately was this study?
In the 1990s.
Did that study result in any publications?
Yes, 2.
Were those 2 publications peer-reviewed?
Yes.
What does peer review mean?
That means that a group of physicians from the same specialty have read the article, analyzed the methodology, and determined that this was a valid study.
Have you, in addition to that study that was supposed to be peer-reviewed, have you ever edited any publications?
Yes.
Describe the publications that you edited.
I edited a 2-volume publication called Topics of Emergency Medicine, Forensic Emergency Medicine.
And were there any chapters in that regarding human bite wounds?
Yes.
Describe briefly what the chapter was about.
Yes, the chapter was written by Dr. Gerald Vale, who was a pioneer, and one of his colleagues, Dr. Anselmo, who were pioneers in the field of forensic odontology, bite wound analysis.
Now, you mentioned Dr. Gerald Vale. What is his profession or professions?
Okay, he was a dentist and a teaching dentist at the University of Southern California, and an attorney as well.
How was he? Are you aware of his reputation?
Oh yes, even before I got to.
What was his reputation?
Sustain this.
What was his reputation?
No, we're going to move on to a different question. What? Do you remember the title of the publication?
Excuse me.
The title of the publication again?
Yes. It was called Topics of Emergency Medicine, Forensic Emergency Medicine.
Okay. What part of that publication did you edit?
No, this isn't Lolly. This sounds nothing like Lolly. What you mean? Maybe because I have it sped up. But no, this is not Lolly. This is Karen Reed's new defense attorney that was hired. We think he's from New York. We think he's a New York one.
Specifically.
Myself and my co-editor edited the entire publication, every chapter in the publication.
Did that publication discuss human dentition?
Yes, the chapter written by Dr. Vale and colleague did.
Did that publication discuss dog dentition?
Oh, I answered my question. I'm so sorry for interrupting Dr. Marie Russell. Remember how we were talking about whether or not there's like puncture marks inside his sweater? There are. I didn't realize I had this picture. I do see some puncture marks. Can y'all see the puncture marks? There's one right there. Maybe like a micro one right there. Some over here. Oh. I guess the other thing would be to see if whether or not these puncture marks align with maybe a dog, the dog bites. Because the state would probably argue, oh, these puncture marks are from the shattered tail light. Okay, so we do have puncture marks. Okay, where is this though? I don't know where I am on the sweater. I think, am I on the arm side? I think we're on the arm side. Let me see. I think we're on the arm side because the arm side has that big rip right here, right? Yeah, I think we're on the arm side. Okay, there's some puncture marks right there. I see it.
Yes.
And you, of course, since you edited the whole publication, you were editing. Well, let me ask this. Did you edit parts of the publication on human and dog dentition?
Yes.
What did you do as an editor of those chapters?
Well, I read the chapters thoroughly and looked looked for any inconsistencies or any problems with the topics, and then and made some small change recommendations, and then it went on to publication.
Do you know why you were asked to edit that publication?
Yeah, that's the same.
In terms of the publication after editing, was the publication peer reviewed?
Yes.
And were you part of that peer review process?
No, because I was the editor.
Correct. So you were the editor, and then after your editing, it went on for peer review?
Yes.
And then did it sort of pass, so to speak, the peer review?
Yes.
And then it became published?
Yes.
Let's now move on to the topic of publications, seminars, talks, lectures. How many peer-reviewed, well, let me start this way. Have you read any peer-reviewed published articles on dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
Can you describe how many?
Oh, at least 20.
Have you ever attended any seminars regarding wound identification and bite wounds?
Yes.
How many approximately? Or if you can't recall, describe some of the seminars.
I don't know the exact number of seminars. However, I would frequently attend them at the coroner's office, Los Angeles coroner's office, and at the American Academy of Forensic Sciences annual meeting.
And some people have varying reviews about what happens in a seminar. What happened at these seminars that you attended?
These are high.
Man, these would be so cool to attend these seminars. I know they're probably only for professions, not for the curious people, but I think it'd be so cool to attend these seminars. Like if you can attend those the crime scene, forensic seminars, stuff like that. Like, oh, it'd be so cool. Like the new digital stuff that they do.
High level seminars, very intense. And I was one of the few medical physicians that would actually attend the odontology seminars because it was a special interest of mine.
And what were some of the topics at these seminars that were discussed on odontology? Sorry, first let's talk about what is odontology.
I think it's the study of human dentition, or dentition in general, I believe. I don't know.
And so it can be, it's the study of, back to the seminars. Describe what occurred at these seminars.
Yes, at the LA coroner's office, there would be a lecture every year about every year, regarding forensic odontology and bite wounds on humans. At the American Academy of Forensic Science, those were very interesting seminars in which the specific cases were discussed by the board-certified forensic odontologists, and principles of bite marks identification was discussed.
Did those seminars involve the topic of dog-inflicted wounds?
Not primarily.
Was there any discussion of dog-inflicted wounds at those seminars?
At some of the seminars, if dog-inflicted wounds were discussed, it was just in means of distinguishing, a human bite versus a dog bite.
You've mentioned Dr. Vale's name a couple of times. Did you ever work in any capacity with Dr. Vale?
Yes, he was the forensic odontologist for the Los Angeles County Coroner's Medical Examiner's Office.
Did you ever consult with or for him?
Yes.
Describe that.
Well, he had a case where there was it was a dog bite case, and I don't know a lot of the details, but he called me up and wanted to discuss the case and specifically some features of dog bites and treatment. And was he looking for information from you, or was he just reporting to you his views? No, he was looking for information.
And what type of information did you provide generally?
I can't really say.
But it was the topic. Again, the topic was
dog bites.
Yep. Let's now move on to a different topic. Do you have experience providing treatment to individuals involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Many, many hundreds.
Describe the many, many hundreds of experiences you have involving motor vehicle accidents.
Well, it's difficult because there were so many. I worked at a level 1 trauma center, which was right next to some major roads and major freeways. So vehicle accidents were very commonplace. But the victims would range from mildly injured to comatose and dead. A wide range, a lot of injuries, bodily injuries, head injuries.
I guess if I was Hank, I would ask, well, how many of them were from getting rear-ended?
Wide range of injuries. And well, that's pretty much it. I know what I was going to say. Some of those victims were actually hit by a car.
I don't know, but it's like so specific. It's like rear-ended by an SUV. The person was also large. And it was a taillight that hit, though. I don't know.
Just motor vehicle collisions. They were actually struck by a car.
That's what I'm...
Is anyone watching the wedding anniversary murder trial? What is that one about? Oh, it's on day 5? I haven't heard about this case at all. Huh, long crime not popping up on my feed? What's going on here?
Wanted to get to. So before we get to the specific of which you just mentioned, struck by a car, you've described today a variety of your roles from an EMT, police officer, etc. For each one, could you just tell whether or not getting into details, whether or not you observed and treated a human involved in a motor vehicle accident?
As an EMT, yes, I did. As an emergency physician, yes, I did. As a forensic pathologist, no, I didn't treat anybody, but I certainly examined them and took very detailed notes and made some assessments.
So as a forensic pathologist, because I'm assuming, as a forensic pathologist, describe a little bit more about what you mean.
Well, as a forensic, I should clarify a little bit better. As a forensic pathologist in the coroner's office, all of those victims were deceased. However, in my role as a consultant forensic pathologist, I would consult on cases for the courts, for various parties in the courts, on motor vehicle injured patients.
Now let's go to the emergency room. Can you approximate how many patients involved in a motor vehicle accident that you treated?
I can't. There were so many.
Is it in the
hundreds
tens?
or thousands?
I'm sorry, repeat that, please.
I'm sorry, hundreds or to thousands.
And how do you come to that estimate?
I just, again, if on a very conservative way, if I just very conservatively said I worked 1,000 weeks during my career, even if I saw one motor vehicle accident patients per week, I'm at 1,000. But certainly I saw a lot more than that.
Let's move on to the topic of wound patterns. How do you assess the source of wounds, generally?
Well, I look at the skin, and I try to recognize if there is a pattern that I've seen before, a pattern that I am familiar with. And sometimes, in the past, I had to compare a pattern to an object, for instance. But yes, wound recognition and pattern recognition are major interests of mine.
Is wound pattern recognition a topic that is taught in medical school?
In residency, for sure.
And what is taught in residency about wound pattern recognition generally?
Well, in emergency medicine residency, it's taught to recognize patterns and locations of wounds because the physician has to be able to recognize things like child abuse and elder abuse and domestic violence, which oftentimes are associated with specific patterns of injuries.
Is wound pattern recognition considered a standard of care? You used that term earlier today. In the medical profession, in the emergency department? Is that something is wound pattern recognition an area that an emergency room physician is trained in?
Yes.
And how frequently, in your experience as an emergency room physician, do you exercise pattern wound recognition?
Now they're getting to the wound pattern recognition because remember the state was trying to say that she provided no methodology to her findings, and the defense was like, well, actually, the methodology started with pattern recognition. So I think that's why they're getting into it. Sarah with an 8. Hello, is this testimony live? Yes, we're just behind, so sort of not, but yes, we're behind.
I can't tell.
Is it frequent or infrequent?
Oh, frequent.
Why is assessing the source of bite wounds, well, let me go backwards. Is assessing bite wounds important in the practice of medicine in the emergency department?
Is assessing the source of bite wounds?
Is it important?
Yes, it is very.
Why?
Well, because different types of bite wounds are treated differently.
Does the assessment affect the care and treatment that the patient is going to receive?
Yes.
How?
Okay. Well, certain bite wounds are prone to certain infections. So dog wounds are prone to certain infections. Cat wounds, various other animals that inflict wounds cause infections, and the infections can differ from the inflicting animal. Additionally, so there are bacterial infections. There are also viral infections, such as rabies. So, for instance, some types of wounds from some type of animals will require a series of rabies shots because those animals are known to harbor rabies. So it's very important to try to figure out what the source of the wound is so you can determine, does the person just need some antibiotics and a tetanus shot, or do they need a series of rabies shots?
Are there circumstances in which you had to identify the source of wounds without input from the patient?
Yes.
Describe those.
Well, there may be a language barrier, or sometimes with a child will have a bite, but we don't know what bit the child, so yes.
Are there any other circumstances, any other categories?
Fair question. Okay, yeah, because I think a lot of people came in here was like, wait, are you rewatching the trial? Is the trial happening right now? No. So what's going on right now is Dr. Marie Russell, yes, she did testify for the first trial, but she's back again. We're here for a Daubert hearing because the state, they are trying to exclude her testimony for trial number 2. And the defense is showing that, no, she's heavily qualified. That's why they went through all of her qualifications. And then she's going to talk about how she was able to identify her findings for John O'Keefe's injuries. I think that's the issue that was brought up. Like, how did she come to her findings? The state was trying to say that what she put in the report was different than what she said at voir dire and at the testimony. I haven't seen her report yet. Is her report anywhere? Can we see her report? Is that up anywhere? I don't mind reading it.
That you have to determine the source of the wound, say where you might have a legal responsibility to make a judgment on the source of the wound?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
In terms of circumstances where you have to determine the source of the wound, are there any other examples where you've determined the source of the wound, sort of categories of people, certain types of victims that you've seen and had to make an assessment?
Are you talking about bite wounds?
No, just a wound in general.
Well, yeah, so...
Wound pattern is the topic, so
yes.
With regard to wound patterns.
Okay. Well, yes. So it's important for an emergency physician, for instance, to recognize patterns because sometimes the victims themselves will attempt to mislead the doctor. For instance, it's not uncommon for parents, or I should say caretakers, or domestic violence victims to give a different story in the emergency department than the true story of how an injury was sustained. And I'm a mandated reporter. Emergency physicians are mandated reporters, so we have to be on the lookout for certain injury patterns.
Are you familiar with the term posterior surface?
Yes.
And specifically with regard to a limb, upper body limb and arm, what is the posterior surface?
So the posterior surface is the back of the individual. And
hold up your arm and demonstrate what you mean when you say posterior.
But first, let me just explain that the anatomic labels are given to the human body, or have been given in the past to the human body, in reference to what they call the standard anatomical position, which is with a person standing upright and their arms down at their side. So anything in the front is called anterior, anything in the back is called posterior, which means that the posterior of the arm is actually here. Because even though it doesn't look like it might be posterior to somebody, it's actually anatomically the posterior of the arm. So it's this surface right here. And so that's what is meant by the posterior of the arm.
And what I want the anterior picture of the injuries then. The anterior part. I want to see this part. I want to see this part.
And have you observed wounds on the posterior surface of an arm in your career?
Oh, that's highly indicative of defense wounds.
What do you mean it's highly indicative of defense wounds?
Well, we're taught in both emergency medicine and forensic pathology that if there are wounds to that area of the arm, it may be because the person or victim sustaining the injuries was trying to protect themselves. And so they brought the arm up to protect their face, their head, their neck, chest area. So the wounds to this area, the posterior of the arm, are often defensive wounds.
What is your experience with defensive wounds to the posterior location of the arm?
I have a lot of experience with it.
Describe that.
Oh, you know what the state was probably going to say? They're probably going to be like, well, it's possible. Yes, you say it's defense injuries. Could it also be from him defending himself from a vehicle coming at him?
Well, again, in the emergency department.
I don't know. I'm just trying to guess what Mr. Hank Brennan is going to say when he comes up here. Because, he can try to go after her qualifications, but she seems to be heavily qualified.
So many victims, many patients, I should say, that had wounds to that area of the arm. And, of course, in the medical examiner's office, again, so many victims that had wounds to that posterior surface of the arm.
Did you, as part of that examination for the posterior surface of the arm, ever determine the wound was from a stab wound?
Yes.
How many times, roughly?
10, roughly.
Did you ever,
Ouch.
in your career, determine that a posterior wound was sourced by a dog bite or dog claw wound?
Not that I labeled in the medical chart as such.
In your analysis, in your experience in the emergency room and in the jail with canine wounds, did you reach a conclusion with regard to whether a wound on the posterior surface of an arm was a defensive wound as you have defined it today?
In the emergency department, it didn't really matter if an animal bite was on the posterior surface of the arm, because in the emergency department we focused in on treatment. It did matter in cases of, like I said, domestic violence or child abuse because those were assaults. But other than that, the wounds were treated as if they were on the front of the arm. No difference.
How about in the canine dog bite wound experience, did you ever conclude that a wound from a canine bite or any kind of dog bite was a defensive wound?
Yes, some of them were, but again, it didn't matter in terms of the treatment. So, so that determination wasn't really important.
So you made a determination that they were, well, put it this way. Did you make any kind of an assessment, whether it affected treatment or not, that the wound was a defensive wound with regard to a dog bite?
Yes.
Now let's go on to characteristics of dog bites and scratch wounds. Do you know approximately how many dog bite wounds present to the emergency room in the United States on an annual basis?
Yes, it's over 300,000 estimated.
And how do you know that estimate?
From the medical literature.
And is that medical literature you have read and are aware of?
Yes.
Which medical specialty, do you know what I mean by medical specialty?
Yes.
Which medical specialty sees the most dog bite inflicted wounds?
Well, I believe it's the emergency physician because we're the gatekeeper, so to speak.
Makes
Do you
sense.
have a conclusion whether emergency room physicians have more exposure to and familiarity with dog bites than other specialists?
Okay.
Ask it differently.
Thank you. Do ER physicians have more exposure to and familiarity with dog bites than others?
Yeah, sustain for the same reason, but I'll give you a minute to think about how to ask it.
Thank you. Which medical specialty has the most exposure? Well, let me conclude it this way. In terms of the presentation of dog bite wounds in the emergency room, are emergency room physicians trained to recognize and treat dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
Yes, it's a common presentation in the emergency department.
Describe the difference between, well, do you know the difference between a civilian dog bite and a canine dog bite?
I believe I do.
Describe it.
Well, the canine dog bites inflicted by trained canine dogs tend to be quite devastating. Puncture wounds with tearing lacerations, very big wounds causing injury to muscle, connective tissue underneath, even blood vessels at times. They oftentimes require admission to the hospital and extensive intravenous antibiotics. As opposed to the civilian, what I call the civilian dog bites, which typically are just scratches or, I shouldn't say scratches, abrasions or small puncture wounds and require maybe a little bit of irrigation and a tetanus shot and outpatient treatment.
Dr. Russell, you've been gracious and patient with my questions. Do you need a break for any reason, subject to the court's permission?
So I was going to go just a little bit further, if we could, like 15 minutes. But I can't see Dr. Russell from where I am.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Can you go 15 more minutes?
I could.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Let's move on.
I'd be like, I can't. I need to go use the bathroom. I need to get up and stretch. My back's starting to hurt. I would be a terrible expert. Or I'd be a terrible person to testify on the stand. I have too many issues.
To the topic of dental features of dogs. Do you have knowledge of the dental features of dogs?
Yes.
Describe that knowledge.
Well, I have knowledge of the numbers and configuration of the teeth, the shape of the jaw.
And can you describe generally that knowledge?
Generally, yes. So the shape varies depending on the breed, but generally there are 42 teeth in the canine mouth, and a certain number on the top, there's a certain number down below, 20 on top, 22 below.
And does that knowledge source from your medical education training, or does it source from the literature, or both?
Both.
Now let's go to an overview of dog-inflicted injuries. Specifically, can you give an overview of the specific type of dog-inflicted injuries on humans?
Yes, they can range from the very minor, which are abrasions and contusions or bruises, to very large gaping lacerations and amputations and avulsions and just about everything in between.
What do you mean by an avulsion?
An avulsion is where a piece of tissue is actually torn away. By tissue, generally I mean the skin, and it's torn away from where it's supposed to be. But yet, a little part of it may still be intact. So it's not completely amputated, it's just a portion of it is torn away.
Are there ever teeth from a dog that are the cause of those types of injuries you just described?
Yes.
Are the nails of a dog ever the source of the type of injuries you just described?
The nails are sources of abrasions.
Are the claw marks the source of any type of injury from a dog? Are the claw marks of a dog the source of any type of the injuries you just described?
Yes, abrasions.
Let's go to the types of dog bite injuries. Describe the types of dog bite injuries with which you have professional experience.
Well, I have experience with that whole range of injuries and the unfortunate situation of death, too.
So let's discuss the components of that range you just talked about. What types of injuries specifically from a dog do you have experience with regard to the type of dog injury from the dogs in the dog dentition?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, my question is not clear enough for you. Are there words or names that are associated with the type of injury from a dog?
Other than the medical terms like abrasions and contusions, lacerations.
Is there a certain action of dog teeth that occurs that they have a name for the type of injury that they present?
Okay, so one type of injury can be what they call the tear and the puncture and tear and pull injury, where the canine teeth, which are the longest ones, and the dogs have 2 canines on the upper jaw and 2 on the lower. The canine teeth actually puncture the wound, and what happens, and which I haven't described yet, is that generally a person's not standing still while they're getting bitten. They're pulling, the dog is pulling, and what happens is a lot of these wounds are caused, especially the extensive ones, by the relative pulling away of the victim and the dog. Some dogs hold on and pull as well. So this pulling, the puncturing and then pulling will cause these hole and tear lacerations.
Now, you've discussed previously wound pattern recognition. You've used that term. How would you describe the wound pattern characteristics of dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
There are a number of different patterns.
In a spectrum of characteristic, from small to medium to high, what one of those 3 categories would you describe is appropriate for the characteristicness of recognizing a pattern from a dog?
Well, if there is a certain combination of wounds, a certain pattern of wounds, being parallel lines and puncture wounds, etc., if that is present, that combination, that is highly characteristic of a dog-inflicted injury.
So I just want to make sure we understand the type of dog-inflicted wounds that are, as you just called it, highly characteristic of a dog wound. What is the observation that leads you to conclude in certain instances that a wound is highly characteristic of a dog-induced wound?
Well, if I see a combination of punctures or incomplete punctures, as well as parallel abrasions, so striations, scratches would be the civilian word for that, that combination is highly characteristic.
Are you familiar with the term, with regard to dog bites and dog wounds, an incomplete dental impression?
Yes.
What does that term mean?
Well, dogs don't generally bite with their entire mouth when they are biting a human. They bite with the front of their mouth. So you get a partial dental imprint. Additionally, depending on the type of, the amount of force and the grip, so to speak, that the dog gets on the skin, there may or may not be a complete impact of the teeth.
So would it be, so when it's not a complete impact of the teeth, have you observed that incomplete impact of the teeth in wounds to humans from dogs?
Yes.
Describe those observations, including how frequently you've made those observations.
In general, they're more frequent in civilian dog bites because the civilian, well, I can't say why, but anyways, they're more frequent in civilian dog bites, the incompletes. And the pattern is as I just described.
Oh, that's a good point too. I think they'd see German Shepherd bites more than most because cops had to take suspects into the ER if they got the dog bit. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Is your experience greater from your entire career with dog-inflicted wounds from canine bites or from civilian dogs, as you've used that term?
In terms of overall numbers,
You hear that, Shiro? You're a civilian dog. You're just a civilian dog. No civilian dog.
civilians.
He thinks he's a German Shepherd, though. He doesn't know. Shh.
Your Honor, I would be going on to my next topic, and if you would like me to continue, I can, or if Your Honor prefers a break, I can do that as well.
I don't need a break, but I understand if people want a break. But what I want to know is how long, I'm not rushing you, but just to figure out how long we're going on the direct.
My best estimate, Your Honor, is 40 to 45 minutes.
Okay, so you say this is a good place to stop?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, then we'll stop. So
Thank
we'll
you.
take a 20-minute break and be back out here at 11:30.
I agree. Corgi needs to use the bathroom again. I need to use the bathroom. I need to get up and stretch. Okay, they're going to take like a 20-minute break, but I'll be back in 2 minutes. Hershey? Hello, Hershey. Want a snack? Want a snack? Want to see Cher do tricks? Want to do tricks? Oh, look, I ordered him this toy. I didn't realize how big it was. Holy shit, look how big Lammy is. All right, buddy. Come here, buddy. Come here. Can they see you? Maybe they can see you. Let me see. Oh, no. That makes it worse. Okay. Zero. Sit. Right. Spin. Good. Lay down. Bang. Good boy. Oh, there you go. There you go. My Great Dane is a baby. She's afraid of the neighbor's inflatable snowman. I mean, inflatable objects are really sketchy, okay? They only have it at night. She stands out there barking her head up. Intruder! Intruder! I've been struggling with an essay the whole day, but thanks to Lives, I'm almost done with it. Yay! What's your essay about? What are we writing about today? I hate writing essays. Writing is my weakness. I hate writing. I hate it. But now with ChatGPT, it's like, who needs to write when you got ChatGPT? Yeah, I wish if I had time, it'd be really cool to take like a creative writing class or something. That'd be fun. All right. After the break, 20 minutes. I guess we'll watch them leave.
Oh.
Let's watch them leave. Mr. Yanetti's here. Mr. Jackson is here. Miss Little is here. And
you are muted.
Other attorney, are you joining us? Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. There's other attorney. Oh, you can't see. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's okay. You didn't need to see anyways. Other attorney just walks by. And everyone's here. We got the whole gang. The whole gang is here. Did you see that Boone plagiarized a Kinsu Koroi part of her speech? I saw that being posted somewhere. I didn't look into it, though. Who gave Boone access to ChatGPT? All right, that's everyone in the courtroom. Going back into the courtroom.
Did you look at
No.
of assessing and treating?
All right, we're back in. We're back in.
That's okay. I didn't realize when I came in. Do you want to wait for co-counsel? I'm sorry?
I'm ready.
Okay. All right, go right ahead, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back, Dr. Russell. We've mentioned briefly the term differential diagnosis, and you have defined what that term means. In terms of assessing and treating dog-inflicted human wounds, do you invoke differential diagnosis?
Yes.
And could you describe how do you invoke the concept of differential diagnosis with respect to assessing and treating dog-inflicted human wounds?
With any wound that I see, and with any condition that I see in the emergency department, I usually get an impression, what I think it is, but it's important to think of what else it could be. So you don't focus in on your diagnosis right away or your first impression, because sometimes it's not accurate. And so it's very important to have what we call in medicine a differential diagnosis. This is what I think it is, but this is what it could be, and why isn't it this second thing or third thing?
The host would like you to unmute your microphone. You can press star. You are unmuted.
Who's on the line?
No, I think you're all set. All set, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, thank you. Sorry. May I continue?
Yes.
Thank you. How important or unimportant is the application of differential diagnosis with respect to pattern wound recognition regarding dog bites on humans?
It's important in a lot of conditions, including pattern wounds and dog bites, because you need to know, or at least I as a physician need to know what it is. What it is I'm going to be looking, what is it that I'm looking at, and what is it that I'm going to be treating? And I need to make sure that I'm not treating the wrong condition.
Let's now go to the topic of the materials you have considered in this matter. Without stating what it is, have you been able to form an opinion as to the source and nature of the wounds that were inflicted on the decedent?
Yes.
What materials did you consider in forming your opinion?
All right, here we go. Let me get my notes out.
Well, I looked at the appearance of the wounds, and with my training and experience I took that all into consideration. I did do a differential diagnosis on what those wounds could be. You know, could they be caused by an assault? Could they be caused by a motor vehicle? Could it be caused by, self-inflicted? I went through that whole differential before I came to my conclusion.
Did you look at any photographs of the decedent from Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes.
Did you look at the autopsy report of the decedent?
Yes.
Did you look at the grand jury testimony of Dr. Scordi-Bello?
Yes.
Did you look at the trial testimony of Dr. Scordi-Bello?
Yes.
Did you look at autopsy photographs of the decedent?
Yes.
Did you look at...
You guys remember Dr. Scordi-Bello? That was a testimony that we were waiting for. We were waiting for her to testify, and she was the last one who testified for the state. Saved her for last. And you know what? When she testified, it wasn't even like a banger or anything. It was just like, hey, it could be this, it could be that. Here are his injuries. I don't know what really happened. You know, it's like, I don't know. Lolly was really hyping it up by keeping it at last because I was like, okay, he must got something up his sleeve. He must got something up his sleeve. Nope.
Of Dr. Scordi-Bello?
Yes.
Did you look at the trial testimony of Dr. Scordi-Bello?
Yes.
Did you look at autopsy photographs of the decedent?
Yes.
Did you look at the photographs that were taken by the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Yes.
Did those photos include a sweatshirt or what's sometimes referred to a hoodie?
Yes.
And were there photos of that sweatshirt or hoodie that you looked at?
Yes.
Did you look at a letter from Tracy Kennedy with the town of Canton with a report regarding a German Shepherd owned by Brian Albert?
Yes.
Did you look at the photographs of dog bites and a certificate of vaccination for Brian Albert's former German Shepherd dog?
Yes.
Did you look at the forensic DNA testing report by the UC?
Wait, photos of dog bites and vaccinations for the German Shepherd? Wait, photos of dog bites? Would these be photos of the dog bites when the German Shepherd was attacking the other dog? And then two of the owners got involved, I think. I think they were also bit in that process. Are we talking about that? We got that?
Davis Veterinary Genetics Laboratory.
Yes.
Did you look at the UC Davis Veterinary Genetic Laboratory case report?
Yes.
Did you look at a report from a Paul Mikowski, a licensed private investigator, on interviews regarding Brian Albert's German Shepherd dog?
Yes.
Let's see. Private investigator report. I want to see these reports. So the UC Davis, I think they were the one that testified, and that's when they got the, they said that there was no dog DNA from the sample that was sent to them. A report from Paul Mikowski, licensed PI.
On interviews regarding Brian Albert's German Shepherd dog.
Yes.
Do you have an opinion with regard to the nature and source of the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
Those wounds were inflicted by a dog attack.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
That's what I think I remember. I feel like, am I remembering incorrectly? I'm going to have to go back to the trial, but I remember when I could have sworn they had an issue with whether or not she held that reason with a, what's it called? A degree of medical certainty. And I feel like she wavered on that or something. Oh, fuck. I could remember incorrectly, though.
Those wounds were inflicted by a dog attack.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
How did you form that opinion?
Well, I utilized my many years of training experience with wounds in general and dog bites in specific, and went over the materials quite a few times. And with that, and plus read up on some literature that I had read in the past and reread again. And that's how I came to the opinion.
Now to get a little bit more specific, did you invoke your pattern recognition methodology in coming to that opinion?
Objection. You have to ask it differently.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you employ a methodology in coming to that opinion?
Yes.
What was the methodology or one of the methodologies in coming to that opinion?
Well, right away, it was apparent that there was a pattern. So I used my the pattern recognition methodology, plus my many years of training experience to come to this conclusion.
And with regard to the pattern recognition, do you have a level of certainty with regard to the pattern that you have recognized in the decedent's wounds on his right arm?
Yes.
What is that level of certainty or certitude?
Those wounds are highly characteristic of a dog attack.
How frequent, in your experience, do you find in wound care that a wound pattern is highly characteristic of a certain source?
Maybe that's a percentage type question.
Can you answer that question, Doctor?
I'm not sure I even understand it.
So ask it differently.
Thank you.
please.
When you use the phrase highly characteristic, what do you mean by that phrase?
Well, it's very high. If I were to give a percentage,
Please continue.
I would say almost pathognomonic, 90, very high 90s.
Now let's go to differential diagnosis. Did you perform a differential diagnosis in coming to your opinion?
Yes.
What other considerations did you take into account as to possible other causes of the injuries to the right arm of the decedent?
Well, given the pattern, there were certain things that came to mind right away that I had to rule out, and so I ruled out self-inflicted as an etiology. I don't think he self-inflicted those. The pattern was not characteristic of being struck by a motor vehicle. The pattern was not characteristic of those wounds in particular on the arm of being inflicted by another person.
You mentioned motor vehicle accident.
Yes.
And earlier
Get
in your
into the motor vehicle part.
testimony, you spoke to your experience with observing and treating a lot of motor vehicle accidents. Why did you rule out motor vehicle accident as a potential cause of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Because he was found outdoors.
And what other reasons? Was there anything about the nature of what was presented and what you reviewed with regard to his injuries that caused you to rule out motor vehicle accident?
Wait, what?
I think I misunderstood the previous question.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, wait, that doesn't make sense. Okay, all right, you got this.
So
Let me start over
Yes.
because I'm going to take what you said. So let me ask it this way. What caused you to rule out a motor vehicle accident as a cause of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
there were several reasons I ruled it out very quickly. One is that the wounds were not characteristic of anything that I could attribute to a motor vehicle, a certain part of the motor vehicle, the underneath part of the motor vehicle. They were just not characteristic of any particular part of the motor vehicle. Secondly, there were no bruises from the neck down on his body. There was a mark on the hand, which I think I have an explanation for that.
Please.
Which was not a motor vehicle, but I didn't see any bruises or fractures or other blunt injuries that were characteristic of a person being struck by a motor vehicle. And if I could add to that?
Please.
We, at the Coroner's Office Forensic Pathology Program, was specifically trained on how to recognize not only, if someone was struck by a vehicle, but to even recognize further about what types of vehicles would inflict, what types of wounds, and the locations that we should look for on the body for wounds for someone that's struck by a motor vehicle.
Have you ever taught, in all your career that you were discussing earlier today, how to assess whether an injury to a human has been caused by a motor vehicle?
Yes.
Describe how you taught that in your career.
Well, again, it's oftentimes a pattern. So,
Remember how I brought up how whether or not there was like glass shards on the palm of his hand? I think the other theory that the state had was him throwing. Yeah. Okay, now I remember him throwing the drinking glass at her car that would cause the taillight crack, and then she backs up, and then she hits him in a way where the taillight shards like scratches his arm, right? Oh, now I remember. And then it was when we had the FBI testimony that said that if the glass was launched at X speed, at X angle, at the taillight, I think that's when they said the taillight wouldn't have broken. Right? Okay, I'm sorry. I had it mixed up earlier. Can I go back in time and just... Okay, yeah, that's... Okay, I think I had it mixed up. Yes, it's all coming to me now. All the information's coming in.
for instance, a wound on a certain part of the leg, certain number of inches up from the foot of the leg, could be the result of a bumper, for instance. So we were taught to look for certain patterns and locations of injuries. Also, injury from...
SKR, we watched their content because they uploaded a lot of the interviews. I think with Sarah Boone and I think with the Adelson stuff as well. Aidison/Dead Markel stuff. I think they uploaded interviews.
Glass, has a certain pattern, automobile glass. And road rash has another pattern, so.
What are the features of glass from your experience with regard to motor vehicle accidents regarding injuries to humans?
Well, they often cause what we call dicing injuries, which are another pattern of injuries and lacerations.
Have you made that diagnosis that you just described as an emergency room physician?
Yes.
Have you made that diagnosis as a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
Describe how you've made that diagnosis as a forensic pathologist with a post-mortem individual.
Well, again, it's pattern recognition.
What's going on back there?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you need a question?
No, it's pattern recognition.
And can you give an approximation of how many years of experience you have had with that pattern recognition that you just described?
At least 30.
And how often in the 30 years, by year estimate, have you made that assessment?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe once every year or two.
So would it be correct 30 to 60 times? Let me
No.
rephrase it. How many times would you, based upon what you just said, estimate that you've made that assessment?
At least 15 times.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with exhibit?
Sure, just show counsel what you're doing.
Counsel has. And can you give an approximation of how many years of experience you have had with that pattern recognition that you just described?
At least 30.
And how often in the 30 years, by year estimate, have you made that assessment?
Wait, at least 30, like from the dog bites? Sorry.
As a forensic pathologist.
Yes.
Describe how you've made that diagnosis as a forensic pathologist with a post-mortem individual.
Well, again, it's pattern recognition.
Okay, so we have the interruption.
One moment, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you need the question?
No,
Please.
Aaron, I feel you. Oh, Aaron says, hey, there's a more interesting. I don't know if I can take more Karen Reed. It's interesting to me because we have a new prosecuting special attorney, and we're going to have new experts that they're going to hire. So that's why I'm sucked into this case again. Because before I was like, yeah, I'm not covering the second trial. Fuck that. But I got sucked in again because we have a new special prosecutor, and we'll have some new experts. Now, right now, the reason why you see Dr. Marie Russell on the stand is because the state wants to exclude her testimony for trial number 2. The court is determining whether or not they are going to do that. The defense is saying, no, she's highly qualified, and here's her methodology for coming up with her conclusions about John O'Keefe's injuries on the arm, and that's where we're at. I'm trying to pull up the... I don't know if I'm just having memory issues, because I could have sworn that we had public access to Karen Reed's court docs. But now that I'm on the page, there's no hyperlink to open these docs. Unless, am I missing something? Am I going crazy? I could have sworn we were able to open these docs. Were we not able to? Do I have to email them and pay? Oh, God.
It's pattern recognition.
And can you give an approximation of how many years of experience?
I agree with you, Rain. Yep, it's very headache-inducing. Why am I covering it? Oh, it's a curiosity. The curiosity just gets the best of me. And I think a lot of people feel the same way as you guys too, because this is a case that I cover that I don't think my channel really gives a fuck about. So this is like all like a me thing, you know. But that's the reason why I'm not going to do like shorter version videos of the stream, since you guys don't really care about it. But it's just for me. But yeah, does anyone know? Am I just tripping? Because I could have sworn that we were able to click on these freaking files and read them. I could have sworn we were able to. Maybe we were not able to.
What you have in your writings.
Oh, wait, this is old. Sorry. Okay.
You have had with that pattern recognition that you just described?
At least 30.
And how often in the 30 years, by year estimate, have you made that assessment?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe once every year or two.
So would it be correct 30 to 60 times? Let me
No.
rephrase it. How many times would you, based upon what you just said, estimate that you've made that assessment?
At least 15 times.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with the exhibit?
Sure, just show counsel what you're showing.
Counsel
Wait.
has all the
Just tell him
exhibits. If
what
I could just tell Mr.
Yes, you
Brennan.
can approach it. Just show it out as you walk up.
At least 15 times.
Yes.
I don't know if that was I don't know if that was a question that they wanted to ask her. 15 times seems, 15 times is better than nothing, right? But still 15 times, it's like, I don't know, that's enough. I think the defense should have skipped that answer.
Yes, thank you.
That
Dr.
question.
Russell, I have just handed you what is marked as Exhibit 2 in evidence. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
I've seen it many times. It was a part of the records that were provided to me, the photos.
Is that true and accurate?
This, yes.
Oh, okay.
Of what I've seen, yes.
So what I'd like to do is, Your Honor, may I publish that exhibit?
Yes, is it ready to come up, Ms. Gilman? Or they're going to do it? Okay, sure.
No, I don't want to. I want Philippines.
All right, so okay.
I just want to make sure we have Mr. Brennan.
Yeah, the numbers seem to be different. So, Diane, I'm going to
That's
need
it.
from you the list of... So what is this?
Can I have a moment, Your Honor, to make sure and I'll get it right?
Okay.
And
Are 4 and 2 the same?
no, very different, Your Honor. And if I could I approach the slide, please, Your Honor, to get this?
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Brennan?
Oh, we got the fuzzies. Sorry, give me a second.
Go to.
Okay.
And
Sorry, I need to get a new Karen Reed thumbnail. I don't have her thumbnail from today, so got the thumbnail. She's moving her head a lot. Stop moving your head, Karen. I'm trying to get a thumbnail.
Look at...
Dr. Russell, do you recognize what is now depicted on the TV screen, which is marked as Exhibit 5?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
because I see a very distinct pattern of wounds.
And have you reviewed this exact photograph before?
Yes,
You have mentioned the various types before of characteristics you called highly characteristics of a dog wound and dog-inflicted wound. What I would like you to do, please, do you have a pointer?
I do.
Can you please test to make sure it works?
Okay. It works.
What I'd like you to do in your own words and with the court's permission, I would like you to use the pointer and go through with whatever method you believe is appropriate to describe each of those wounds and how you assess them.
Okay. Well, we will go from the shoulder area down to make it easy.
Okay.
So, first of all, the overall impression is there's numerous abrasions and that they have a pattern to them. One can see that many of them are parallel in nature.
Can you use the pointer? I'm not.
Yes,
maybe,
so-
yeah, I wasn't seeing it. Thank you.
Okay, so for instance, the set of wounds closest to the shoulder up here.
But I guess I would imagine if they were parallel like this, because I was thinking okay, well maybe they're parallel because the tail light hit him in one direction. But remember how we drew it up and I felt like the lines didn't really line up if his arm was curved in a way where he was holding the cup. But let's say that they're parallel like this. I was like, okay, well, if it's a dog bite, I would imagine them being maybe yanked down. Because John O'Keefe is kind of tall, right? I know Chloe, German Shepherd, big dog. But I would imagine it to be yanked down. But now I'm thinking about it. What if he got attacked by a dog while he was laying down? Then maybe that could explain why it's all going this way. right? Maybe he was laying down or like on his back or something, and then it was all being yanked this way, or if he was like in a sitting position, right? Ugh.
And these, by the way, are all.
I feel like I need to make a spreadsheet. I need to make a spreadsheet to keep track of like, okay, here is the state side and here is the defense's side. Here is what supports the state and here is what supports the defense. There's just too many little details like this.
All on the posterior surface of the arm. Posterior, and maybe this part is a little bit towards the medial, the lateral portion of the arm. But they all have so they're parallel. They're linear, meaning they look like a line, or they're not round. Or these are at least are not round, and so these. Do you want me my interpretation, or do you want me to just describe?
To stick with those, and what I'd like you to do is you've described them. You said linear, etc. Have you completed your description of them before you get to how you reached a conclusion as to the source of that area you just did a circle around? Have you completed your description of them?
Yes, I've completed my description. How I came to the conclusion involves all of them.
Okay, so now let's then move, before you get to a conclusion, let's move to, in whatever manner you would like, the next wounds and how you assessed those.
Okay. So, and by the way, on this first set, there's a very, very faint linear abrasion between these two prominent linear abrasions. Okay. Proceeding down the arm towards the elbow, we have another set of wounds, which consist of parallel abrasions. This time it looks like there's two in the more anterior portion of that lateral aspect of the arm, and then another linear abrasion down below here, as well as a superficial punctate or round tiny lesion below it.
What do you mean by punctate?
Punctate, I mean small and round. And there may be another punctate lesion right there. So that's this.
Can we pan the camera at the injury? Like what are we doing here? She's got a pointer. Go back to the injuries. What are we looking at?
Group. Proceeding down the arm, there is this irregular group here of multiple 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 linear abrasions at least.
Hey, Dino.
And then 2, possibly 3 punctate wounds below them. And this is right over the elbow area. And there might, yes.
Dr. you mentioned irregular with regard to some of those wounds. Why do you describe them as irregular? And is there any significance to them being irregular? Don't go to your conclusion yet. Just you use the term irregular, and I want to make sure the record's clear what you mean by that.
Okay. Well, so a few of these individual wounds have some linear or line-like component, but then as you proceed further down the arm and just below the elbow, there's a couple of wounds here that do not look like a line. So that's what I meant by irregular. So that's this pattern here.
Are we not looking? We're still looking at the arm, right? Why can't they show the arm?
In total, around the elbow. Then further down the arm, there's 2 punctate wounds again. Right here.
Go slow and say this is punctate wound number 1, this is punctate wound number 2 with circling the list.
Okay, here's one. Punctate wound number 1. And here is number 2.
Why is each of those a punctate wound? Because they look to have a slightly different shape.
Oh, very good question. Because there was movement. there was movement of the either the dog or the the inflicting teeth, either the dog or the victim. There was movement. Okay. Then there is this group, which are again irregular, because I'm calling them irregular because they're not shaped like a line. And it appears that there's also some what we call movement artifact on those.
When you mention irregular, does that mean it's uncharacteristic or characteristic of a dog inflicting?
Oh, it's hard to hear him. He's not speaking to a microphone. Sorry.
It means neither of those.
Good, thank you.
Okay. And then finally, the furthest down the arm is this grouping of linear, I'm going to call them linear because they're line-like, but so linear abrasions, which appear to have a somewhat semicircular appearance, a configuration. And
oh my gosh, Jan, I had an issue with Twitch earlier. I couldn't even update my stream information. I couldn't update my stream title. I couldn't update the notification. So I don't know if it's just fucked up today. Oh, did they change the layout? Yeah, I had to open Mozilla and then update my stream information. I don't know. Is my title even updated anymore? It's updated, right? I hope. I wasn't able to do it earlier. Everything was all jacked up. What's up, Jan? How are you doing today? How's it going?
And the direction is slightly different. The angle of these linear lacerations are just ever so slightly different than the ones above the elbow.
Is there a medical term that is used to describe the location of those wounds that you just spoke about?
So they're on the posterior forearm.
And is there a medical term for the forearm location down here? Or is it just, you just refer to it as location? No special location?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so please continue.
So those are the wounds of the arm, which is above the elbow, and the forearm, which is below the elbow.
Can you now proceed with regard to each of those wounds or categories of wounds to describe what aspect of dog dentition caused those wounds?
I believe that the ones closest to the shoulder, the two large linear wounds, were caused by the canine teeth, the upper canine teeth of the dog.
What are upper canine teeth of the dog?
Well, the canine teeth are the ones that seem to be most prominent when you look at a dog's mouth. They're triangular, the sort of triangular shape. We humans also have canine teeth.
Okay.
But they are the teeth that, for the most part, grab onto an object.
Please proceed to the rest in
Okay.
terms of describing the dog dentition with regard to each wound.
I'm not sure exactly what teeth made these. They could, one of them could, one set of these could be canine, one part of this, and then an adjacent incisor tooth, but I'm not sure on the second set. So this is the set that's just above the elbow. However, what is interesting and certain is that there's an upper set and a lower set. So this mark was an upper tooth, this is a lower tooth.
So even though you may not be able to identify the specific aspect of the dog dentition, you're able to identify that it is from some aspect of the dog dentition. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Please proceed.
This one this is the most complicated one, because I believe that this set here I believe that those linear wounds and the irregular wounds are from upper teeth, and the punctate wounds are punctures or incomplete punctures from lower teeth. And the reason this whole configuration looks irregular is because the elbow may have been in a different position than it is in this photograph.
What do you mean by a different position? Describe it using your own forearm. For the court's permission.
Okay.
Well, the elbow was,
Sorry, Your Honor, this is for the court. Can you see it here, or would you prefer she stands up?
It's better if you stand.
oh,
Okay. Wait, you know what? I'll come to you. You stay. Go ahead. Okay. So
Yeah, I would like you to describe what you just meant of the location you believe the decedent's arm was in when those wounds were suffered. Please stand up. Thank you.
hold on.
So in this picture, the elbow is, for the most part, somewhat extended. It's not bent as much as it could be, and it is not bent as it was likely as he was protecting himself from the wounds.
So you're saying, just so we understand,
I'm going to strike that. Just describe the placement of the arm.
Okay. Well, so the elbow bends, as we all know. And so the skin of the elbow is in a different location depending on whether the elbow is bent or not. So anything that's inflicted will depend on the position that the elbow was in when it was inflicted. I hope that clarified.
Okay.
Yeah, please proceed.
Okay. So this is one set, the ones around the elbow. Then there is, going a little further down the arm, there is another set of wounds. The two punctate and punctate
Hey, Morden. How's it going? How are you doing today?
and irregular wounds halfway down the forearm.
I'm sorry, you may sit.
The AI determined that lack of bruising around the marks makes it difficult to have been hit by a SUV. The AI? Wait, what were we talking about? Did I miss some conversation? Oh, someone on Reddit had AI analyze John's arm, and AI says looks like dog bites.
Down if it's more.
Hold on. Wait till you change.
Thank you, Your
Oh,
Honor.
yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then finally, there's this area down here, which is the closest to the wrist. And there are at least 3 or 4 parallel abrasions there. And it looks like a punctate wound down here. These, I believe, were inflicted by the front of the arch of the dog.
Have you completed your articulation of the assessment of each of the wounds on the arm?
I think so.
In some of your answers, you said irregular, could be. If you use those terms, are you still nonetheless able to conclude whether there is a patterned wound here?
Yes. So the individual marks are characteristic of, possibly more than one cause. However, the combination of the overall series of patterns is highly characteristic of a dog inflicted.
So are you saying that one specific wound could be indicative of a dog-inflicted wound, but the whole pattern itself is how you reach the conclusion?
Yes.
Sustained.
Describe how you conclude. Well, let me go walk backwards. What do you conclude from the pattern of all of these wounds collectively?
These were inflicted by a dog, and this was a dog attack.
And why do you say it was a dog attack?
Because there are multiple bites here.
Do you observe any claw marks with regard to the injuries?
It's possible that this set immediately above the elbow could be claw marks. However, I don't think so on further examination because I see some punctate lesions which suggest that those are also teeth.
In forming the opinions and conclusions you just testified to as to the nature and source of this pattern of wounds, did you apply any techniques or analysis that you would use as an emergency room physician?
Yes.
Describe how.
Again, I looked at the wounds and I looked to determine if there's anything else that could inflict that pattern of wounds that were inflicted around the same time. And there is nothing else that I am aware of that could do that.
How did you, did you determine that those wounds occurred approximately the same time, each of those wounds?
Yes.
How did you determine that?
By the appearance of the wounds, the color, yes.
Anything else about the
Color,
appearance?
the fact that there's no healing, yes.
In conducting your differential diagnosis, how did you rule out a motor vehicle accident as a cause of those injuries?
Again, I did not recognize the pattern as being inflicted by any particular part of a motor vehicle. The motor vehicle accident would have caused injuries to other parts of the body, such as the chest and the other parts. There would be bruises. Motor vehicle accidents cause bruises, fractures sometimes. There were no other injuries like that.
Did you reach any opinion or conclusion as to when these injuries were suffered, meaning pre-mortem or post-mortem?
They're pre-mortem wounds.
How did you determine these wounds were pre-mortem wounds, and specify what you mean by pre-mortem?
So pre-mortem means before death. They occurred before death. And the reason I can tell that they're pre-mortem wounds is because they have what we call a vital reaction. Post-mortem wounds, so vital reaction means that there was life in the body at the time that these wounds were inflicted. And a post-mortem wounds look very different because there is no blood flow that occurs post-mortem, so they don't get the vital reaction.
Is it an accepted methodology in the practice of medicine to observe a post-mortem photograph of wounds in reaching a conclusion as to the source and nature of the wounds?
Yes.
And why is that an accepted practice?
Well, first of all, it's realistic. The wounds appear the same in this case and in many cases. And then the other thing is because autopsy is a finite period of time, 1 or 2 hour period of time on a certain day, and other physicians can't always be at the autopsy.
So is it common or uncommon for forensic pathologists to use photography to determine the source and nature of a wound such as this?
Common.
How common?
Very common.
This may seem like an obvious question, but did you use photographs in forming your opinion?
Yes.
Did you use any ante-mortem photographs of the decedent's right arm in forming your opinion?
No.
Did you observe any hospital records or photographs of the decedent ante-mortem?
Ante-mortem?
Yes.
I don't believe so. I believe they were all post-mortem. They're right after the resuscitation attempt.
Is it an accepted practice in the emergency room medical community to also use photographs in assessing the nature and source of wounds?
Well, usually the emergency physician's right there.
But in terms of your, understood, and is that the best way to assess it?
Yes.
But is it an acceptable way to look at a photograph to assess the source and nature of wounds?
Yes.
And do you remember the COVID world we all lived under?
Yes.
In the COVID world that we all lived under, did physicians sort of accelerate or increase their use of photos in diagnosis, or did they decrease their use of photographs?
I cannot comment.
Let's go to let's go to these wounds. Did you make an assessment as to whether these wounds would have changed at any time from when they were incurred to when that photograph was taken?
Well, I certainly took that into account, and I decided that basically the answer is no, they wouldn't have changed because the decedent was found in a very cold condition, which was 80.1 degrees when taken, and even at the autopsy, the medical examiner commented in the report that the body was cold to touch, and cold delays postmortem change, so there was really no significant postmortem change of the skin.
Your Honor, may I approach Ms. Gilman for the next photo to make sure we do this efficiently with Mr. Brennan?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're still in the same photo. I don't know why we didn't have the camera on the arm while she was going through the laser point and explaining all the injuries and stuff like that. I guess I could have had the picture up on my stream and then guess which injury she was talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
Please take it down for just
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, did you...
You know what? Actually, take it down for just a minute.
Oh, that's right. Yes, I'm sorry.
Take it down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. I'll see counsel.
We at the sidebar.
allow it published during the trial. Jurors is one thing, but also the dignity to Mr. O'Keefe. So you can look at the photo. It's unfortunate that it was put up and published. So you will have it in front of you, okay?
I'll have what?
You'll have it in front of you, just not up on the screen.
Okay.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Exhibits down on your lap. Don't even put them up on the top.
I think they're in a good spot. Yes, they're in a good spot. They're not on her lap, but they're not visible to everyone.
That's what I wanted to make sure. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize Exhibits 3 and 4?
Yes.
Are you able to determine whether Exhibits 3 and 4 are antemortem or postmortem?
They're postmortem.
I think it was like in reference to a different picture, not the arm one. The arm one they showed in the first trial. I think the first trial we saw the arm. Did they not want to show the arm?
Is there any way for you to determine by the nature of the linens in that photo whether they're antemortem or postmortem?
By the nature of what?
The linens under.
Oh, the linens?
The clothes?
Well, not definitively.
Okay. So are the wounds depicted in Exhibits 3 and 4 the same or substantially the same as the exhibit we were publishing?
The same.
Yes.
I am now on.
Okay. I have it as 4, but that's okay. Okay, so I need that list. Do you have the list of the exhibits? Sure, come on over.
What if there were lip readers? Like, that's I don't understand what they're saying. Mm-hmm. It's the court fuzzies.
All right, go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, in coming to your opinion, did you examine an autopsy report?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And I am approaching with Exhibit 3,
Okay.
the autopsy report of autopsy.
Tinfoil hats for the channel. You guys watch have you guys watched Signs recently? Oh my god, I rewatched it. I don't know. I didn't like it when I watched it as when I was younger, but I rewatched it again. I was like, it's pretty good. I enjoyed it.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize Exhibit 3?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a report of autopsy on Mr. John O'Keefe, medical examiner number 2022-1697.
Did you consider that medical examiner's analysis in Exhibit 3 informing your opinion?
Yes.
And how did you consider Exhibit 3 informing your opinion?
Well, there was a description of the abrasions of the arm and arm.
I'm sorry, which forearm and arm?
I'm sorry, right. Right forearm and arm.
I was trying to look for a picture for the thumbnail for today, and I came across this very unfortunate picture that someone took of Jen McCabe. Oh boy.
And what about the autopsy report did you consider in that analysis of that part of the autopsy report?
Dr. Scorbelli description of the wounds.
And what was Dr. Scorbelli's description of the wounds? And feel free to read from the autopsy report.
Okay. Do you want me to read the descriptions?
Whatever it is you considered with regard to the injuries to the right arm of the deceased.
Well, she described what basically I just described, although she had some measurements.
Your Honor, may we republish the correct photo that we had up on the screen so the doctor can
Yes.
refer to it in.
Yes. Yes, Ms. Gilman's doing it, I believe.
Ms. Gilman, are you all set with what you, thank you, and thank you for putting that back up on the screen. May I proceed, Your Honor? Dr. Russell, in
No,
reading
Willie.
from the autopsy report, can you read it and then determine whether there's any relation to what is being discussed in the autopsy report to what is in that photo?
Well, the doctor
I think he was asking her what she based her opinion on reference to the medical exam report, not to compare it by reading. So I have an objection to simply reading through it and trying to interpret what the ME thought.
So rephrase.
We have an objection from Mr. Hank. I can't really understand, but there's subtitles.
Your question.
Sure, thank you. Please read from the autopsy report the relevant portions related to Dr. Scorbelli's analysis of the right arm.
Again, I object not to the ME's opinion, it's whether she relied on the information and how so.
I'll repeat. Did you rely upon what is in the autopsy report to support your opinion as to the nature and source of the wounds in the right arm?
Yes.
What did you rely upon in that report to support your opinion with regard to the nature and source of the wounds?
The description of the wounds at autopsy.
And what is that description that you relied upon?
It says here multiple abrasions from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters.
What page are you on, Doctor?
I'm sorry, page 3.
Okay.
Under the area that says injuries.
Okay.
And then in the subsection that says extremities. It's the second bullet point there.
Okay.
Multiple abrasions from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters on the posterior right arm and forearm.
Roughly how many autopsy reports have you authored in your career?
Authored?
Yes.
Over 500.
How many autopsy reports that you have not written have you written?
At least 100.
What conclusions do you reach from that description that you just read with regard to whether that is a description or not of a pattern in the report?
Yeah.
So you ask it a little bit differently.
Dr. Russell, what do you conclude from reading that section of the autopsy report with regard to the nature of the wounds, the total wounds depicted on what's up on the screen?
Well, it substantiated my observation based on the pictures.
What is the observation first, and then second, how did it substantiate your observation?
I'm not sure I'm understanding the question.
Did you, make sure I understood your answer, did you state that that section of the report substantiated your conclusions as to the nature and source of the injuries?
It substantiated my observations.
And, okay, what observations did it substantiate?
Well, there are, as the doctor wrote, multiple abrasions and in a certain measure between 2 and 3 millimeters up to 7 centimeters on the posterior right arm and forearm. That's exactly what I see there.
So, is it your judgment that Dr. Scorbelli made the same observations of these wounds as you did?
Multiple objections.
Yeah, the objection is sustained.
With regard to well, we've covered what we needed to cover with regard to that aspect of the autopsy report. Was there anything else in the autopsy report that spoke to the nature or source of those wounds?
Not that comes to mind.
So, did the medical examiner, Dr. Scorbelli, in that report reach any conclusions about the nature and source of the wounds that are depicted on Exhibit 5?
Not in this report.
So, not in that report. Now we're going to now move on to the next topic. Did you consider DNA evidence in this case?
Yes.
How, if at all, did the DNA...
I mean, honestly, Dr. Scorbelli, yeah, I remember, okay, we got the notes for Dr. Scorbelli. She talked about the injuries that he had He had injuries to his head as well. Talk about the injuries on his arm. For the death certificate, for the cause of death, she wrote blunt impact injuries, hypothermia. However, for manner of death, she was unable to rule that as homicide. She said, could not be determined. She doesn't know the circumstances of how he sustained the injuries, accidental or not.
Well, what DNA evidence did you consider in this case pertinent to the injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
I considered the reports from the UC, University of California, at Davis lab regarding the DNA evidence.
What training and experience do you have with regard to DNA evidence?
Not very much.
With regard to describe what your DNA experience is.
Well, I'm aware that you have to maintain continuity of evidence. So you have to sample the appropriate area. And then you have to maintain continuity of evidence until that evidence gets to the laboratory for analysis.
How do you have experience, training, or knowledge with regard to the topics you just testified to?
Well, several ways. One was that I took a course when I was a police officer in crime scene investigation, and that was stressed, continuity of evidence. Secondly, I was sent to a course as the rape officer, the rape investigator, I should say, in the Malden Police Department. I was sent to a course in Brockton.
That's probably a better way to classify it. I was like, wait, what did she say now?
Entitled Rape Investigation, and they stressed continuity of evidence that was obtained from victims. And then finally, of course, as a emergency doctor and forensic pathologist, I received additional training.
How, if at all, let me ask you, did you review the UC Davis Veterinary Genetics DNA report in coming to your opinions and conclusions with regard to the wounds on the decedent's right arm?
I did.
And what conclusions did you reach?
The same conclusion.
And what is that?
That those injuries were inflicted by a dog.
Are you aware of the results of the DNA testing of the UC Davis facility?
Yes.
What are you aware of?
I'm aware that DNA was not found.
Mm-hmm.
And
excuse me.
Good. Okay, good. We're getting here because that's the part where I was having trouble with her testimony. I mean, we had a great testimony coming from her, and then I don't know if it was before or after where we heard about the DNA not being found. Was it before? I think it was before.
Let me clarify that. I'm aware that dog DNA was not found.
And does that conclusion?
That's good. The defense is getting ahead of it because I figured, Hank Brennan was going to ask her, like, hey, does your opinion change now that we know that there's no dog DNA found? Does that change your opinion at all?
In your opinion, determine whether or not those wounds were caused by a dog.
No.
Why?
Because I don't know anything about how the specimen was sampled. First of all, none of the samplings came from the arm of Mr. O'Keefe itself.
What do you mean by sampling?
The samples, the swabs that were performed and sent to the laboratory, none of them came from the arm of the decedent.
Wait, is that true? I thought it came from the arm and it came from the clothes. Okay, let me look up the trial one. Oh boy.
Secondly, I don't know anything about how the samples were actually obtained.
Oh, okay. I think I remember now. Yes, because the dog attack theory was not a theory at that time. The dog attack theory came afterwards, and by that point, it was already too late to swab John's arm. So all they had were the clothes. Okay, that makes sense. That's why they didn't get the arm.
From the evidence and what the state of the evidence was, if they actually sampled the correct area. I don't know if there was any continuity of evidence. And then finally, any test can have a false negative result. So the absence of canine DNA does not mean that the canine DNA did not exist. It just means that they didn't capture.
Is it possible for the defense to do their own swab of the sweater and then see if they find dog DNA? Could they do it if they wanted to? Could they hire their own expert to do that?
Collection, did the autopsy report of the medical examiner?
I mean, they don't have to, right? They don't have to. It's the burden's on the state, but could they also do that if they wanted to?
Dr. Scordi-Bello reach any conclusions with regard to dog DNA evidence?
The autopsy report, no.
Is there any mention whatsoever in the autopsy report about dog DNA testing for analysis?
No.
Do you have any information that the medical examiner assessed dog DNA at all in the autopsy report?
I didn't see anything like that.
Your Honor, may I approach Mr. Brennan? Yes.
Yes.
I don't see why they couldn't just swab John's arms. I don't know what happened to John. I don't know if he's been what's it called again when they burn your body? Hello, Corgi? Cremation. I don't know if he was cremated, or I don't know if he is buried like 6 feet under, and to dig him back up would have been too intrusive. They wanted to do that, or if DNA is still there. I don't know if DNA degrades by that point. I don't know what happened to John's body. I don't see why they couldn't get the sweater, right? Maybe they don't want to. And again, I mean, the burden isn't on them, right? They are presenting a theory for the jury. Maybe they'll just leave it at that.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would like to start with publication, and I'm going to have several exhibits that I would request your permission to publish, and I would appreciate starting with the Commonwealth's Exhibit 8. And I want to make sure Your Honor is aligned with the exhibit book with the numbering, and I'll do that in any manner. If you want me to put 8 up, or you want me to come sidebar and show you what we have?
If these are all in order from the Commonwealth's photos, go ahead and put it up. And if you do know the number, let me know.
Number 8?
Okay.
And I believe Mr. Brennan and I are aligned on the numbering. This is what is 8.
All right. Okay.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you recognize Exhibit 8 on the TV screen?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
because I've seen it before.
And have you seen it before in your assessment of the nature and cause of the deceit?
No.
Well, how have you assessed Exhibit 8 before today?
Before today,
Have you assessed Exhibit 8 at all?
I've seen that picture.
Do you have an assessment as to what you observe in Exhibit 8? Do you have an observation about Exhibit 8?
Yes,
What is your observation?
Thanks, lady.
they appear to be blue jeans. They appear to have certain stains labeled with a small ruler, and I don't know the nature of the stains.
Is there anything with regard to Exhibit 8 that you believe is pertinent to assessing whether or not any injury from Mr. O'Keefe was sourced from a dog attack?
I can't tell.
Can we go to Exhibit 9, please? And if we could just, I'm sorry, Ms. Gaynor, if we go back to 8. Is there anything in the autopsy report of the medical examiner of the Commonwealth that speaks to Exhibit 8 in terms of the assessment that the medical examiner made in the autopsy report?
I don't recall seeing anything in the autopsy report regarding that, but if you can direct me to a certain area.
Oh,
I can
that's
look at it.
that's fine.
Okay.
So, thank you, Mr. Gaynor. We could go to Exhibit 9 with the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize Exhibit 9?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Well, I've seen that image many times.
And what is that image?
Well, it appears to be a hoodie, sweatshirt, a hoodie-style sweatshirt. It's got multiple dark stains on the sweatshirt. There appears to be a large tear through the middle of it, which I believe was probably caused in the emergency room. That's
Why do you believe it was probably caused in the emergency room?
All right, bathroom break. Get up and stretch. I ran out of water. Should I go get some more water? Oh, I guess I should. Get some more water. Hi, Shiro. If they had several test spots from the sweater and jacket and still did not find dog DNA, Def wouldn't have to disclose that to the prosecution, right? Yes, I believe they would have to. I know the prosecution would have to tell them either way, but I don't think the defense would. No, I think it works both ways. If prosecution Canoni, well, if Judge Canoni grants the prosecution wishes after all this, we all know that she's definitely full of baloney. You know, this is like one of those things that I never really think about. What is bologna? Is bologna just highly processed ham? What is bologna? I feel like I had not had bologna in so long. This doctor's much better than any expert the state put forward. No wonder Bev once said it. I'm trying to remember who was the best expert for the state. We had like paramedics. Did the state have any good experts that I was like, hey, they were pretty good? Really? Italian.
Because I've made those kinds of cuts in clothing before having to get access to a patient.
Right. So what is the purpose of making a cut like that on a piece of clothing, given your understanding of the nature of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
He was in a very emergent situation, and they needed to get access to his body right away. So that's why they didn't have time to undress him. They just did the fastest thing, which is cut the clothing.
Do you have any other observations with regard to Exhibit 9 pertinent to your analysis?
Yes. There are multiple areas, particularly in the right sleeve.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Your Honor, may she use the laser pointer?
Yes.
Thank you.
There are multiple areas, particularly in the right sleeve.
I don't think your laser has yet hit. There we go.
They are labeled with triangular white signs, which are pointing to individual holes in the sleeve. And there were 11 of them that I saw on the sleeve, and there are 2 others on the chest area.
Have you, in your experience, assessed changes to clothing in determining the nature and source of those types of changes to clothing?
Yes. So
how?
Clothing is important sometimes to determine more information about how a wound was inflicted. So, for instance, it's used in determining gunshot wound, entry, exit, direction, etc. I've used it in stab wound cases where, again, determining where the stab wounds were and if they were offensive or defensive type wounds. So, yes, and in this case, they have significance.
And what is the significance in this case?
Well, these wounds are primarily on the right arm, which corresponds to the injuries that were on the decedent, the right arm. And furthermore, most of those wounds, when you enlarge that photograph, are small puncture wounds, very small. And what's interesting about them, to me, is that in many of those wounds, the clothing fibers are actually headed out of the wound.
And what significance, if any, is it to you that the direction of the fibers are coming, as you described it, outside?
Well, it's very significant because, in training, we learned that we had to look at direction, for instance, of tissue and fibers to determine if a gunshot wound was an entry or an exit. Now, gunshot wounds, they only do one of those 2 things through the same.
If you knew what was in bologna and hot dogs, you would eat it. I don't eat bologna. Hot dogs, I only eat hot dogs if it's the Costco $1 hot dogs. But yeah, I don't eat hot dogs. I don't eat bologna. I don't. I do love hot dogs though, but I try to stay away.
Same hole. They either enter or exit. But in this case, we have fibers exiting the wound, which means that the offending object exited the wound. So the teeth exited the wound.
Objection.
Wait, how can you tell that the fibers were exiting out of the wound though? Is it like the way that it's angled or positioned out of the wound? How does she know?
Sustained.
Or maybe the fibers aren't like as deep into the wounds and they're more on like the superficial side?
You mentioned the word offending object. How did you, without stating what it is, did you eventually determine what was the, as you call it, offending object? You mean offending object what caused this change to the clothing? Is that what you mean when you say offending object?
Yes.
Okay. How did you assess what was the offending object that caused the change to the clothing as depicted in that right arm of the hoodie?
Maybe get to the form of the question.
Sustained, just ask it differently,
Okay.
please.
Did you have a methodology to determine the cause of those changes to the hoodie sweatshirt?
Yes.
What was that methodology that you deployed?
So I looked at the location of those holes. I looked at the location of the wounds on the decedent. And although they're not exactly in the same location because clothing moves, they are generally in the same location of the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay, with that, we're going to recess. I know that this is taking longer than you anticipated. Do you have any idea how much longer? And I'm not rushing you, Mr. Leslie, just do you know how much longer you might be?
Your Honor, my best estimate is 30 minutes.
Okay.
Holy.
Mr. Brennan, do you have any
He said 45 minutes earlier, but you know it's going a lot longer.
idea how long you might be?
At least a few hours.
Jim?
All right, so they're going to do the recess. We get to forward through the recess. Yay! And it's very black. Must be frustrating to be grilled like this over and over. No, I feel like if I was grilled on something that I had like expertise on and I knew what the fuck I was saying, hell yeah, put me up there. Let me show off my big brain. It is hard though in cross-examination because right now it's direct examination, so it's like, you know, it's more chill, right? Cross-examination, it probably does get really annoying. But if you got practice, psh, ain't got to be scared of the other attorney. It looks like we're leaving. Oh, wow. This hearing is, I thought it was going to be like another couple. Oh, maybe they'll. I'm confused. Why did this room end? Let's see. All right. Looks like it's cold in Massachusetts.
Yes, no, I am still in.
Massachusetts.
The host would like you to unmute your microphone. You can press *6 to unmute.
Thanks, Nicole. I would definitely look it up. I would definitely look that up.
In the arm. And I believe I said earlier.
Okay, we're back.
Record on 22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Any news on Kouri Richins? Do we got pretrial stuff released yet? What's going on with Kouri Richins?
I'll remind the witness you're still under oath.
All right, doctor.
Kouri.
Thanks, Jim. All right, Mr. Leslie, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I have Exhibit 10 published, please? Thank you. Dr. Russell, what has been published on the TV screen is Exhibit 10. Do you recognize it?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
because I've seen it before.
And please describe what it is.
So it is a hoodie, a picture of a hoodie sweatshirt with multiple defects in the arm area.
And have you assessed those multiple defects in the arm area?
Yes, I've looked at them carefully.
And please describe your assessment.
Well, there are multiple small holes in the fabric of the sweater in the arm, and I believe I said earlier 11, but it's a total of 11 for the whole shirt. So there are 9 holes
We talked about this earlier. The holes in the sweater.
here in the arm, and then in another section there's other holes.
Does what is depicted on Exhibit 10 constitute a pattern in your judgment?
How many holes did she say? Did she say 11 or 12?
Not specifically, no.
No pattern.
What, if any, conclusions do you draw from Exhibit 10 pertinent to your testimony here today?
Well, with that image, in conjunction with the picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, my conclusion is that he was wearing that article of clothing when he was attacked.
And how do you reach that conclusion?
Well, again, the holes, the holes are rather small, which would correspond to holes created by a tooth, or in this case, maybe multiple teeth. And they are in the area of the arm, or the area of the body that corresponds with the wounds.
Okay, so he was wearing the sweater. I mean, because someone earlier was like, oh, you know, maybe John O'Keefe took off his sweater because it was like hot in the house possibly. And then he got bit. And then maybe the people inside the house like washed his wounds so there wouldn't be any dog DNA left. But I mean, we got holes in the sweater. So that would show that like if he was bit by a dog, then possibly he was wearing the sweater. So I don't know. Maybe the state can go back and be like, okay, you know what? Instead of using one swab and swabbing multiple areas of the sweater, we use 20 different swabs to swab 20 different parts of the sweater. I don't know. Maybe they can go back and do that. Yeah, because like you would think that, okay, if there's holes on here, there's got to be some doggy DNA. You know, there's got to be saliva, maybe some dog hairs.
Have you ever in your career, either as an emergency room physician or a forensic pathologist, ever had to assess wounds in which the victim was wearing clothing?
Yes.
How many times would you?
But, you know, she had a good answer. She's like, well, I don't know how they swabbed for DNA. I don't know if they did it right. I don't know if they did it in, like, you know, the right places.
Estimate that you had to, or that you did make an assessment of wounds when the victim was wearing clothing?
Probably over 200 times because clothing examination is part of the examination conducted by the forensic pathologist in the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office.
And did you, in fact, as a forensic pathology in Los Angeles, make assessments of wounds in forensic pathology with regard to a victim that was wearing clothing?
Yes.
Did you ever make that assessment in connection with dog-inflicted wounds of any kind?
No, I don't think so.
The dog was a professional assassin, hence why no DNA was left.
Are you familiar with whether, or strike that. Did Dr. Scorti-Bello, in her her autopsy report, make any assessment of the clothing?
Yeah. So I'm sustaining it. You can ask her differently. You can ask it differently.
Okay. Dr. Russell, do you recall any discussion in the autopsy report of an assessment of the clothing that the deceased was wearing?
I don't recall.
If we showed you the autopsy report, would that potentially assist you in your recollection?
Yes.
Do you have it with you still?
I do.
Go ahead and take a look at
Yeah.
it, Doctor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bless you.
Yeah, I don't know. If we're going back to the sweater with a hole
Is there a particular location?
and that being dog bites, then the issue is, where's the dog DNA?
You'd like me to?
Your Honor, I'm not able to answer that question because I can predict what the response may be. So I would
just
like to
go ahead and take a look at it.
Maybe they can have an expert that testifies like, hey, you know, they didn't swab for dog DNA until a year and a half later. Maybe by then the DNA would have degraded. But then we have cases where it's like cold cases where they like, oh, you know, we did the DNA test and it was like 30 years ago. We finally cracked the case. I don't know. Real pros don't sweat or have saliva.
And if you can't answer the question, you can't answer the question.
Yeah, I do recall what she meant. She said that the body is clad with a pair of socks.
Right. Did she make any other assessment of clothing in the autopsy report, particularly with the arm of a hoodie? Take your time.
I want her to go back and talk about the fibers coming out of the wounds. How does she know that?
Since the report's in evidence, if you want to suggest a page, you can.
I might be suggesting a negative, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'll proceed with whatever way you want.
Is there any objection to just answering this question?
I
Okay.
want to lead on this question. Before.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and suggest the answer to her.
Is it correct that the autopsy report does not contain any assessment of the clothing as being relevant to a nature and source of the wound of the deceased?
I reviewed the autopsy report very thoroughly, and I don't recall any description of this.
Thank you for the leeway, Mr. Brennan, and Your Honor. Now let's, if I could, Your Honor, publish.
If they stored it improperly, could have been degraded. I don't know. I just don't know, because let's assume that they did it a year and a half later, right? Putting it in room temperature, is that an issue? Don't they normally store evidence in room temperature? Is evidence always stored in a refrigerator? Would keeping it at room temperature, would that degrade evidence, right? Now, if it was like, okay, they charred the shit out of it, then, you know, evidence could be gone. Maybe she knows if fibers are coming or if the wounds, because he doesn't have the kind of fibers inside his body. Yeah, my only guess was maybe she saw that the fibers, or no, she didn't examine the body though. Because I was thinking, like, if she examined the body, then maybe she can really look in there to see, okay, like maybe the fibers were more like superficial and not deep inside the wounds, and that's how she knew that they were coming out. I don't know. I wish she kind of went more into that. I was very interested in hearing that.
Exhibit 11.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you recognize Exhibit 11?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the back portion of the same hoodie,
Same hoodie. Did you assess the back portion of the hoodie as depicted in Exhibit 11?
just by the photograph.
Yes. Did you reach any conclusions with regard?
Difference between a paper bag and plastic bag could be a huge difference. I just don't know if it makes a huge difference in terms of DNA being degraded so badly that it wouldn't appear. Because I think it's not just like dog DNA that they found. Oh gosh, I wonder if they could look for animal cells. But then, would animal cells look different versus human versus dog? Right? Would there be a difference in that, or does this look like an animal cell? Because I know if you're looking for at like plant cells versus animal cells or like fungi, it looks different, right? But with animal cells versus human and like dogs, would that look different?
To Exhibit 11.
Nothing.
Was there anything relevant that you determined from Exhibit 11?
Not that I recall was significant.
And was Exhibit 11, in your judgment, assessment of it necessary to render the opinions and conclusions you have testified to here today?
Well, you should. I mean, the person should look at all the evidence, yes.
Right. And so after having looked at Exhibit 11, what is your conclusion as to whether it informs the question of the nature and source of the injuries?
It doesn't help.
With regard to Exhibit 12, Your Honor, if I may have that
Okay.
published. Do you recognize Exhibit 12?
They could have washed the wound and the clothes up with nothing past these cops, but there's blood on there. I think there was blood on the sweater. It's like, how do you get rid of dog saliva and then, it's like the sweatshirt was like bloody.
Yes.
What is it?
So this is a close-up of one of the holes.
And then if you're going to go through the extra steps of doing that, why the fuck dump his body in front of your lawn? It's like they would have to know that they're going to frame Karen Reed and know that, okay, well, this is where she dropped him off. Because I don't know. It's just, there's just so much it just doesn't make sense to me. Especially since where they lived behind them was like a whole wood area back there. And I think there was like a railroad that goes through, dump his body there or bring his body out somewhere else. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Just too many questions, I guess.
That is on the right sleeve of that hoodie.
You're welcome, Senja. I'm glad that you finished your essay. I hope you get a good grade. Have a good night. Take care. Take care. Anything DNA related should be stored cold, do you think, anyways? I don't know. I have no idea. I got no idea. Animals such human cells have the same structure since humans are basically animals. Yeah, I think I remember that. Like circle cells.
Part that you can see from the anterior view.
The anterior view, but is it the anterior or posterior of the arm?
It could be posterior because you only get it depends on how it's worn basically and how the material lies the way it's photographed. So I meant anterior view meaning the picture, the first picture we saw, which was the anterior view of the hoodie.
What assessment did you make, if any, with regard to Exhibit 12?
Well, it's a small hole. It is consistent with a puncture created by a small object such as a canine tooth. And it appears that some of the fibers are actually pointed outward. Some of the clothing fibers are pointed outward from the wound.
Oh, okay. That's what she means. Okay. There we go. We got our answer. So when I was asking about the fibers coming out of the wound, I was like, how the fuck does she know that? So she's looking at the clothes. And she's saying that this is how the fibers were pointed. It's not indented in, they're coming outwards. Okay, that's what she meant. I wish you got to that earlier. I was being really impatient. Hi, Brian Bradley. How are you doing today? How's it going?
Object such as a canine tooth. And it appears that some of the fibers are actually pointed outward. Some of the clothing fibers are pointed outward from the wound, from the hole. And
did you draw any conclusions with regard to this exhibit?
This exhibit, plus close-ups of some of the other similar holes with the fibers pointing out, means that whatever inflicted that hole also came out of the hole.
You say whatever inflicted that. Did you reach a conclusion as to what inflicted that hole, or as you've referred to it as defects previously?
Yes, these are consistent with dog bites.
If we could publish, Your Honor, 13?
Okay?
Thank you. Do you recognize 13?
This image?
Yes.
Yes.
What is it?
Similar to the other. It's just
Hey, Debbie, how are you doing today? How's it going?
in a different location on the arm.
Did you make an assessment of what is depicted in Exhibit 13?
Yes.
What assessment did you make?
I believe this was inflicted by a dog tooth, a canine tooth, and again, the fibers are pointing outward.
How did you make that assessment? How did you reach that conclusion?
Well, it's generally small and round. So, and the canine teeth are the teeth that stick out the most when a dog bites. So this is consistent with a canine bite.
Your Honor, may I have 14 bucks?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize what is depicted on Exhibit 14?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a similar wound on the arm area of the hoodie, but this wound has hole, similar hole, except it's a little larger in one dimension, and given that cloth has some stretching capabilities, and there was movement between the victim and the dog, the stretch was caused by the tooth.
How did you determine there was some movement between the victim and the dog?
Because he was alive, and when these were inflicted, and it is normal behavior to move, and also just the configuration of the wounds we discussed earlier, there was some movement around the elbow area.
Your Honor, may I have 15 public?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 15, Dr. Russell?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Well, how do I recognize it? Because the clothing pattern is very similar to all the others. I saw this previously. And again, it is a picture of the sleeve of the hoodie.
Which sleeve, right or left?
Right sleeve.
Please continue.
And it has a hole. This hole is longer than it is wide. And but yet it still is consistent with a tooth entering through there.
And what conclusions, if any, did you draw from what is depicted in Exhibit 13?
That this was part of a dog bite.
And just so the record is clear, are all of these holes or defects, as you refer to them as, in the hoodie, are they all on the right arm?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go to, excuse me, Your Honor, may I have published Exhibit 15?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
No, it's the same one.
May I have 16 published, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Russell, do you recognize what's depicted as Exhibit 16?
Yes.
What is it?
So it's two holes. Generally,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you say there's two holes. Is there anything that is a marker on this picture that shows you there are two holes?
very good. Yes, there are two holes, one labeled number 3, one labeled number 4. They're in close proximity to one another. And number 3 is round, number 4 is a little irregular, but generally round.
Thank you. And what assessment, if any, did you make with regard to what is depicted in Exhibit 16?
I believe that this is consistent with 2 canine teeth penetrating the fabric.
How do you reach that conclusion?
Because they're separate. Unfortunately, in that image, there's no ruler.
I'm sorry,
There's no ruler.
No ruler.
No centimeters, centimeter ruler in that particular image. But they're reasonably close by, so they could be. And
Could be.
inflicted by 2 canines in the same bite.
Yes. Thanks. And what conclusions, if any, did you reach with what is depicted in this exhibit?
I think I just said it.
She just said it, yeah.
May I have published, Your Honor, 17?
2 canine
Yes.
teeth, 1 bite.
Do you recognize what is depicted in Exhibit 17?
In this exhibit?
Yes.
Yes.
What is it?
Again, it's a close-up of the hoodie, the sleeve of the hoodie, and there's a defect in the fabric, and there's a label on it indicating it's number 4.
And did you assess Exhibit 17 before today?
Yes, I did.
What conclusions, if any, did you reach with regard to what's depicted in Exhibit 17?
I believe it's consistent with a puncture of the sweater.
And did you reach any conclusions with regard to the cause of the puncture?
Well, taken in totality with the other images, I believe that these are all the result of multiple dog bites.
Your Honor, may I have published 18?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize 18?
Yes.
What is it?
It's another defect in the sleeve of that article of clothing.
And if I could impose upon you, could you go back to 17, please? Your Honor, may I go back to 17
Yes.
quickly, please? Do you know which arm of the hoodie this defect, as you call it, occurs in, right or left?
Right.
Your Honor, may I go now to 18?
Yes.
Thank you. Please continue with your assessment of what is depicted in 18.
It's another defect of the arm, of the right arm of the hoodie, and it's generally circular in configuration. There seems to be fabric fibers exiting the wound.
And any further assessment you made with regard to what's depicted in Exhibit 18?
No, similar to the above, previous.
Did you reach any conclusions as to the source of the whole defect, as you refer to it in, as what's depicted in Exhibit 18?
I believe it is from a tooth of the dog.
May I have, Your Honor, published 19?
Yes.
Thank you. You recognize, Dr. Russell, what's depicted in Exhibit 19?
Yes.
What is it?
So it's multiple defects in close proximity to one another, circular defects generally, but there's at least 1, 2, 3 in that image.
Did you make any further assessment of what is depicted in Exhibit 19?
I believe these are from the teeth of a dog.
Are you able to tell which teeth of the dog made those defects?
Not exactly.
How is it then you come to the conclusion it is from a dog's tooth when you say that you're not able to tell which tooth?
I didn't understand the question.
In your experience, are there times where you conclude that a wound is from a dog, but you don't know which specific tooth of the dog that caused it?
Yes.
And do you... Okay, thank you. If we could, Your Honor, please publish 20.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 20?
Yes.
What is it?
Again, a picture of the right arm of the hoodie.
And what is your assessment of what's depicted in Exhibit 20?
I see a small defect near, and it's labeled number 6.
And what is your conclusion as to the nature and source of the defect?
I don't really have a conclusion on this one.
Your Honor, could we please publish 21?
Yes.
Oh, and there's also vomit on there too. So it's like if you wash the sweater, I mean, you wouldn't be seeing this like thick vomit stain on there. I don't know. Headache.
Do you recognize Exhibit 21, Dr. Russell?
Yes.
What is it?
There are 2 defects in the right arm of the hoodie. And there's a ruler. They're about 3 centimeters away from one another.
Did you reach any conclusions with regard to what is depicted in Exhibit 21?
Yes.
What conclusions
Shiro?
did you reach?
They're from dog.
And how did you...
I mean, I told you guys I have some holes on my sweater. Let me see. I might have some holes where my butt is. Yeah, I got holes. I got holes here.
reach that?
He tries to bite my butt.
Because they're consistent in appearance with a defect that would be caused by canine teeth.
May I have published Your Honor 22?
Yes.
Thank you.
Right arm.
Dr. Russell, do you recognize Exhibit 22?
Yes.
And did you make an assessment as to what is depicted in Exhibit 22?
Well, it's a photograph of the right arm of the hoodie with the number 7 label pointing to a particular area.
And what observations do you make, if any, from what's depicted in Exhibit 22?
On this particular projection, I can't really see the defect. So,
Your Honor, may I just quickly go back to Exhibit 20 and 21 for one question with each? Thank you. Which arm of the hoodie is depicted in Exhibit 20?
the right arm.
And if we could please, Your Honor, go to 21. Which arm of the hoodie is depicted in 21?
The right arm.
And if we could go to...
I think they're all right arms, right?
I think you answered, but I want the record clear. Are you able to tell which arm of the hoodie is depicted in Exhibit 22?
Well, yes, because I know that the only labels placed on this article of clothing were in the right arm area and the chest. And this contains a label, so this is the right arm area.
How do you know that? How do you know
Because
that the only labels were placed on the right arm?
Because we saw the overall picture.
May I have published, Your Honor, 23?
Yes.
Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 23, Dr. Russell?
This one?
Yes, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
So it's it's a close-up picture of the right arm of the hoodie, and there's a number 7, and number 7 is pointing to a defect, small defect, several millimeters in length on that fabric.
How, if at all, does the ruler in these pictures contribute to your assessment of the defects in the clothing?
Well, they give an overall measurement of the wound, of the holes, the defects, as they currently were when the photograph was taken. But we have to keep in mind that fabric stretches, and when it dries, it contracts. So that has to be kept in mind when making assessments. So the size right at the time that picture was taken could be different than when the injury was inflicted.
Does the ruler help you at all in this photograph, or any of the photographs we've seen, in determining whether...
Time for tea. I'm freezing. Yes, tea is the best. What kind of tea are you drinking? The SUV grew canine since it was full moon night. I watched a movie recently that started off really good, and then it ended up being like a werewolf movie, and I was like, oh, it's kind of weird. It was so fucking bloody though. Oh my god. I think it took place in France. Oh, what is it called? You guys know what I'm talking about? There's an American family that visits France and they get mauled to death and it's fucking gory. The only survivor was the mom, and she's like talking about how like she could hear like flesh ripping and bones crunching. It was like her husband and her like very young son, like 8-year-old son or something like that. And then so they get this detective who I think is American, but she works in France and she like works in like the investigation unit or something like that, right? Did she work in the investigation unit? No, she was an attorney. She was a defense attorney. Ah, yes. She was a defense attorney. And she was trying to defend this guy, saying that, like, oh, he didn't do it. Or, like, if he did do it, it's because he's got this disease and blah, blah, blah. I don't know. And so, oh, my God, dude, it got so fucking gory. What is it called? It came out recently. It's called Bengal Spice. It has cinnamon, cardamom, and cloves. Ooh, that sounds so cozy. That sounds so perfect for December time. Yum.
Or not a given defect is from a dog.
Yes, they do.
How?
Because there are several of them. The configuration of the collection of the defects are in a certain area. And actually, it's an area that corresponds with the area of the decedent's arm where the injuries were. And they're significantly smaller than, for instance, what you would see in a gunshot wound.
That's not Wolf Like Me, is it? No, it had like one word title, I think. And then in the end, the two werewolves were just duking it out because the werewolf accidentally bit another guy, and then they were just fighting each other like naked, and it was a naked man fight. One was hairy and the other one wasn't.
Your Honor, may I please have published 24?
Sure.
Thank you. You recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 24, Dr. Russell?
Yes.
What is it?
That's another defect in the right arm, closer to the sleeve or cuff of the arm of that particular hoodie, and it's labeled number 8.
What assessment, if any, did you make of what's depicted in this exhibit?
It's consistent with a dog bite, and fabrics are pointed out with.
Why is it consistent with a dog bite?
Again, the size.
I'm sorry.
The size.
The size? The
Yeah.
size of the hole?
The size of the hole, yes. Taken in conjunction with all the rest of the holes.
All the rest of the holes in the other photos?
Yes, that we just discussed, yes.
Your Honor, may I have published 25?
Yes.
Thank you. You recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 25?
Yes.
What is it?
So it's again, the right arm of the hoodie. It's down by the edge of the sleeve. So it's the wrist area would be. And it shows two defects, one of which is labeled 9. The other one, I don't know the number, but it's labeled.
What conclusions, if any, did you reach with regard to what's depicted in Exhibit 25?
Dog bites.
How did you reach that conclusion?
Again, those holes are consistent with the other holes on the sleeve. They are present on the right side of the body. Now, I know, and one has to keep in mind that when someone is wearing an article of clothing, as the person moves, the clothing can move in relation to the arm. So even though that is the cuff area, we don't know exactly where it was on the arm when the bites were being inflicted.
Oh, wait a second. But if, I like how she talks about how the fibers are pointed outwards instead of inwards, because she's saying a dog bit him and then of course the teeth came out. But I guess the state could also argue, well, couldn't a tail light jammed in and then obviously the tail light's not inside of him, right? And the tail light at some point was pulled out. I think the state could also argue that as well. I don't know, I just thought of that.
I don't know if that made sense.
It did to me.
Okay.
You recognize what's depicted in 26?
Now I got it scripted. Did they find pieces of plastic or taillight shit on his sweater? Do you guys remember if they did or not?
Thank you. Dr. Russell, do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 26?
That appears to be a similar photograph to the prior one, just the exposure appears to be a little different to me.
Which arm of the hoodie is depicted in Exhibit 26?
Right on.
Could we briefly...
I have in my trial notes, microscopic pieces of taillight in John's clothing. Oh, I think I remember her testimony. Who was it that testified about that? Who testified that? I just have Lolly says. I don't want what Lolly says. I want to know who testified to that. Lieutenant Tully? No. This is from the scene. This is something else. I'll look for it. I'll let you know if that exists. I can't go with Lolly says because we ain't going with Lolly says. I need the witness.
Can we go back, Your Honor, to Exhibit 25?
Yes.
Thank you. Which arm is depicted of the hoodie in Exhibit 25?
Right on.
Your Honor, can we go back to 26, please?
Yes.
Thank you. What assessment, if any, did you make of what's depicted in Exhibit 26?
That these were inflicted by the dog.
How did you make that assessment or conclusion?
Because they're similar in general appearance to the other ones on that right sleeve, and they're small in size.
And this is the right arm of the hoodie?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I have published 27?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, do you recognize what is depicted in Exhibit 27?
Yes, I've seen that before.
What is it?
It's a defect in the chest area of the front of the hoodie.
What assessment, if any, did you make?
The heck is this? That's a big old hole. I have too many I have too many keywords that popped up for pieces. It might take a bit. All right, we got a big old hole on the chest area, she said?
Of the source and nature of what's depicted in that exhibit.
Yes, let me describe it a little bit better. It's labeled with number 10.
Yes.
And adjacent to it, of course, is this big defect.
Which, I'm sorry, Your Honor, may the witness use the laser pointer when she
Yes.
says this?
Oh,
Thank you.
okay.
Yes,
So this is the defect in question, labeled number 10. But adjacent to it, there's this huge defect right over here that's going this way. And as being an emergency room physician, I recognize that as that large defect as having been caused by the emergency room personnel when they opened up the sweatshirt to have access to Mr. O'Keefe.
So, are you saying that there's two different sources of what's depicted in this exhibit, or is it just all from one source?
I believe that they're two different sources.
Can you, with your laser, identify each one and what your conclusion is as regards to the nature of each one?
So this large one here, I believe, is from the scissor wound, the trauma scissors.
And trauma scissors of a medical professional in the emergency department?
Yes, or it could have been EMS personnel also. That's another possibility.
Please proceed to the next.
Yes, but then this other defect is different, and it's separated. There's actually solid tissue, fabric between the two defects. This is separate, and it appears to have a little bit of a tail-type configuration. So this could have been inflicted by the dog.
You say could. Mm-hmm. Is it could, or is it consistent with infliction by a dog?
It is consistent with, however, there were no chest.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
There's no chest
noise
injuries,
outside.
right?
Yeah.
Trying to see if it was going to die down. Thank you.
There were no chest wounds caused by a dog in that area. So it could have been that the fabric was loose, and as the victim was pulling away from the dog's teeth caught it, but he didn't make contact, or she didn't make contact with the skin. So I can't say for sure that this is a dog bite.
Right. So
a dog-related tear.
So is it correct to say it's inconclusive whether this is from a dog, or is there no conclusion to be reached as to whether it's from a dog?
I don't know the difference.
Okay. I believe your answer is sufficient for the record. Thank you, Dr. Russell. If, Your Honor, we could please have published Exhibit 28.
I want to delete my search history today. DNA on closed lifespan. Listen, my search history is not great, okay? My history is not great either.
Thank you.
We all going
Do you recognize
down.
what's depicted in
We get accused of a crime. We're going down together.
I've seen this image before, yes.
What is it?
It's the front part of the hoodie, and there are two large defects. The one that's closer to the top of the image appears to be similar to one that would be made with trauma scissors by emergency personnel. The one that is below that, that's labeled number 11, I can't...
Stop your laser, because I just want to make sure I understand where you're pointing. You said below that. Can you just hold your lasers to where that is?
On the laser, you want to see what I'm...
If you could point, you said right below
this
that.
One, so this is the top one, is what I believe is caused by trauma scissors.
Yes.
Below that in this image, and labeled number 11,
yes,
is a very irregular defect. That's this one right here. And it's labeled number 11. I can't say for sure what caused it.
What causes you to use the parlance irregular? What is irregular about it?
Well, irregular means that it's not a straight line. It's not a nice circle. It doesn't have a nice edge to it.
Are you able to reach any conclusions with regard to what is depicted in Exhibit 29?
No.
Your Honor, if I could have published Exhibit 30.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think you're referring to 28.
Yeah, I think that last one was
I'm
28
sorry.
and 27 before then. I just thought I might have missed it. So.
No, you didn't. I did. That was my error. Thank
So
you, Mr.
29.
President.
Cause of death, hypothermia, and I think the other one was like blunt force trauma.
I believe we are now on 29.
It was a Rottweiler Model Lexus.
It appears 29 is up, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 29?
Yes.
What is it?
It's an area of the front of the hoodie that is in the front, the interior of the hoodie. and has two labels showing two different defects, 12 and 13.
What assessment, if any, did you make with regard to what is associated with number 12?
Number 12 is a long defect, and by itself, I can't make any assessment.
I'm sorry, please continue.
Yeah, but next to, adjacent to number 13, which is another defect that's much smaller, the two of them in combination are suggestive of teeth marks.
Can you put your laser up and down? You said 2. I think I understand.
Yeah, so
there's 1?
Yes.
And then where's 2?
Right here.
Understood. And why do you believe it's suggestive of dog teeth marks?
Well, dogs have multiple teeth, and so multiple teeth can cause individual defects, and the fact that there are two defects in close proximity to one another and oriented in the same direction makes me consider that it's possible that they were caused by teeth.
And are you able to determine a more specific location of where this is on the hoodie?
I might be wrong. I think it's the... No, I can't really say for sure, because I don't know if this picture's upside down or not.
So the nature of the picture does not allow you to make a conclusion that you're comfortable with regard to the location on the hoodie?
Yeah, individually.
Objection sustained to the form.
Understood. Are you able to reach a conclusion with regard to what part of the hoodie is depicted with reference to the 12 and 13 on this exhibit?
Not from this image only.
In combination with any other image.
Yeah, cause of death, blunt impact injuries, and hypothermia. He had a, what was the injury in his head? It was like the head injury. It was really bad. Subarachnoid hemorrhage. So that's on his head. Subarachnoid hemorrhage on the front poles, left temporal poles. Yeah, because I remember they were talking about the injury that he had could have caused the on like the opposite side of your head, could have caused the hemorrhaging in his eyes. Yeah, almost as if he like fell backwards on his head. But you guys remember, I think his body was found on the lawn though. It wasn't found on the street. So it's like, okay, well, let's say there's grass there, and let's say there was, I don't know, could he have, maybe there's like a thin layer of grass and dirt. Maybe there was concrete underneath it. It looked like it was deep enough to be just all grass to me. Like, could he have fallen in such a way where we would fall backwards and landed on the grass that's hardening because it's like so cold outside and got that really bad injury? I was like, well, maybe he hit his head on the fire hydrant, but that was never really mentioned. I don't know. Right? It's slowly coming back to memory. I know we're slowly getting the memories back from the first trial.
Are you able to reach a conclusion as to what part of the hoodie is depicted by 12 and 13?
The frustration is coming back.
If we went back to the overall picture, I could try.
Do we need this answer from her?
We do not, Your Honor. I was actually going to the next one. Thank you. Your Honor, may I have published 30?
Yes.
Thank you. You recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 30?
So this is a close-up of the previous picture, of the anterior portion of the hoodie.
Previous picture meaning Exhibit 29, the one we were just looking at?
Yes.
Thank you. And how can you determine that from what's depicted in Exhibit 30?
Well, because there are two defects that are close together. They're labeled 12 and 13, and unfortunately the ruler covers part of one of them, but still I can see enough of it.
And what's your assessment of what's depicted in Exhibit 30?
They are consistent with being caused by dog teeth.
How do you reach that conclusion?
Well, because they're oriented in the same direction, and they're close by.
What do you mean by they're oriented, with the laser, what do you mean they're oriented in the same direction?
So they're going, this 12 is going up and down in this image, and so is 13.
And why is that notable to you in reaching your conclusion?
Well, the teeth, causing a defect, would tear along the same plane, they make tears in.
I don't see anything about Kouri Richins. Did I fuck up the date? Oh my God. I don't want to search it because every time I search on the court's website, I have to pay like 50 cents. I don't want to search the court's website. Maybe they're just late in uploading the footage.
Parallel.
Oh God.
Same direction.
Any other assessment you make of what's depicted in 30?
No.
Your Honor, may we publish 32?
Okay.
It's not good. I feel like I was wrong about like...
Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 32?
Wait, what is this? Oh, is this just like an example? I think this maybe is not the right picture.
Yes. This is a wound, a partially healed, avulsion wound of a person's hand between the thumb and the index finger.
Do you have knowledge of whose hand that is that's depicted in Exhibit 32?
I do.
What
Her hand?
is the person, do you know the name of the person's hand who's depicted in Exhibit 32?
I think it was Leslie, Lisa, something. Not Lisa.
Do you have knowledge of how that wound occurred?
Yes,
How do you have knowledge of how that wound occurred?
because I read a report regarding a dog bite incident.
Holy shit, that's a good amount of like meat chunking just missing. Holy, looks painful.
And what did you learn from reading that report about what is depicted in Exhibit 32?
That a dog named Chloe attacked another dog, and in the process, the woman whose hand that was bitten.
Oh, that's who it is. Okay, I was like, whose hand is this? Are we just gonna use like a random hand? Ah, okay.
Because I read a report regarding a dog bite incident.
And what did you learn from reading that report about what is depicted in Exhibit 32?
That a dog named Chloe attacked another dog, and in the process, the woman whose hand that was bitten by Chloe.
Can you describe what is shown with
I don't know if this picture helps him though, because it seems like the bites would be very, very vicious. I'm not saying like what he had in his arm didn't look bad, but I mean that's really bad.
regard to Exhibit
And
32
that's healed.
in relation
way
to
worse.
dog Chloe?
Well, this is a partially healed avulsion laceration.
From your experience, have you seen these types of avulsion wounds either as an emergency room physician and or a pathologist in your 30 plus years of practice?
I've seen them not infrequently in the emergency room.
Did you say not infrequently?
That's correct.
Is that another way of saying you've seen it frequently?
I've seen them many times in the emergency department.
Is this a wound of someone who is antemortem or postmortem, or are they alive?
This person's alive. This is an ante-mortem wound, and it shows many, many days of healing, maybe even much longer.
How can you tell that what is depicted in that exhibit, that wound, has, as you described it, many, many days of healing?
Well, that might take years of medical school to explain, but there's the edges. First of all, it's not bleeding. Second of all, there's what we call granulation tissue in the wound.
What is that granulation?
Well, that's tissue that the body builds up. Oh, yes. So first of all, this most likely did not appear like this when it was first inflicted. What happened was the flap. There's a flap here. That skin was over here to begin with. But then what happened is that it became detached, and that's called an avulsion wound, where a piece of skin is detached, but not completely. So it still remained intact down here. Now, that area in between, so that of course skin contracts as it dries, and that area between here and there heals. The body heals itself, tries to close itself off, so it builds up this what is called granulation tissue, which is basically new tissue, to cover the defect so that infection doesn't set in. And that takes weeks, usually.
What is it that takes weeks?
That healing, that extent of healing.
And so is that wound the same as when it was initially made, or is it different from when the wound was initially made?
Very different.
How is it very different from when the wound was initially made?
When it was initially made, this edge here would be sharper. Right now you can see there's rolled up tissue here, what appears to be rolled, and that's because it's healing. So this would have been sharper, and the tissue down in here would have been bleeding, or it would have had a crust if the bleeding dried.
Are you able, from this Exhibit 30, to give a range of when this wound was first made in terms of days or weeks?
Well, I think I did already. I think that it was at least weeks.
At least weeks? All right, thank you. We can move that. Thank you very much. Dr. Russell, today you have given various assessments and opinions. Have those assessments and opinions been based upon, among other things, your 30-plus years as an emergency medicine physician?
Yes.
And with regard to the same assessments and opinions, have those been based on your 30-plus years as a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
What I want to now move to, and I'm almost at the conclusion of my questions at this point, do you recall testifying previously in the first trial with regard to rendering an opinion on whether the source of the wounds in Mr. O'Keefe's arm were caused by a dog or a large animal?
Yes.
And do you recall what your answer generally was in respect to a question of were those wounds consistent with a dog or animal bite?
Yes.
And do you recall what your answer was?
Generally, yes.
And generally, what was your answer to the question of whether the wounds were consistent with a dog or large animal?
Your Honor, may there be a reference to prior testimony? I have no idea what specifically we're referring to as far as past.
Transcript, date, where it is.
Happy to give it, Your Honor. May I have a moment?
Yes.
Well, we have a moment. I also add, you can understand this is impeachment, inappropriate attempt at prior consistent statement. There should be some foundation.
So for what purpose are you offering this?
Your Honor, I would first like to respond to this preliminary hearing where you know the rules of evidence are not strictly. The purpose I'm giving this, Your Honor, is not for impeachment. It's exactly for her to state, and if you allow Honor would allow me to connect up with questions, it will allow her to state, with regard to her testimony today, whether or not the opinion she has formed previously is the same opinion as she has formed. Is it the same?
Okay, so why don't you ask her what her opinion is today?
Yes.
And then just ask her whether it was any different than before. You can pull the page up if you have it. I have it here, I think. So do you need it, Mr. Brennan?
Please. I'm happy to provide it, Mr. Brennan. It is the June 21st transcript.
I know. I'm like, dude, we like the quality looking good here.
Let me just double check on that.
It's a larger courtroom, though. I think the other one was a smaller courtroom because the defense wanted it to be more smaller and cozier. That way the cozier. That way the jury can see the faces of people who are testifying. But I like this courtroom way better. The other one felt so stuffy. All right, he's looking through transcripts.
I'm sure Mr. Yannetti can pull it up.
Dr. Russell, are the opinions that you have given today consistent or inconsistent with the opinions? Well, let me ask it this way. For the opinions that you have given today, how do they compare to the opinions that you've given previously?
Any plans of covering the Steins case, the sheriff who shot the judge? I haven't had an interest to take a look at that case yet. No, but I've seen thumbnails on YouTube about it. I thought DB would have been the same way, but he seems to have backed off since that stands as a trial. SB will also be the gift that keeps on giving her letter post trial. Maybe she'll stop. Maybe she'll stop.
I'm not oblivious to the attempt yet. I object. It's not the proper form of questioning to go back and try to explain potentially inconsistent statements in today's testimony.
Is that what you're attempting to do?
No, Your Honor. It's not what I'm...
All right, so the opinions today, and I guess it's a matter of argument, right? I can be told with the previous, it was attached to the motion that's before me today, the transcript was attached. I can see what her previous opinion is, and then I ultimately decide whether it's consistent or not. Right?
I agree with that, Your Honor.
Okay, so if you've got a site, I'm happy to look at the page to see if I might be able to figure out where you're going, or you can come to sidebar.
Can I come to sidebar
sure.
with it, Your Honor?
All right, go to sidebar. Be at the sidebar.
This moment. Thank you.
Jim, can you give me those?
Question with court. Thank you. As you know, she has prepared a report, and different jurisdictions do it different in Daubert hearings. Is that something you believe needs to be marked? I was just going to do a brief foundation that she has, in fact, prepared one. Sometimes courts...
Is there an objection to me receiving a report and evidence?
If the court would find it helpful, I won't object, but I do not believe it's admissible and relevant. If the court would like to reference it, I won't object.
So why don't we mark it for identification, and then the two of you talk about it. We'll see how the hearing goes. And if I may well want to see it, but we'll mark it for identification, Mr. Lessie, and then later see if it comes in, okay? Clearly, I think going to have to come back another day, so we'll have some time.
Yes. A for identification. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Do you need it? Yeah.
Yes.
I am handing you, Dr. Russell, what has been marked as Exhibit A for identification. Unlike the other exhibits, it is not evidence. Not yet. Do you recognize Exhibit A?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the report that I wrote.
How many pages is that report?
Sorry. Are they not numbered? They are numbered. I just, the CV is attached as well. Okay, it's 11 pages.
Dr. Russell, did you prepare that report?
I did.
Your Honor, I just would like, if I could please note for the record that that report was filed and it's on file with the court as part of our opposition motion. I know Your Honor knows it, but I would just like to note that for the record.
Sure.
Thank you. At this particular point, Your Honor, I have no questions, and I appreciate the court's patience and gracious allocation of time for me to go through these questions with the witness.
All right, thank you very much. So I intend for us to go until 4 o'clock today, so we'll see how far you get, Mr. Brennan, okay?
Thank you. May I?
Please.
All right, now we got the state. Mr. Brennan. I wonder if they're going to let Lolly do some of the direct and cross examinations during the trial, or if Lolly is just going to be sitting there. I think it would be nice for Hank Brennan to have help, but I don't know if I don't think I want Lolly to come back though. I don't want to listen to him speak. No half day today. It's a long day.
I just want to go.
Good afternoon, Dr. Russell.
Good afternoon.
My name's Hank Brennan. We haven't had the pleasure of meeting before.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brennan.
I'm going to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Yes.
Thank you. You shared with us that you have an extensive history of experience in the emergency room.
Yes.
And in the emergency room, you see all types of injuries, don't you?
Yes.
You see physical injuries? Yes?
Yes.
Emotional injuries?
Yes.
People who overdose, perhaps they're drunk on drugs,
Yes.
alcohol?
Yes.
So you cover a wide array of different types of treatments.
Yes.
Now, you must have seen a number of broken bones when you were in the emergency room caring for different patients, correct?
Thousands.
Arms, legs, toes?
Yes.
In light of your extensive experience in the emergency room, and looking at all of these broken bones, that doesn't make you an expert in orthopedics, does it?
Emergency orthopedics, yes.
Oh. Have you ever been qualified as an expert in orthopedics?
No, I've never.
Isn't orthopedics a specialty in medicine where there is specific training?
Yes.
And people who become orthopedics or orthopedic surgeons, they go through rigorous education specifically to be an orthopedic, right?
Well, wait, where are we going with this? Okay, because I'd like to guess before we get there. Where are we going with orthopedics? With bones. Bones. What are we getting at here? Anyone know? Anyone know where we're going? If I wait, he'll get there quickly enough, but I like to guess. What have I not thought of?
Well, orthopedics involves more than just setting fractures or diagnosing fractures. Orthopedics involves things like bone tumors, bone cancers, a lot of other parts of orthopedics, not just trauma. I am an expert in emergency orthopedics, I believe.
So you have decided that you are an expert in orthopedics?
Emergency orthopedics.
Emergency orthopedics, is that a specialty that you get a fellowship in, or somehow you are deemed an expert in any way?
It's not a specialty that has a fellowship that I'm aware of.
I see. So you are proclaiming that you yourself think that you're an emergency room orthopedic?
I have expertise in emergency orthopedics, yes.
Are you an expert in orthopedics?
The whole field of orthopedics, no.
And you don't have any specialized degrees in orthopedics, do you?
No.
You would agree that somebody who's gone through the rigorous requirements of being an orthopedic qualified, they'd have much more experience in that than you, true?
In general orthopedics, yes. I have a lot of experience in orthopedic trauma related to emergencies.
Have you ever been in any court where you've ever been qualified as an expert in orthopedics?
It was never an issue.
But I'm asking.
For the skull fracture, he had a bulge on his arm. A bulge on his arm? Did he?
Have you ever been in any court, state, federal, this country, any other country, where you've been qualified as an expert in orthopedics?
No.
Has anybody other than yourself ordained you as an expert in orthopedics?
I haven't ordained myself as an expert in orthopedics. I have a lot of knowledge and expertise in emergency orthopedics.
Has any authority ever recognized you and qualified you as an expert in orthopedics?
No.
Excuse me.
I haven't declared myself an expert in orthopedics. I have expertise.
You've seen a lot of car accidents you shared with us.
Yes.
As a police officer.
Yes.
In the emergency room.
Yes.
Perhaps when you were at the ME's office, you saw the consequence of car accidents.
I did, yes.
Are you an expert in accident reconstruction?
Reconstruction? No.
And when you see the different people that come in with overdoses, whether it's alcohol or drugs, you treat them, don't you?
Yes.
But you're not an expert toxicologist, are you?
Oh, that's annoying. He keeps walking away from the microphone. Come on, hey! Talk to the microphone so we can hear. I'm going to volume boost it even more. Good luck.
Not a toxicologist, no. But toxicology is a part of emergency medicine, so we have training in toxicology. But no, I am not an expert in toxicology.
I'm not suggesting you're unfamiliar with it or you haven't had experience or some training. I'm asking you if you think you're an expert.
In toxicology?
Yes.
No.
And you've shared with us that you agree you don't have any expertise in DNA.
That's correct.
In fact, you know very little about DNA, don't you?
I would say that's pretty reasonable, yes.
That's what you said.
Yes.
Oh. You mentioned that you are generalizing or approximating the number of dog bite cases you've attended to in the emergency room relative to civilian dogs or domestic dogs. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've suggested that you probably treated about one dog a week over a period of 27 years. Yes?
Yes.
Which is 1,000 weeks in your estimation.
Yes.
You worked for some of the most busiest ERs. Was there a lot of patients every day that you treated?
Yes.
On average, how many patients would you treat in the ER over those 27 years on a daily basis?
Daily, I would think about 30.
So if you're treating 30 patients a day over a course of a week, and you consider that in the context of 1,000 weeks, the amount of dog bite cases that you treat in the ER is about half of 1%. Wouldn't that be fair to say?
No, you lost me on that.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, if you had one dog bite case a week, and say you had 20 cases a day, 100 a week, that would be 1% of your patients.
Oh, it could, yes, yes, but it's the number of cases, not the percentage that was asked of me.
I'm just asking you a question.
Okay, I just want to clarify that.
And so you said how many, 25, 30?
Patients, yes.
Okay. So that's less than 1% of the cases that you treated in the ER relative to dog bites.
Okay, that's reasonable, and that's average, actually.
Now, when you treated cases of dog bites in the ER, you said that you would sometimes have the report of a person injured or somebody with them tell you it was a dog bite.
Yes.
Yeah? And sometimes you had communication difficulties, or there was a reason why they couldn't share it with you.
Yes.
And then you suggested that's how you came to this pattern recognition skill, is that you would have to determine the injury with no help from the report.
I was always interested in dog bites, and yes, there were a few occasions when I had to use those skills in order to determine what kind of an animal it
Let's
was.
talk about those few occasions. Why don't you share with us a story where you met a patient, if you can recall, where you had no idea what the injury may have been because there was no ability to communicate, and tell us about how you determined it was a dog bite.
Well, thinking about a specific case, I can think of cases where I determined it wasn't a dog bite, and it was something else based on the pattern of the bite. And am I not answering your question?
I'm not looking for cases where you couldn't determine the dog bite. I want you to share some of this wealth of experience you have in dog bites, and share with us, if you will, one of the cases where there was no information that it was a dog bite, for whatever reason, and then you, based on your pattern recognition skills, determined it was a dog bite. I want you to walk through an actual case that you can recall you had.
I had to slow it down a bit because he actually speaks quite fast. Oh my gosh. Mr. Hank. Mr. Hank is like, give me a second. I need to be right back. Hero. Ah! Like a shark, Shiro. Shark. It was time to give Shiro his little snacky. The producer is here. He is.
Scenario you presented on.
You know, I can't give you a specific case because, again, in the overall scheme of emergency medicine and the frequency that dog bites are to other cases, it's just not a case that I would remember, that kind of the specifics of the case.
It's interesting in supporting your past experience. You shared with us these sides of these past experiences and presenting yourself as an expert in pattern recognition. And it's interesting that when I'm asking for details that support this general you can't know.
Objection, Your Honor. Argument.
Yeah, so, counsel,
sorry. Yeah.
that's okay. In Massachusetts, typically we don't give the reason for objections from the floor. Your objection sustained, no comment.
Oh, really? That's a Massachusetts thing? I thought it was just her courtroom thing. Really? I feel like I like hearing objections and like the grounds for it.
Terry, Mr. Brennan.
You shared with the court that you wrote a few articles that had to do with dog bites.
Co-authored, yes.
Can I ask you some questions about those?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Now, the first one I want to talk about is law enforcement canine dog bites. Do you remember that article?
Yes.
And that had to do with what you refer to as law enforcement dogs or canines.
Yes.
In that article, you talk specifically about a technique that you believe law enforcement or canine dogs utilize, which is bite and hold.
Yes.
And what you have suggested is that the bite and hold technique is different than typically a domestic dog or a civilian dog.
Yes.
Because it's a trained learning for the dog, correct?
Yes.
There are certain injuries you would expect from a canine dog using a bite and hold technique.
Yes.
When you wrote this or co-authored this article, you didn't actually sit down with people who had wounds and compare the wounds to the dog that caused them, did you?
To the actual dog?
Yes.
I didn't, but okay, I didn't.
Just want to know if you did.
No.
Okay. And when you looked at these different cases, there was 700 cases. This was what you called or the authors called a retrospective analysis.
Correct.
That means you were looking back at old files.
Yes, but I participated in some of those files. We were just looking back at the data from those files. I participated in the care of some of those patients.
I understand.
Okay.
And so when you went through the files, you didn't have the opportunity then to follow up and speak to any of the participants or the injured victims, did you?
I spoke to many of the victims while I was treating them.
When you decided to write this article, did you go back and speak to anybody?
No.
There's no mention in this article about pattern recognition in any way. That's not what this article is about, was it?
No, that's not what the article's about.
It's about something entirely different than what you suggested today is your pattern recognition skills. Yes?
That's correct. I recognized the patterns because I saw the wounds and I saw the injuries and I saw them over and over and over again. And I recognized those patterns throughout my career. And so it's hard to unrecognize something.
I'm trying to ask you about the significance of your study because this is actually something that you published.
Yes.
And I'm trying to determine, or I want you to be able to discuss the relevancy of this article to what you're testifying today. So the really narrow question I have for you is, in this study, it had nothing to do with trying to engage in pattern recognition.
The purpose of the study was not to teach people pattern recognition. It was to alert them to the dangers of this different type of dog bite so that they weren't undertreating them. But in the process of seeing all those patients, I developed the pattern recognition.
Okay. And so there was another article, Managing Law Enforcement Canine Dog Bites in the Emergency Department.
Yes.
Now, that only comprised of 4 cases, yes?
It was a case description.
Of 4 cases?
Yes.
And do you know most studies usually include over 30 cases?
It's not a study.
I see. You reviewed types of injuries relative to civilian or domestic dogs, or just canine?
Those were canine dogs.
And again, your position is that the injuries by canine dogs, law enforcement dogs, are different in kind than domestic or civilian dogs?
In general, when they bite and hold, those injuries are different. Sometimes they don't get a complete bite.
And so this article didn't deal with civilian or domestic dogs, it dealt with only canine dogs?
That's correct.
Exclusively on the idea or the perspective of bite and hold injuries?
It was on the perspective of you need to learn how to treat these.
Bite and hold injuries?
These dog bite injuries.
Bite and hold?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Now, again, in this article, there was no effort to identify wounds or use pattern analysis. It was the treatment of bite and hold injuries from canines.
That's correct.
Law enforcement canines. Yes?
Yes, yes.
And then you also shared with us, in addition to these 2 articles on law enforcement dogs and bite hold injuries, that you did some revising, editing of a book for a doctor, is it Vati?
I'm sorry, say again?
You said that you revised or edited a book of a
Dr.
friend.
Vail.
Dr. Vail, I'm sorry, Dr. Vail. And when you were asked about what actually you recall about the topics, you don't really remember the topics of that book, you just remembered you edited it?
No, I remember the topics of the book.
In the topics of the book, it was dealing with human teeth, wasn't it?
Yes, but in the article itself, if you read it, there's mention about dog dentition.
There's a mention of it.
Yes.
Tell us what that mention was.
Well, the mention is that the dog dentition looks different and dog bites look different because of the triangular shape of the dog's mouth versus a rounded shape of the human's mouth.
Well, when they talk about the shape of a dog's mouth, it's not really triangular, it's like an hourglass.
Well, but that was the quote. Those were the words that were used in the article, and it's relative triangular shape. It's as opposed to a round shape of a human.
Well, in most studies, professional studies by experts, isn't it routinely referred to as an hourglass shape?
I haven't seen that at all.
Well, have you read books on dog bites?
I've read articles on dog bites.
Have you read books on dog bites?
No, I have read articles on dog bites.
Have you ever read this book? Do you recognize this as inventory?
No.
So for the record, you need to say what you just showed the
I'm
witness.
showing Dr. Russell a book called Dog Bites, a Multidisciplinary Perspective, edited by Dean S. Mills.
Is that it? I'm sorry, may I see it?
Can we get
If the court would let me, of course. May I approach?
two
Yes.
videos, 2 feeds in here?
Thank you.
Thank you. It doesn't mention if any of these people have degrees of
I'm
any.
sorry, Your Honor, I don't believe a question's pending.
Sorry, Mr. Alessi, I couldn't hear you.
Thank you. I don't believe a question
Oh, I'm
is
sorry.
pending for the witness.
Okay, are you moving to strike that?
Yes, I am.
All right, I'll strike that. So, Doctor, I know it's been a long day. Wait for a question, please, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Are you done reviewing the book?
Yes.
You've, through your testimony, attempted to or suggested there's a distinction between canine law enforcement wounds and that of domestic.
Yes.
But domestic dogs can cut the skin,
Correct.
cause serious injury,
Yes.
deep wounds.
They can.
It's not just that domestic dogs just nip around the corners. They can bite.
They can.
They can attack.
Yes.
They can kill.
Yes.
You've seen it firsthand.
Yes. I didn't witness the attack. No.
Do you doubt that it was a canine attack?
No, I didn't witness the attack myself.
Oh, I understand.
Firsthand is what you said.
Okay. You made a firsthand observation of a dog bite in the 1970s when you were at a training?
Yes.
And one of the participants was bit?
Yes.
Now, you said you didn't remember the wound. Do you have any memory of looking at what happened after a dog actually bit somebody firsthand?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow it's cross-examination on our based on our testimony.
Say again? Any question?
Should I repeat, Doctor?
Yes, please.
Do you have any memory of what you saw of when a dog actually bit somebody, your firsthand observation?
From 50 years ago? No.
Right. When people came in the emergency room, you didn't actually see the bites or how the mechanics of it happening. You're treating it after they come and ask you for aid.
That's correct.
Did you ever, in any of those emergency room experiences, go and see the dog?
No.
Did you ever have any other information about the dog, photographs, pictures, anything like that?
Well, I did have other information about the dog.
Oh, give me an example. Tell me.
Well, we had to fill out a dog bite report after a dog bite's requirement in Los Angeles County. So, although most doctors don't have the time to do it, I tried to comply with that rule. So I would question the victim, try to find out the address of the dog if they knew it. Sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. But I tried to get as much information as I could.
Did you ever get any photographs?
No.
So it was just reporter information from the person who's coming for treatment or somebody that was assisting them?
Yes.
Okay. You provided a CV in this case, didn't you?
Yes.
In your CV, you list out some of your pertinent history and experience.
Yes.
Subsequent to your CV, you wrote a report and you signed it on the 9th of December, 2024.
Yes.
And it was provided to the Commonwealth, on December 10th, 2024, 2 days ago.
Yes.
There were a number of things that you offered in that report regarding your suggested experience that are just not in your CV. Isn't that fair to say?
That could be, yes. Of course, you can't put everything in the CV.
Well, you didn't say anything really about dog bite experience in your CV other than your 2 articles, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And you didn't mention anything about this specialized training or expertise in pattern recognition analysis. You didn't mention anything about that in your CV, did you?
Can't mention everything.
I didn't ask if you could mention anything. I'm asking if you mentioned that.
Well, it says brief CV on the top.
I'll ask you again.
Okay.
Did you mention anything in your CV about pattern recognition analysis in your described expertise in that?
No.
That's why he's saying it was inconsistent.
In your report, and let me ask you before we get to your report, you testified at a voir dire in this case?
Yes.
About a year ago?
Less than that.
And you then testified at trial?
Yes.
Okay. When you testified in the voir dire and trial, in your CV, you don't mention the scores of peer review articles on dog bites that you studied, do you?
Ask that question
I'm
again.
sorry. When you testified 2 times before,
Yes.
did you talk about the scores, as you describe it, of peer review articles that you've studied on dog bites?
On the numbers of period. No, I didn't mention that. That's correct.
Okay. And that's not mentioned in your CV either.
You don't usually mention it in your CV about the articles you read.
But I'm asking if you did.
Oh, no, I wouldn't mention that in my
Okay.
CV.
So let's talk about it now since you didn't mention it. You read scores of peer-reviewed articles on dog bites.
Throughout my career, yes.
Let's talk about the peer-reviewed articles that you've studied on pattern recognition analysis of dog bites. Could you please give me a list of those peer-reviewed articles that you studied?
I don't think there are any.
Well,
There are some mentions of pattern recognition in some articles. However, I don't think there's a dedicated article on pattern recognition of dog bites.
You said in your report that you reviewed scores of peer-reviewed articles on dog bites.
Dog bites, yes.
Okay. So those didn't really include pattern recognition as you've described your expertise today.
Some of them did, some of them didn't, but that might not have been the major focus of the article.
Which ones did? Can you reference us the ones that you've read and relied upon, in your opinion today, that have to do with pattern recognition analysis?
May I look at my report or my CV?
Sure.
Of course.
Sure. Go ahead and take your time, Doctor.
Thank you. These articles.
Okay.
There is a article by D. Muniak. It's actually listed in my report under literature.
Okay. I see it.
It's the third one. Yes.
And that deals with pattern recognition analysis?
It's part of the article. There was a lot more in the article than just pattern recognition. And again, they might not have used that specific term pattern, but it's what the subject was discussed in the middle of the article, yes.
What was discussed in this article that you relied upon?
Oh, I relied on the descriptions of wounds. I relied on a lot of this article.
Well, share with us in detail. Could you tell us what you relied on in that article as part of your opinion?
Really, I think he's doing fine so far. Maybe having him sped up, maybe it makes him sound a little more aggressive, I guess. It's sped up. It's like super sped up. I think he's doing fine.
Well, there was a description. There was an area that described wounds and fatal wounds in dog bites, and how to approach them. You know, how to investigate them. There was an area that described what some of these wounds look like. And there was actually an area that I believe it was this article that said that if you have this plus this plus this, that it is pathognomonic for a dog bite. Now, I believe that was the article that said that. One of these articles did. But anyways, so yeah. So I think maybe you might want to look at them.
Oh, I did.
Okay.
That's why I'm asking you.
Okay.
That's why I'm confused about which one you're talking about.
There was not a recipe book that said, okay, you know, this is the pattern of a dog bite. It might not get a lot of readers for that. But this was a forensic approach as to how to identify fatal dog attacks.
So from your resume, Doctor, could you tell me which article you're talking about?
I'm talking about the third one down.
What's the title?
The title of the article is Forensic Approach of Fatal Dog Attacks, a Case Report and Literature Review.
Okay.
Fatal dog attacks oftentimes involve vulnerable areas like the neck,
Absolutely.
abdomen.
Neck, face, head, yes. Sometimes the abdomen, yes.
Okay. No cases cited in there that deal with wound on an arm.
Because it's a fatal,
Right.
But that doesn't mean that there weren't wounds on the arm. It's that the fatal wounds, like in the case I autopsied, the fatal wounds generally were in the areas that had organs that could be damaged, like or major vessels like a carotid artery, neck. But there could be a lot of other wounds. For instance, in my case, there was probably about 60 wounds.
I understand.
Okay, but some, you're not going to talk about every single one of them because they're not worthy of describing.
Okay. You said that you attended multiple seminars, talks, and lectures regarding wound identification.
Yes.
Okay. When did you attend seminars on wound identification?
Intermittently throughout my career, I can't give you any dates.
Okay. Were any of those wound identifications dog bite wound identification seminars?
No, they were general wound identifications, and they may mention bites.
Okay. Was there any of these seminars that focused on dog bite wounds?
That focused on dog bite wounds?
Yeah.
No.
How about the talks you went to? Any of the talks focus on dog bite wounds?
There were several talks that focused on bite wounds.
I'm going to ask again. Were there any talks that focused on dog bite wounds?
No.
Lectures. You've cited that you've attended lectures as part of this experience. Can you recall specific lectures that focused on dog bite wounds?
Not entire lectures. There were lectures in emergency department, training sessions, but dog bites were usually mixed in with other kind of animal bites, and discussion would occur because it's not you have to use up an hour usually when you go to one of these lectures, and there were other animals to talk about besides dogs.
In these lectures that you went to that didn't focus primarily on dog bite wounds, did they talk about pattern recognition analysis of dog bite wounds?
Generally not the emergency medicine ones, because that's actually not really a major focus. The focus in emergency medicine is treatment. I'm a bit unusual because I have this interest that I've had for many years.
So it's fair to say none of the multiple seminars, talks, lectures that you attended had any focus on pattern recognition analysis of dog bite wounds?
None of them had any focus. That's correct.
Okay. You've shared with us your experience. You've agreed that you are not an accident reconstruction expert, correct?
Correct.
Are you an expert on self-defense?
No.
So when you give opinions about self-defense, I know you have experience and you have observations of what you believe a defense is, but do you have any actual experience as a self-defense expert?
No.
Do you have any specialized training, certificates, degrees in self-defense?
No.
Defense rules?
No.
When you went to these lectures, talks, seminars, group meetings,
Hey,
do you have
Roxanne.
any memory of particular trainings that you had on self-defense wounds?
You mean defense wounds?
Sure, defense wounds.
Yes, I do. I have particular memories of those types of lectures.
Okay.
In topic. Oh, yes, I do.
Well, let's talk about a few of them. What was one of the lectures that you went to that was
I don't have a dog in this fight. Ha! Funny.
directed at defense wounds?
Well, not only did I go to some of these lectures, but I gave some of these lectures.
Okay.
And they were child abuse, elder abuse, domestic violence lectures.
And-
And in the coroner's office, again, mechanism of injury is stressed, and there's a whole training program.
You have no degree in biomechanics.
No.
Okay. And so when I asked you about one of the trainings on defense wounds, I want you to just give us a little detail from your memory about the training and share with us how you've come to this knowledge on defense wounds.
Again, okay. So in the clinical setting, I was taught many times, and then I subsequently taught students about how victims of a violent act will instinctively bring up their arms to protect themselves from whatever is being inflicted, whether it be knife wounds or blunt wounds from an object, whatever is.
Does Laura know that there are not many domesticated animals that have canines? Was next blaming in the raccoon? You mean like the canine teeth, like right here? What do you mean by that?
Being inflicted on them, they will tend, without thinking, to try to protect themselves. Mm-hmm. And I also think it's common sense, by the way.
So on the outside of the arm, if there's marks, that could be a defensive wound?
Yes.
Could it be a different type of wound, not a defensive wound, but a wound where somebody punches or hits and it hits a metal or a stationary or a fixed object?
Could those kind of wounds
Sure.
up there? Oh, yes.
Okay. So just because there is a wound on the posterior side of the forearm, that does not make it a defensive wound, does it?
Not absolutely.
Well,
In context, though.
right. So you need to know more information.
Correct.
So perhaps if you saw how that happened, that would provide you more information.
That would be one way.
But if you saw nothing and have really no idea how it happened, it doesn't give you a lot of context of the wound other than it's a wound on the posterior side of an arm.
Well, it does in the sense that it's a common way that people protect themselves.
Mm-hmm. Can someone incur wounds to the forearm, posterior side of the forearm, if they fall to the ground and fall backwards?
They could, but they wouldn't look like that. Well, that serious. Okay.
Have you studied a collection of wounds when people fell backwards onto the ground?
I've seen hundreds of people that have fallen backwards or frontwards in every which way.
Wouldn't you want to have an idea what they fell on or into before you make a conclusion that it would not have looked like the picture that we've looked at, Exhibit 5?
I've seen, as I said, hundreds, and there has never been a pattern like that, ever, that I've seen.
Well, when someone hits a moving or a floating object, patterns are dynamic. They change all the time, don't they?
They do during the hitting process. Yes, during that process.
Okay. You talked about your specialized training. You said you had a program in motor vehicle accidents.
Yes.
And I think when you testified before, Attorney Lally had asked you whether or not your training was, I think he used the word rudimentary, and you agreed?
Yes, I believe it was only a one-week course or something thereabouts.
When you're identifying a wound at the hospital, is it important to know, you said it's important to know the animal because that dictates the treatment.
It may dictate the treatment.
What if you can't identify the animal?
Then then you have to go on clinical judgment, and sometimes we even have to call up the Board of Health. But you go on clinical judgment to determine, well, what was the worst possibility? That's the way I approach medicine. What is the worst? Could it have been a rabid animal, an animal with rabies, or was
worst possibility would just be do the rabies shot, right?
it an animal that doesn't carry rabies? And then base my treatment on that. Sometimes you have to treat broadly, and sometimes you have to treat people for conditions,
Maybe she's thinking like snake bites.
even if you don't know 100% that they exist.
Are there times when you saw injuries that you just didn't know how they happened?
Yes.
Many times. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And many times you thought what you saw were bites, but you couldn't articulate the animal, right?
That happens sometimes.
Okay. Suffice to say, you have never, ever been qualified in a federal court to testify as a dog bite expert, have you?
No.
And other than this trial a year ago, have you ever been qualified to testify in any state court in the entire country as a dog bite expert?
No, the issue never came up.
That's not what I asked.
Okay,
though.
no.
No. You wrote a report in this case?
Yes.
Did anybody help you write this report?
I wrote the report. I had some help with some minor edits and rearranging, some paragraphs or whatever, but putting things in the right category.
Okay.
But no, I wrote the report.
Who helped you with your report?
Mr. Alessi?
So did you write a preliminary or draft report, send it for input, and then change it?
No, I didn't change it. I wrote the report, and I would have things in the wrong
I think Mr. Alessi is the attorney that was doing the direct examination earlier. I think that's his name.
categories, for instance. Like training experience or whatever.
Who said they were the wrong category?
Well, I think that was my conclusion, actually.
I see. And so how would you go through this editing process? How did that work on this report? Would you send it back and forth?
It got sent back and forth a couple times.
Okay. Now, this report you signed, right?
Did I sign it? Yes.
Nobody else signed it. You.
I wrote it.
Okay. And the reason why I asked if you had help, a lot of your statements and conclusions in this report are different than the testimony that you gave at both the voir dire hearing a year ago and at the trial. Is that fair to say?
I don't think it's fair to say.
Okay.
I think that I don't think it's fair.
Okay.
I was convinced. If we get into specifics, I was convinced of of my opinion back in the voir dire and in the trial. But I think I stated it wrong. I stated it as if I was talking to other doctors. They say in medicine that nothing is 100% in medicine. That's what we learn, when we go up through medical school and residency and whatever. And in my teachings, I always told people nothing is 100%. And that was the number that I was, that I thought I was being asked for. Basically, it was 100%. So that's why I stated my opinion the way I did. But anyways, as I went through material again, I was convinced back then, and I am still convinced right now, that these are caused by dog bites. And not only that, but dog attack.
If you were testifying honestly and earnestly before and you're using doctor speak, why would you need to change it for today, for this report? Why not just continue to offer a natural, honest, thorough opinion that you had before? Why do you have to change it?
I came up with this. I became clearer and clearer every single time that I looked at the pictures, and I just realized that I understated the last time, that I misunderstood the question that was asked of me, regarding my opinion, and so I felt that I had to be clearer.
Did anybody point out to you that it'd be more helpful to the defense case if you had a more assertive opinion?
No, absolutely not.
So when you went through these days and months since the trial, did you get any new information that you looked at that made you realize you underscored the confidence in your opinion?
No.
Okay. Because in your earlier testimony, it's quite different.
I know.
Okay. I want to do this gently, but I want to go through some of that.
Yeah, because I feel like I vaguely remember this. I think when she testified the first time, she was not very confident. Oh fuck! They asked her the question. It's "Oh, how confident are you?" And she was like, the way that she answered it made it seem like she wasn't super confident. But what she's saying now is that when I was asked that question, I misunderstood because I thought you meant that you're asking me am I 100% sure? And since I'm a doctor, we don't say anything is 100% sure. So I misunderstood the question. But now what I'm saying today, it's different because I am absolutely certain that it was a dog bite / dog attack. And even she admits on the stand that my testimony is different. And her explanation for that was misunderstanding the question, and she thought she was treating the courtroom as if she was talking to other doctors. And then Hank Brennan is like, well, it seems like you're changing your testimony. Did the defense talk to you and say that, like, hey, your testimony would be better if you were 100% certain, if you're a little more aggressive with your opinions? So that's where we're at. God, I got to go back to her testimony, I guess. I think it was like, I'm trying to remember, because I heard it was like a little bit of her testifying, and then it was like Lolly, and then like I think Judge Beverly was like asking her questions as well during the trial. It was like, oh, are you 100% certain? No, not 100% certain, but they were like, oh, how certain are you about your opinion or something like that? Ugh.
Okay.
When you first testified, you had, how should I say this? You offered opinions that were less than certain about the genesis and cause of the wounds, didn't you?
I think it sounded like I was not certain. However, I was certain.
It was like with a degree of medical certainty. Like how certain are you? And I think she was like not really giving a good answer on that. That sounded just certain. I think. I don't know. I'm like vaguely remembering it, but I could be wrong. What's the degree of medical certainty? Like how certain are you or something like that? And I think she was like not able to give like a superstar answer maybe. But then now they're saying that like, oh, well, we just got your report and we got your CV 2 days ago. And it seems like now you're saying, oh, you're very certain. So that's where we're at right now. And that's what she's explaining.
Didn't express it correctly.
Okay. When you first testified in the voir dire about some of these wounds, you were asked what kind of animal you thought caused the wounds. And you said, most likely a dog.
Correct.
Right. You didn't say beyond a reasonable degree of dog bite certainty, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the basis of the
The
question?
objection is, he said beyond a reasonable doubt, and that was...
No, he didn't say doubt. He said degree of medical certainty.
He said beyond, Your Honor.
Right, beyond a reasonable degree of medical certainty. So I heard you didn't get to the certainty. You just heard beyond reasonable and objected. So based on that, the objection's overruled.
Let me phrase to make it clear. You didn't say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the bites you looked at were a dog.
I did in one of the okay, and maybe in the next one. Okay, but yeah, if I wasn't asked about reasonable degree of medical certainty, I may not have expressed it.
The court herself asked you, do you know?
Right. They weren't asking for like, are you 100% sure? I don't think they said that, but it was the phrase of, reasonable degree of medical certainty. That was when it seems like, I think that was when she was kind of like wavering a bit. Oh, I don't remember. That's all I remember.
What kind of animal? And you said, yes, most likely a dog.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So you didn't express certainty at that point?
Yes.
Okay, so she said most likely a dog.
But again, thinking as a doctor and not a lawyer or a judge or someone, I'm thinking as a doctor, I'm thinking that it's never 100%. And so that's what I was going by. If I was going to be teaching medical students what those wounds were, another group of wounds, I tell people never 100% medicine. So that's where that came from. And I apologize if I confused the court.
I don't think there's any confusion. You use the word likely. The word possibly is even less certain than likely, isn't it?
I don't know.
Well, when you're a doctor and you look at something and you say, well, the likelihood is this is the cause of this.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That would be a stronger opinion than saying, possibly this.
Correct.
Possible is even less certain, isn't it? At trial, when you were asked about the cause of the injuries, I'm going to quote you, and I can show you if you'd like. It's the trial transcript, page 19, line 21. What you said is, I believe that these injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog, because of the patent injuries.
Yes.
Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Very different. I'll just finish if I could. Very different than what you're opining today at this hearing.
I'm sorry that you think it is, and I can understand how you believe it is, but it's not different to me. I believed it was a dog. I was convinced it was a dog then, but going by the no 100% in medicine, I didn't say that. I am still convinced it's a dog. The one thing that's a little different is that it's an attack. After counting the series of wounds and whatever, I am convinced not only was it a dog, striking once or twice, but it was actually multiple strikes by that dog.
Okay, now I want to get back to the testimony we were talking about, your testimony at trial under oath, okay? Your testimony is you believe they were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog. You express uncertainty that you didn't even know or have an opinion about what type of animal caused these wounds at that time. Is that fair to say?
I was leaving room for if there was, for instance, another kind of animal in the vicinity. But there's no evidence to that. There's no paw marks or anything in the ground.
What other animal do you think was in the vicinity that would have caused these?
T-Rex, Rain? There's a T-Rex in the vicinity. You know, corgis are commonly referred to I don't know if is he here? Oh, he's not here. Oh, he left his Lammy toy. Corgis are commonly referred to T-Rex. They got little short, stumpy arms. Wow.
I don't know, but I was just leaving that. Again, being a trained physician, there's no absolutes, and so that's
No.
the way I approached it.
Did you inquire to see more discoveries to see if there was a pack of wild animals in 34 Fairview that would have caused this? Did you reach out to any of the witnesses or the lawyers and ask if there was any reports or information suggesting another animal?
I did not.
Were you curious?
I did not. I just didn't do it.
Okay.
Little chicken-sized raptors.
You were asked by Mr. Jackson, trial page 23, line 3. He provided the question, does this appear, as it's a pattern injury that you see, appear consistent with an animal or a large dog? And you said yes. So you included that this, again, could have been a dog or an animal in your opinion. Yes?
I haven't.
So I'm sorry, we can't take it. We need a yes or no.
Oh, sorry.
After.
Yes.
Again, at trial, page 23, line 6. You were asked, does the number of injuries that you see here relegated to just the right arm, is that consistent with an animal or a large dog? And you said, yes, it can be. Okay. Do you want to see your testimony? Because I don't want to just put words in your mouth.
No, I trust you.
And so, thank you. So the question that you were asked was positing that it could have been not just a dog, but any animal. And you were agreeable to that at that time.
Again, thinking like a medical doctor, not a participant in a legal setting.
Not to belabor, but these are your words, so I want to talk to you about them. You were again asked, page 23, line 18, by Mr. Jackson, based on everything that we've discussed today, doctor, is it your opinion, based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that these injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog? And you said yes. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so your opinions today that this was exclusively an animal attack caused by a large dog, that is much different in kind than the uncertainty and possibility that you admitted under oath during trial, in this case the first time, or actually the second time you testified about it. Wouldn't that be fair to say?
It sounds like it, yes.
Okay. I think this is a good point to stop because we need to get another date. You're not going to finish in 3 minutes, right?
No.
No, okay. All right. So,
Okay, so hopefully by then I will be able to get the court docs on the specifics of, well, I mean, I guess he's getting into it right now, the issue that he has with her. But yeah, I want to read the court doc on this. And for some reason, I thought the docs were all on the website and you can just access them, but they only show you the docs that are uploaded, but you can't read it. It's like, what's the point of this? It's annoying. But yeah, maybe it's one of those things where you have to pay for it in order to get it.
What was the date you and I looked at? Was it Jim? Okay.
I mean, perfect timing. I'm fucking hungry. You got anything with Kouri Richins yet?
If the witness can step down. But Timmy, she's going to stay in the courtroom without any date.
Did Corgi fuck up the Kouri Richins hearing date?
January 6th.
Okay.
January 6th. Doc there.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck it, I'll pay the 50 cents.
Doctor, are you available on January 6th?
January 6th? It's so far away. What about next week? What about like 2 days?
I'd be available.
I think after January 15th is cutting it a little too close.
You do earlier. That's far out.
Next week.
So, I mean, the best date for the court is January 6th.
No dates in December, Your Honor?
Yeah, come on now.
Will be available.
Oh,
Clear your schedule.
actually, I don't know that we'd be able to do it. We suspended a jury trial today that we told the jurors they'd have tomorrow, and we still have testimony. So I think at best we'd give you a half an hour, and I don't think that does you any good. So.
Call will be available anytime.
Monday we can't do?
No. No, not any time before. I could do the 30th.
Oh,
So what we really need is Mr. Alessi.
Your Honor, what is your question for a date? And I'll give you an
January
30th. We're looking at the 30th now.
or the 6th, Jim, right?
I thought the...
Yeah. Doctor said after the 15th.
Can you do January 6th?
Can I?
Yes.
I wasn't going to be in town.
Can I ask this? Is the 30th an available date for the court?
Can we move our other stuff, Jimmy?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. Back to January 6th?
I can do January 6th. But I want to be I'm trying to be respectful of the witness.
I'm trying to do that as well, but the witness's best dates after the 30th are after the 15th of January, and that's too late. So I understand that the conflict seems to be Mr. Jackson, but Mr. Yannetti, are you available on the 30th or the 6th?
I could move things to be available on the 6th. There's no chance we could do the 8th, right?
I could do the 8th, Your Honor.
You do the 8th?
Jimmy, that's a full day, right?
The 8th?
I think it doesn't matter to her.
Jim.
Yes.
I have stuff.
Actually, I could do the 7th, the 8th. I could probably do the 9th.
Sorry, I have to add more money for the Kouri Richins court talks. I have a negative balance.
Where are we up to now? The 8th? Back to the 8th.
That would be the best for us if we could do it.
The 8th in the morning?
Anytime.
All day.
So I have a conflict here in the afternoon. So I have something that we have to do in the afternoon
Because they want
on
my
that
money.
Wednesday.
I have to pay.
On that, yeah, Wednesday the 8th. But if we can do it in the morning, we'll do it in the morning.
We could all do it at 9 o'clock. I would imagine, I guess I would defer to Mr. Brennan if he can finish in the morning. 8:30.
I don't want to limit, I let Mr. Alessi go on much longer than the estimate, and I had no problem doing so, Mr. Alessi.
Okay.
You can't do the 6th or 7th?
I could do the 7th, Your Honor. I cannot do the 6th.
So, Mr. Alessi, you're available all the dates we said, pretty much, right?
I will make myself available for all dates. I'm not presently.
I would like to see counsel at sidebar.
He's like, you know what, Mr. Jackson, you don't need to be here. I just need Mr. Alessi here. Okay, let's see what's on this Kouri Richins while we are waiting. Oh, this baby is annoying. Jenny! What happened? Right? Well, I just spent 20 cents searching it again. I confirmed last night. I'm pretty sure I confirmed last night. It's 20 cents every time I search this damn thing. The coworker one, I was mistaken because I guess I didn't realize it was a private hearing. No coworker from yesterday. Okay, let me see today. Motion hearing. The evidentiary hearing. It says December 12th. Where does it say that? Because now that I'm looking it up, it's gone. Pam, what are you looking at? I like double, triple check. Yeah, pre-trial conference. Oh, it's right here. Pre-trial conference. Oh, is this old?
Last call, January 7th.
This is pre-trial
At
conference.
9 a.m., Jimmy.
9 a.m. January 7th, 9 a.m.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Clerk.
All right. Jimmy, I'll take this, and when you get a minute.
Wait, did I not finish watching the previous Kouri Richins hearing? I thought I finished watching it. Maybe at the end they change the date? I could have sworn I watched the ending though. Kouri Richins. Yeah, I watched it. Did I miss something? That's what happens when you neglect these cases and then you only pay attention to one case and then you come back and you try to catch up. Maybe I'm mistaken. I don't know. On the website it says 12/12 hearing. 12/12 hearing at 9:30. But I don't know. I'm refreshing the internet. I'm refreshing YouTube and I don't see anything. I don't see anything on here. Was it broadcast today? I mean, usually it's not live stream. What happens is they'll release the video after the hearing is over. Maybe. Oh, it was in an article? Oh, okay. Let me see. Town Lift Park. See, this is why I love streaming. I love having you guys. Town Lift Park City, Kouri Richins. Let me see. Dun 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 dun. Town Park City. Town Park City. Is it under courts? Oh, what's the date that they chose for Kieran Reed? I wasn't even paying attention. What date did they choose? 7th? Wait, what date did they choose?
Good for now. Thank you. I'll come back.
Okay.
Last call, January 7th. That sound
At
good?
9 a.m., Jimmy.
9 a.m.
January 7 at 9 a.m. January 7, 9 a.m. Boo, that's so far away. I want them to do it now. All right. Continue. Daubert. Continue the Daubert hearing. Daubert hearing. At 9 a.m. Karen Reed. So, are we not gonna move the fucking trial date? Like, what's going on here? Is she still deciding whether or not she wants to move the trial date? Is she not gonna move the trial date? What the fuck? Bail denied for court. Pre-trial date set for December. Okay. Do we have an article from today? Do we have a Kouri Richins article for today? Okay, I have the November 12 article. November 12 article. Well, maybe I'm mistaken. I don't know. Maybe I'll go back to the Kouri Richins hearing and see if they talked about it. Like, hey, we'll see you guys in December, or we'll see you in January. Hi, Pawn. How are you doing today? How's it going? You hate this judge. I don't hate her. She's not my favorite. I don't hate her. Well, I don't know. She says that it's a Massachusetts thing where they don't need to state the reason why they're objecting. And I was like, oh, I thought it was just Judge Beverly Court thing. And then I don't like it how she doesn't make rulings on the bench. She always waits until the cameras are gone. Maybe because she really wants to like think it through. I don't know. I just want to like make your ruling right now, right here, please. And then yeah, I don't know. I guess is she not going to push the trial out per the state and the defense's request? Is it going to be like last time where they both requested and she's like, no, we're just going to continue on with the trial in April? It's like, I don't know. I guess not. Okay, let's go to. This is for Kouri Richins. Yeah, this is what I got for Kouri Richins. Kouri Richins, right here. But maybe it's old. Pre-trial conference set on 12/12/24. And this is everything that happened since. Let me see. Maybe they return of electronic notification for citing. Electronic notification. I don't want to pay for 50 cents for this because maybe there is some new communication where they decided to move the pre-trial conference or that was canceled. I don't want to pay for it. Should I just pay for it? Maybe I should just pay for it. We got a request for audio. Yeah, okay. I don't know. Maybe I'll pay for it. All right, let's pay for it. Motions, hearing. 11/12. I think I already paid for this one. I think I already purchased one. Did I? What does it say? Notification, receive. Pre-trial conference set on 12/12 at 9:30 in room B. Yeah, that's what I got. Okay. I wish when you pay for it, it just stays in your because like every time you have to open it, you have to pay for it. Unless you save it, you have to save it on your own. All right, return. Let's see if it was canceled. What filing is this? Order to expand jury veneer. Okay. What about 712? 712. Order to seat 12 jurors. 712. 714. In-person voir dire jury selection. 714. 716. Oh god, it's 50 cents every time I do this. This is the denial for in-person voir dire jury selection. 718. Just draining away. 718. Nope. 720. I should save these, but I'm just being lazy. Seven one two. 720. Request for electronic media coverage. Request for audio. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I purchased all these documents and none of it says that they moved the pretrial conference. So maybe I just have to be patient and just wait. I don't like being patient. Oh gosh, not that picture. All right, y'all. Well, let's do a little mini recap then. I tricked you. I don't know. It says on the website. It says on the website. The news channels also said December 12th because I was wrong about the Coburger thing and I felt so bad. I hate it when I'm wrong. I hate it when I'm wrong. I was also wrong about this too because I thought they were trying to see whether or not the new crash reconstructionist people could testify for trial. Yeah. I'll be better. I will do better. Now that we don't have the Sarah Boone stuff taking over, it'll be better. Okay, so my stomach is growling, but I will do my best to recap this for you guys. A lot to recap. Okay, so today we had a Daubert hearing. Essentially, the state is contesting whether or not they should allow the testimony of Dr. Marie Russell to testify for trial number 2. She testified in trial number 1, and she was the one who said that either she heard about this case by reading an article or someone sent it to her, and she was interested in being an expert. She reached out to the defense, was like, hey, this looks like bite wounds. So Dr. Marie Russell, we got to go over her very, very extensive CV. She's got a lot of experience under her belt. She's an emergency room physician. I think she's retired though. And then also a forensic pathologist. And let's talk about her credentials really quick, I guess. Why not, right? She did her residency in LA. It was like one of the busiest trauma centers. So she's seen a lot of people coming in and out for different types of injuries. She did her fellowship in forensic pathology, where she did 1 to 2 autopsies a day. That was in a course of 2 years, so that's a lot of autopsies to be doing. She said she's never had her testimony disqualified before. She was a chief medical executive at the Corrections Department of California from 2018 to 2023. She was in charge of the whole medical department. And then she mentioned from 1986 to 2016, she worked at LAC USC. I think that's the Los Angeles coroner's office with USC, maybe 29 years. That's where she did her fellowship, I believe. She was an adjunct professor for a graduate level course in legal medicine. So she taught courses for people that were interested in getting into working in forensic and the crime lab and stuff like that. She did teach a course, or she did teach in her course, she did teach about wounds and bite wounds, but I don't know if this was really helpful too much, but it was basically like bite wounds and how to tell the difference between, human bites and to differentiate them from animal bites. She did work as a full-time officer from 1977 to 1984 in Massachusetts, so in this state, because she's mainly California based. So it's kind of interesting that her experience just seems to be very perfect for Karen Reed. She says for dog-inflicted wound, she's seen probably about 60 to 70 cases, maybe more. But then I did get confused a little bit because she did go back to talk about LAC USC. She mentioned something about 500 dog bites. So I don't know. I'm a little confused about that part. So the issue that the state had with her is that they're trying to say, hey, we got a CV and her report 2 days ago, and it seems like, it just doesn't match what she, said in voir dire and what she said in the trial. However, they raised issues about her way before 2 days ago. It was maybe a month or 2 ago. I had to look at it. But that was one of the major contentions that was brought up today. They're saying that before, it seems like you weren't sure if it was a large animal or a dog that did this, but now you're saying, yeah, it was a dog. And not only are you saying that it was a dog bite, but you're saying it was a dog attack. So a dog bite would be 1 or 2 bites. A dog attack is a multi-series of bites being received. Let's see. She mentioned all the stuff that she looked at, and these things were evidence in the trial. The thing again, I'm still hung up on is that there was no dog DNA found on the sweater. The sweater has blood. The sweater has vomit on there. It's if you were to wash it, it would be really hard to let me wash the sweater and get rid of all the dog DNA, but then still have the vomit and then the blood on there. The issue that I did have with the person that did the swabs, it just sounds weird to me, was that she took, I think I'm pretty sure I remember correctly, but I remember her saying that she had 2 swabs, and then she used those 2 swabs to swab multiple areas. And I'm like, would it be better to do 1 swab per 1 area? That way, where that dog DNA that you're looking for could have came from. I don't fucking know. That sounds kind of weird to me, but what do I know? And then also the issue was, we saw puncture marks on the sweater, because someone mentioned earlier maybe John O'Keefe took off his sweater because it was really hot inside the house. Maybe he was attacked, and then they washed his wounds, and then they put the sweater back on him. But no, we do see little holes on the sweater, little bite marks. Dr. Marie Russell did mention that the fibers. It seems like when she looked at how the fibers were it seems like they were stuck out. It seems like maybe there was a dog that bit him, and then maybe, because the teeth was being pulled out of the sweatshirt, the fibers were stuck out. So I was like, oh, that's actually a really good point. But then it's if it was a taillight that also made those marks in the sweater, it's possible. The same thing with the tail marks, right? Because like the taillight is not inside his arm. The taillight went, possibly inside the sweater and then yanked out as well. So I was like, okay, never mind, actually. She did say that, she doesn't believe those injuries were self-inflicted. To her, these are not patterns of characteristics of being struck by a motor vehicle or inflicted by another person. She wholeheartedly believes that it is a dog that attacked John O'Keefe. And she said the reason why she ruled out motor vehicles because, well, these wounds to her were not characteristic of any part of a motor vehicle. Like, it doesn't seem like he was hit in the front or maybe like underneath the car. She mentioned there's no bruises. Again, that was a huge thing too. With like, if he was hit by this large SUV, where are the fucking bruises, right? Or did it just glaze his arm and just his arm and it didn't hit any parts of his body? But she also mentioned that he didn't have, there was like a slight mark on his hand. I think the state was saying that like, oh, that mark could be from the tail light hitting him, or like, oh, I think they said it was like the back of the car. There was like a dent or something like that. They said maybe that was what happened to John O'Keefe's knuckles. Of course, the defense is saying, well, no, that looks like he's, trying to defend himself. Maybe he was in a fight, maybe he punched someone. Then again, we went to look at the pictures of the wounds. And again, she's describing, okay, like, well, this time it's more specific. I feel like in the trial, it wasn't this super specific. Right now we have like the pictures of the wounds, and then she's describing, okay, that could have been caused by this teeth mark. That could have been caused by this mark. The pattern is parallel. It could be because, like the dog is like yanking on him. There's a lot of pushing and pulling when you're getting bit by a dog. She talks about the dog DNA not being found, and she's like, well, I don't know how they collected that DNA, right? They didn't swab the arm. They only swabbed the sweater. And I remember it's because the dog theory didn't come up until like later on. So maybe at that point, maybe John has already been cremated, or maybe he's like already 6 feet under. Oh, I mean, of course he would be 6 feet under if he's not cremated. But maybe, they didn't want to exhume the body. And then she also says like she doesn't know how they swab the sweater. Maybe they didn't swab it properly. Which I think is, a good answer from her. Fibers. Okay, and then to the state. And then we got to see a dog bite wound, which I don't know if it really helped the defense to show that. Because we got to see the dog bite wound that Chloe had bit another person while attacking a dog. And so that person that was, I guess, trying to separate Chloe and her dog, she got like this gnarly fucking dog bite wound, and that one looked really fucking bad. But it didn't look similar to John O'Keefe's, I would say it was a different type of bite. So I don't know if them showing that really helped them. It's just like, okay, this shows that Chloe's vicious, yes, but the bite just looks, to me, it was different. So I don't know if it really helped them. And then we get into the state. What the state is really trying to get at is that, I think, of course, the state recognizes she's got good experience, an extensive amount of experience. However, based on the questions that Hank Brennan was asking, he was trying to say that like, okay, well, you have experience in ER, you've done this, you've done that, but like, are you an expert in like, he mentioned orthopedics, which I didn't really understand why, with bones, I guess. I was a little confused about the bone part. And I never really caught on what he meant by that. But, he was saying that like, oh, you're not an expert in accident reconstructions. And she's like, no, you're not an expert in like toxicology. And she's like, no. And he's like, well, you're not an expert in, what was the other thing? It was like, you're not an expert in dog bites or something like that. Where the fuck is it? It's like in my head. Here, let me just go through my notes. Let's see. He talks about like, okay, like the article that you co-authored, it's a little bit different because you looked at bite and hold, right? I'm guessing it's because, if John O'Keefe was attacked by a dog, it's not a bite and hold. It seems to be kind of like more of a, like an ongoing attack, right? Like he's not just, it seems like he got like, maybe like bit and then scratched, and then maybe there was like some hold, maybe like the dog tried to catch a hold of him and it slipped. So not just like a bite and hold technique. And then same thing with this other article I think that she maybe wrote in regards to managing law enforcement canine dog bites. Again, she only looked at 4 cases. And basically the focus on that was how to treat bite and hold injuries from law enforcement canine. Let's see, revising a book. There's something about a book that was mentioned. However, I think it was just to differentiate the difference between dog bites and human bites. Recognition analysis. Didn't mention score peer review articles. And then he tried to get into like, oh, your CV didn't mention, the pattern recognition analysis thing, I guess. Or like the articles that she reviewed didn't mention the pattern recognition analysis. But yeah, I think like just a summary of what he was just trying to say is like, oh, you're not a specific expert on like dog bites. You're not an expert on crash reconstructionist. You're not an expert in blah, 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 blah. Although you may have like extensive experience of it. Maybe he means like you're not an expert in terms of like, you haven't done like these like research and studies specifically about, regular dogs attacking people. She only had experience in the bite and hold with like law enforcement dogs. He mentioned like no degree in biomechanics, blah, blah, blah. There's a part that they were going back and forth a little bit. I could have sworn it was in the beginning. I guess I just didn't write my notes on that. I guess I didn't. Oh, it was like, are you an expert in orthopedics? And she's like, well, I would consider myself an expert in ER orthopedics. There was some back and forth. And then she's like, yeah, I'm not an expert in orthopedics, but, I do ER orthopedics because I see people who come in and with broken bones and other stuff like that. What else is there? And then again, they go back to what she said in the trial and in voir dire. And I'm just going to go based off what they said because I could be remembering incorrectly because I thought she was wavering a little bit when they mentioned the degree of medical certainty. But it seems like she said that it was most likely a large animal or a dog. But the state is saying that like, oh, well, that's not what you're saying now. What you're saying now is, oh, it's a dog. It's a dog attack. And not only are you saying that it's a dog attack, or sorry, not only are you saying it's a dog bite, but it's a dog attack. So, and then we got interrupted and that's it. Yeah. Jackson is Alan Jackson's from Los Angeles. Mr. Yannetti is local. He practiced in Boston, and Mr. Alessi is New York. I posted a comparison photo of dog bites of a Hunter versus John O'Keefe on Discord. They're similar. I mean, yeah, I see like the punctures and I see like the scratches. I mean, I don't know. I have seen the dog bite expert on YouTube where they had the rubber arm to demonstrate that like, oh, these injuries look very, very similar. Like I mentioned before, with the dog bites, I would assume that dog bites would be more similar to each other and it would be easier to have like experts that are, experts in dog bites. But how many experts are there in pedestrian vehicle collisions where they have experience in, because like I said, like with the dog bites, right? There could be variations because there's different types of dogs, different sizes, the person getting bit, different sizes for them as well, and the location where they're bit, depending on how tall they are, what position they're in. But with getting hit by a car, it's like, I would assume more commonly you're seeing people that are getting hit by front bumper or like back bumper, right? Front bumper getting hit and then landing on the windshield or like the front hood. And then maybe like if you're getting backed into, but I'm assuming maybe like at a lower speed because like maybe these are accidents that happen like in a parking lot or something. How often are you going to have someone who is an expert in, pedestrian vehicle collision where it's being backed into purposely at a bit of a higher speed and it's a taillight that's hitting and it's snowing conditions and the guy's got a glass in his hand and it's like hitting the taillight. Like, I don't know. I just feel like there's so many, there's so many specifics with what the state is saying is that it's going to be, you're not just going to have like these people out there that are going to be experts, I don't know, like in that. And then like, I don't know, it's just like, and there's like specific conditions that has to be met. I feel like that's harder, right? Because I think what really resonated with people about this is like, even with me, right? When I watched this before the trial started, it was like, hey, this guy was not hit by a car. This looks like a dog bite. And then everyone who looks at it, you know, like I feel like more people are familiar with dog bites. It's like, oh shit, that looks like a fucking dog bite. Like, what the hell? But then I remember that, like, you know, I don't know what people who get hit by cars, I don't know what that looks like. I've never seen that before. We're more familiar with people that get bit by dogs than people who are hit by cars. The only thing that I know about people who get hit by cars is like, I don't know, the shoe, right? Like sometimes when you get hit by a car, your shoe gets left behind because you're hit with such force. But I don't know, like with this case, it's just, there's so many, like when you think one thing, there's like other things that conflicts it. Like for example, with like John O'Keefe being hit by a car, it's like, okay, well, where are the bruises? Where are the major injuries by him getting hit by an SUV if they think that he got hit at, what was it, like 40 miles or 35 miles per hour, whatever the fuck it was? Yeah, where are the bruises, right? Is it possible that he, like the state says, he threw the glass at the taillight and the taillight cracked and then she backed up, maybe accidentally hit him or hit him on purpose, and then that's why he only got scratched. But in the meantime, he also fell back and hit his head. But the questions that I have with that is like, when he fell back and hit his head, wasn't he on the grass? Was the ground that hard that it caused that type of injury? Or did it hit the fucking fire hydrant? Was the fire hydrant ever, you know, like, was there blood on the fire hydrant, or was there so much snow at that point that the blood like came off? Like, I don't know. There's a lot of questions. And then even going with, you know, with the defense's theory, it's like I said, the sweater, right? The sweater, before we're like, oh, maybe he didn't have the sweater when he got bit. But then when we look at the pictures, he's got all the little bite marks on there. It's like, okay, the sweater has blood, the sweater has vomit, but no dog DNA. Or maybe the person swabbing it didn't do a good job. I don't know. It's just like, there's like so many questions. Like usually when I watch a trial, I like to have some good grounded facts. It's like, okay, this is the fact and it seems pretty solidified. With this trial, we might have some sort of like facts that are like sort of solidified, but then there's so many conflicting, I don't know, there's just so many things that conflicts with it that it's hard to really just like pick one side and then really be confident and stick with it. Yeah. It's a tough one. For me, at least. I know some people are like, oh, I have my mind made up. You know, I watched the first trial and I know that it was Karen Reed who did it. Or I know that it was, you know, the McCabe's or the McAlberts who did it. I just don't feel confident in saying either one. I just really don't. It's just, there's just too many details that don't make sense and don't add up. The initial investigation is so important. They did a terrible job at it. We have nothing. So much of the evidence is compromised. Yeah, and there's a lot of issues with this because we unfortunately had horrible testimonies. From law enforcement, you know, from the red Solo cups to the leaf blower. And I understand, you know, I try to be very understanding that like, okay, maybe they don't have experience with, you know, processing murders because the real group that processes murders didn't come, right? They had to deal with it and it was snowing and maybe they don't get a lot of murders in Canton. They were trying to preserve the evidence the best they can with what they got, even though the police station apparently was like not that far away, but it seemed very messy from the onset. And then you have the testimonies of like the McCabe's, the McAlberts, right? That to a lot of people came across as very disingenuous and very defensive. I thought Jen McCabe did okay. But then when we heard from, like, to me, what really got to me was like more like the Alberts, where it's just like, yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff happening here. So I don't know if the Alberts, you know, if it's weird because they are doing something weird with this case, or maybe, you know, the Alberts and the people that are in law enforcement, like what's the other guy, Higgins or something, maybe they're into, maybe some other shit is going down between them and that's why they didn't want people going through their phones. Like maybe they're corrupt in other ways. I don't know. Maybe they're up to something else. I don't know. And that's why we have the weird discarding of cell phones and SIM cards in separate trash cans at the military base or something like that. Or, you know, maybe you just really don't want people to go through your phones and you're just like, okay, well, this is gonna make me look bad, but I don't care. I don't want what's on my phone to be out there. I don't know. a lot of weird stuff happening, a lot of shady stuff. And I don't know if it's because they're being shady because they are actively in a cover up with this case, or they got some other shit they're involved in that they don't want the world to know. And then what else was there? I don't know. And then we had the experts from the state that was just like meh, in my opinion. Meh. Yeah. Yep. And it really doesn't help that the presentation of this case, I think it was, poorly done. I don't know. Maybe Mr. Lawley just needed more time to prepare, and the fact that the judge denied that, maybe that really, really hurt him. And then also what I thought was really weird is like, this is like such a high profile case in this area. Why was Lawley doing all the direct and cross examinations? That's fucking exhausting. Why was there no one else to help him? I know that he had his team with him at this desk, but still, like, I feel like, got to get other people to do cross examination and direct examination. That way you're not like just tired. Whew. So I hope they do not, because I think Lawley is, unfortunately, just someone that is very unlikable by many people. I don't think he should be doing any cross or direct examinations. It's like the moment he goes up and starts opening his mouth in trial, people are already going to start tuning him out. So I don't know if they have anyone else helping Hank Brennan. I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe they should have hired 2 special prosecutors to come in and help. But yeah, guys, I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate the good conversations with y'all. And I for the Karen Reed trial, I like it that it's small. It's more chill because any channel that I go to that covers the Karen Reed stuff, oh my god, the channels, this chat is just like, it's too crazy for me. It would be annoying for me to moderate that. So I like how it's small and super chill, and I hope for the Karen Reed trial it stays that way. Oh, I like it that way. But it's good that, I appreciate hearing it from your guys' perspective too, because sometimes like I miss things and I'm like, oh yeah, I didn't think of this. And then sometimes you guys are spot on about some stuff. So I appreciate you guys being here for this. For Kouri Richins, I don't know what's going on with Kouri Richins, man. I don't know. If there is a Kouri Richins pretrial conference, I'll try to cover it tomorrow. Although I do have people coming over tomorrow, so I don't know if it's gonna be super loud. They wanted to come today, and I was like, no, not today. Let me do my last search. Let's do the last search. Let's see. Maybe there is a Kouri Richins that will pop up. Kouri Richins, refresh. Yeah, I don't know. I could be wrong, or maybe they did mention in the end of the last hearing. I don't know. But then in the news articles would say that, right? Maybe it's like Koberger. Maybe it's a closed hearing, and I just didn't get the memo. I didn't get the invite. Boo. If you guys haven't already, there is a new Sarah Boone video. She wrote a letter to the judge, attacking the judge. God, it's just not very smart. I don't know why she just can't keep her mouth shut just until, see if her appeal gets granted. Just keep your mouth shut. Come on. But, she can't do that. She's got to make sure that she gets everyone back. Everyone that pretty much exposed her. All the attorneys, the media, social media, the witnesses, the jury, the judge, anyone that exposed her. Anyone that showed the world, who the Sarah Boone is. Because Sarah Boone wants to be presented as someone who's a good person. Someone who's kind, someone who is forgiving, someone that is loving, and is nurturing, but we're not buying it, and she's pissed. She's pissed. Yeah, Mr. Kranig. So yeah, we made a video on that. Feel free to check it out. I didn't want to cover it in today's live stream because I wanted to focus on Karen Reed and Kouri Richins. Upcoming hearings. What do we have? What do we have for upcoming hearings? I think most of it's in January. Yeah, I have January. I don't think I have any other hearings for December. January, we have the continuation of today's hearing for Karen Reed on January 7th. January 23rd, we have a motion hearing for Mr. Koberger. The Koberger case is actually really, really, really interesting because of what defense is fighting for right now. In regards to, is there an expectation of privacy of your, like, for example, your Amazon account, your Amazon purchases? I don't know. I was doing a whole deep dive on that, and I was like, oh wow, this shit's actually pretty fucking interesting. I think my mind got a little bit like muddled with the whole IgG stuff. I was like, oh, this information is so dense. But the third party, the third party stuff is pretty interesting. So I look forward to covering Koberger in January 23rd, and then Karen Reid has another pretrial conference before Koberger. Whoops, let me rearrange that. But oh, you know what? Next, oh gosh. Oh, since we have so much time, I mean, we could just do Melody Ferris, because I told you guys, Melody Ferris, I think she gave a very compelling fucking statement at sentencing. Like, I was like, wait a second, maybe she didn't do it. But everyone in the chat's like, oh no, she did it, fuck her, blah, blah, blah. So I kind of want to go back and watch Melody Ferris's trial. I don't think we're gonna watch the entirety of it. I don't think I have that much time, but I do want to go and watch her trial, because I want to know, like, did she really do it? Would I have doubts, or would I be with the jury and be like, yeah, she fucking did it. She's a fucking liar and a manipulator. Because if she is lying, dude, she did a really good job at manipulating. Because I think people that aren't familiar with the case, I think they watched it. Like, I watched Lawyer Lee's stream when she covered the sentencing, and even she thought that Melody Ferris was quite convincing. So you heard SB's new appellate attorney had quit yesterday. I did see like a thing that was uploaded, but I wasn't sure what that was. It seems like it was like someone else that was handling the case, and they just want to make sure that it goes to the right person. But yeah, I don't know. Was that the appellate attorney quitting? I don't know. And then also Donna Adelson. Donna Adelson did have a hearing this week, but I didn't cover it because it was so short. It's like 20 minutes. I was like, I'm not going to make a stream out of 20 minutes. I don't know. So I did a recap on the YouTube community channel, and then Lori Val will be representing herself. So, oh, and I think 2025. I heard I was gonna start covering Brian Walsh, but man, his trial is all the way in 2025. I think in August or something like that. But yeah, I definitely want to start covering Brian Walsh, because Brian Walsh, oh my goodness, this guy says he's innocent. He didn't do it, but he's got one of the most incriminating shit against him. So incriminating. Appeal lawyer has already backed out. Let's see what's up with Sarah Boone. Ms. Boone. Sarah Boone. I wonder if Brian Boone is like, please get a last name change. Change your last name. Are people still covering the family court stuff with Sarah Boone? Is this... I saw this. Is this it? Per Judge Koenig, please appoint the next person on the wheel for purposes of appeal. Brianna Ruiz, trial clerk, criminal. Please use... This is from Lourdes Diaz. Is this what they're talking about? I don't know. I saw this email and I wasn't really sure what to make of it. He's a creep, Brian Walsh. I know he's a scammer. I could imagine any judge withholding a free name change from Brian and Lucas. The damage has been done. He needs to go back to being a Paulson. I don't know. I feel like that's what Brian Boone is thinking. Was there anything else? Oh, hold on a second. Okay, there's quite a few things I do want to stream though. I don't know if I'm gonna do it today. There are jailhouse calls. Jailhouse calls. What do I have? I have jailhouse calls with Melody Ferris, jailhouse calls, and I think we have a Jamie Komorowski jail call after sentencing. Oh my god, dude, we got jailhouse calls. Should we listen to these, or should I do it this weekend? Maybe I'll do it this weekend. I don't know if they're even good or not. I haven't listened to them yet. Maybe on Saturday? Do I have anything to do on Saturday? Maybe I'll stream this weekend, and then we can cover the jailhouse calls, because they're always very interesting. But I don't know. I feel bad if I stream it, because I want to do a first reaction with you guys. What if I stream it and then it totally sucks? Oh well, you guys can suffer with me. I heard the family court stuff was being withheld from the public at Sarah's request. Yeah, that's why I didn't cover it, because I was like, ooh, I don't know if this stuff we should be covering it. I know that you could request the files if you made an account with them, but I don't know. I think the family court stuff was maybe a little too like, it was probably really juicy, but I haven't seen any of the contents of it. But yeah, I heard that she also taxed the judge in that case as well. But it's out there on the internet. So if you guys are interested, yeah, go check it out. I know there's like other channels that are covering it. Jamie's exactly what you would expect. Oh man, but maybe in her jailhouse calls, maybe she's learned and she's not going to say anything that makes her look bad. Or maybe she's like, I don't give a fuck, man. I already got sentenced. Fuck this shit. I don't know. We know it's going in, Brian's favor. Good. Good for Brian. Good. All right, y'all. It's fun hanging out. I like hanging out with you guys. I will not be doing a video for today's stream for Karen Reed. The interest is just really not there. But like I said, I'm only just streaming the Karen Reed stuff for my own interest. And, for some of you guys who are interested as well. But yeah, no video for Karen Reed. And I'll keep an eye on Kouri Richins. If anything comes out with Kouri Richins, we will stream it. I do have Kouri Richins content that I do want to cover with you guys, though. So I think upcoming streams would be covering the jailhouse calls with Jamie Komorowski, maybe. Melody Ferris after her sentencing. There's some Kouri Richins stuff that I want to cover with you guys. Like I mentioned before, we got like body cam stuff. Her jailhouse calls. Love the jailhouse calls. And possibly, I think I do want to watch the Melody Ferris trial. So that's the upcoming stuff with you guys. Yeah, I'm like super interested in Melody Ferris stuff. It's a good place to hang out. Yeah, I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for the disagreements, and thanks for being civil, and thanks for being super chill. Yeah, I appreciate you guys being here. Hi, Orca. Sorry, did I miss you earlier? Thanks, Photographic, for answering. Yes. All right, guys. Yeah, that's it. I hope you guys have a good one. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your week. And like I said, I'll keep an eye out for Kouri Richins if there's a pretrial conference. See you guys. Have a good one. Bye, y'all. Bye, Tam. Bye, Nicole. Bye, Rain. Bye, Photographic. Bye, Chunky. Bye, Orca. Bye, Turbo. Bye, Fire. Bye, Roxid. Dino. I hope you guys have a good one. I'm sorry if I missed you guys, but yeah, have a good one. Take care. Cheers.